Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We were coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. Because of the adult subject matter, most of the videos get limited monetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. The link for that is in the description. Guys, donations and super chats. Okay, let me get rid of that. Okay. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS. That is text to speech. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all other triggers and full details. Guys, please keep the chat, super chats, donations, TTS respectful, okay? Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we do reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships too. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. Guys, we're 200 members away from 5,000 members. That's when we unlock maximum emotes. So if you've been watching the show and you enjoy the content and, sorry, hold on, I lost my thing. And you're not a member, consider becoming a member. It's just $5 a month and you can cancel it next month. Help us unlock the last 5 emotes. 200 members away from 5,000, and then we're going to slow down a little bit on the membership stuff. Okay, guys, we're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And Pub Test, hey, thank you for the gifted 3 months Tier 1 sub to, Nemesis. Hey, that's one of our mods. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We got, we got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram, at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I never post. My last post was in April. I'm not going to clog up your feed. Be sure to check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Any women who are considering getting a labia place, shoot me a DM. I'll talk you out of it. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Links are in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the lovely guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Gabby Faye. I'm 27 years old. I'm a model, singer-songwriter, and TikToker.
And for the modeling, what are some of the companies you work for? I looked on your Instagram, and you've worked for some very legitimate, big brand companies.
Yeah, so I've worked a bunch. I've worked for Nike, Calvin Klein, Youth to the People, Tommy Hilfiger, Target, TJ Maxx, Swimsuits for All, Fruit of the Loom, Lane Bryant, and a few others. I can't think of them right now, but yeah, just a lot of major brands.
That's wild. How long have you been modeling for?
Probably the past 8 years.
Oh wow, okay. And so are you who's the Heidi Klum of plus size models? Because that's a lot of big brands you've worked with.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm really grateful that I got to work with so many awesome brands. But I wouldn't say Heidi Klum yet. Hopefully one of these days I'll get up there, I feel like those girls, my goal would be to, because I've walked New York Fashion Week every year for the past 8 years, but I want to do walk for Milan Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, London Fashion Week. When they stop being fatphobic, that'll happen. So right now I'm just kind of doing what I can do.
Wait, who's they? Which is the London Fashion Week?
Yeah, you don't really see plus size models.
They're not down with the plus size women yet?
Not really, not yet.
Is it mostly just a US thing so far? Or?
I think so. I think US is just more progressing in plus size modeling than Europe right now.
Have you done any gigs internationally outside of the U.S.?
Yes. Okay. I flew out to Montreal, and they only speak French. I didn't realize that. And so I'm on set, everybody's picking and pulling apart from my outfit, my hair, my makeup, and they're only speaking French. So I'm trying to figure out what they're saying. And I'm also learning French too, but not that great. That was for Youth to the People, as a skincare brand. It was really a cool experience. I felt like like Hillary. No, I felt like Lizzie McGuire in the Lizzie McGuire movie where she's like in Italy and like everybody's speaking a different language on set. That's how it felt. But it was pretty cool.
Okay, awesome. What about you?
Hi, my name's Misty. I'm going to be 28 forever. And I'm also a model, and I'm an actor.
Wait, what do you mean 28 forever? What?
28 forever. Take it how you want to take it.
So are you actually 28 or?
Forever.
She's 28 forever.
Yeah.
So you're like
55.
Okay.
I'm 28 forever.
28. Okay, maybe we'll get into that later. What about you?
Hi, I am Jasmine, and I am 25, and I work in marketing, specializing in social media. Most likely, I focus more on the nonprofit sector.
Gotcha. Madysen, if you want to intro yourself.
Hello, my name is Madysen. I'm 18 years old. I currently work for the Whatever podcast. I'm a host at a bar as well as a student in college. I go to Santa Barbara City College, and I'm studying business and accounting. Can
you turn your head that way just so they can see your hat? So wait, your last name is what?
Vue.
So you're Madysen Vue.
Yeah.
But the hat she's wearing, it's from Dragon Ball Z. There was a character called Majin Buu. So it's interesting because now you're Madysen Vue. Maybe you're Madysen Buu.
I don't know what character. I don't even know Dragon Ball Z.
Maybe we'll. Okay, well, I'll show you a photo. I'll show you a photo later. Okay. And by the way, guys, we were planning on having 2 other people here at the panel, but they no-showed. It is what it is. It would have been nice if they said, "Hey, we can't make it," but it was just a straight up no-show. So smaller, more intimate panel tonight, but we have a lot to react to. So we're gonna go around the table once more. So what is your current relationship status? So are you single? Are you in a relationship? Are you in the talking stage? Are you in a situationship? Are you in a sex cult, polycule? Are you part of a harem? Whatever it may be.
Wow.
So also, if you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
So I'm single. I've been single for years. I can't even remember the last time I was in a serious relationship, but I've been obviously I have a roster of men that I date from time to time. Maybe I'll do like a 1 month, 3 month stint.
Sorry, Nick, it's muted, the audio. Sorry, continue.
Oh, no, it's okay. So I've been dating for the past few years, but I haven't been in a serious relationship for a few years. So I would say just single and dating and trying to find love.
Gotcha. Let me just, FDG, thank you very much for the, for some reason our audio was muted there, but thank you very much for the gifted memberships. So single for very long time.
Yeah.
When was your last relationship? Oh, there it is. I don't know what happened. FDG, thank you very much for the gifted 50 memberships.
Single. Oh gosh, I feel like maybe it's been about 5-6 years, something like that.
Gotcha. And you said, what was your longest relationship?
I would say 2 years.
2 years. Got it. Okay. You said you've been single for about 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's been like maybe a thing.
Oh yeah.
Ting,
There's like, but I don't count
weeks,
like I don't count like a month here, a couple months there. I don't really
like situationship type shit.
I don't. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay.
Like there's So.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about you?
I am currently single. I've been single for a few years as well.
Okay. Longest relationship?
Longest relationship. I think it was probably about 5 to 7 years on and off.
On and off again,
on and off,
5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
How many times was it on and off?
Like a lot.
A lot?
It turned into long distance. It started like good, and then it turned into long distance. And so long distance, some people have trouble with fidelity.
Because you hear stories of people who are in well, it was long distance, but in on again, off again relationships, and it can range anywhere from, we were on again, off again a couple times, to like people breaking up every week. You know,
it wasn't
like that?
No, it was more like, he was my first love, and I'm pretty sure I was his. And then when I moved, I think it probably broke his heart. So he went rogue. And so it was just like continual not trust. Like I'd go there for Christmas, he'd come visit me, but like,
Okay. So like you broke up how many times do you think?
When you're young like that, it's you're toxic. So I don't know that I can count that. Just like, it's over. And then, babe, why didn't you call me? So
okay.
I've, come a long way.
Gotcha.
How old were you
When we first, I was like 16.
Oh, okay.
I was 16. We were first loves, and
Good times.
I learned a lot. It was toxic.
What about you?
Yeah, so I am single. I've been single for 11 years. The last time I had a relationship, I was 14. And my longest relationship was 6 months. And it was with my first boyfriend when I was 13.
Okay. And in your pre-show notes to us, you said that you consider yourself religious?
Yes, I do have a relationship with God.
Okay.
And I exercise my faith in that. So that definitely plays a factor in dating.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you, what's your situation?
Like right now, like dating?
Well, yeah, you said, like, hold on, sorry, it's been a shit show before the show, guys, because we a couple people bailed. In your pre-show information, you said that you are waiting until marriage to have sex. Is that correct?
Yeah, to have sex, yes. I'm waiting till marriage,
Okay.
but I am willing to date now
Gotcha.
for marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, with the goal to get married.
Okay, gotcha. But so you've never been intimate with a guy?
Never.
Never.
I'm a
Zilch.
virgin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I've been single for 11 years, and I haven't even been pursued. So I've never been asked out within 11 years.
Within 11 years?
11 years, yeah. Usually, when I was, so I've always been big my whole life, except for when I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
The first time that I lost a lot of weight, I was 13. And that was when I got a lot of attention from guys. It was a whole world, like a whole different world for me. And that's when I had my first boyfriend. And then when he broke my heart and, we did it for 6 months, I ended up hoeing around and I had like a bunch of boyfriends back to back, a lot of drama. But then when I gained weight, like all of that kind of left. And when I was in high school and I was 16, I lost a couple, weight again. And that's when I noticed that guys would become interested in me. And then once I gained weight, there's no game. So yeah, that's kind of how it's been right now.
Got it. Okay. Madysen, your situation?
I'm in a lovely relationship for about a year now, a little over a year. This is my longest relationship. So,
Are you engaged?
no, it's just a promise ring.
I was like,
it's a promise ring.
What is the promise for?
To be with each other forever.
I hear that a lot.
Oh,
Okay, never mind. Let me keep my thoughts to myself.
A lot of people don't really wear promise rings anymore, so it's cool to see you wear one.
Wait, no, actually, just go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear what you had to say.
Well, okay, because several people that I know that have done the promise ring thing, I think it's sweet when they tell me that, but then they end up breaking up, and then it's like, well, how much did that promise really mean? I feel like the real promise is signing your name on a marriage certificate where you can't just easily walk away and then leave me with a
Which
useless.
is very, very true. And
ring.
Eventually, we plan on getting married.
What's the
in
difference
the
between a
future.
promise ring and an engagement ring?
FDG, thank you very much.
I think it's for a lot of people who just can't get married yet, or feel like they're too young to get married, or if anything other else is going on in their lives where they feel like they shouldn't be married at the moment. Like promise rings kind of solidify it into getting married in the future, hopefully.
FDG, thank you so much for the gifted 50 memberships. I think that gets us over to the 5,000 mark. So thank you very much. I think we've unlocked the maximum emotes. So thank you very much, FDG, a true Giga Chad. Going back to you really quick in your pre-show notes, so you said that you got into a fight because of your first breakup when you were very young. You said you were dating a guy at 13. You got arrested. What happened?
Yes, let me explain. So I had my first boyfriend when I was 13. We dated for 6 months. He broke up with me, and I was very heartbroken. And I had a lot of game. I really don't know what other word to use than game, but I had a lot of guys wanting to be with me and all that stuff. And one of my best friends at the time, she had an off and on again boyfriend. And back then we would send notes. This was in middle school. And he sent me notes saying that he wants to be with me. And I was like, you're literally on and off again with my best friend. I was like, that's not going to happen. So I gave the note to my best friend, and she was very upset. And in the note, it said everything, his handwriting and everything, that he wants to be with me and stuff. And she basically ended up talking to him, and he ended up telling her lies, that I'm the one I'm the one who wrote the notes, and that's not the case. And she basically just wanted to fight me because she was upset that the men that she loved, or boy that she loved, because we were middle school, liked me. And we ended up, like, I ended up going to the counselors, talked to, I was a goody girl, nerd, all that stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to fight. You're my best friend. We're not going to do this. So I talked to the counselor at school. She literally brought both of us in a room. We talked it out. And leaving that room, she literally told me, she's like, hey, Jasmine, I know we work things out, but don't let anyone know. And I was kind of caught off guard. And I was like, okay, whatever, I'm going to move on. And then later on, they told me, we were in recess or lunchtime. They told me to go, this girl told me to go somewhere, and I followed her, and she was there gathered with so many people to fight me, and we kind of fought, and I see that as self-defense. I didn't want to fight, and I got arrested because it was such an intense fight. Like, she arranged everything. Everyone was, even the nerdy people that don't care about fights, they were right there. So I couldn't get out of it. We fought. I got arrested. She got arrested for disorderly conduct. We got suspended for 3 days. I had court homework, and I just had a lot of, when you have a lot of boys coming after you, there are certain girls that hate on you. And another interesting tea, I'm not sure if you guys know her, but her name is Jelena Ojeda. She's a very, very successful, like, influencer model. She also went to my middle school, and she also had a lot of guys after her. So those 3 days that I was suspended, they also jumped her. So, like, if you're a girl who a lot of guys like, they're gonna come after you and, like, fight and do all that stuff. So, when I did gain weight and I say my game left, it was a little bit relieved because I didn't have that drama. Yeah, I didn't have the drama from the girls anymore.
Wait, so what were you arrested for?
So I was
arrested. What was you charged for?
I was arrested for disorderly conduct.
Did you go to juvie, or they just
gave
you a ticket?
I was with the cop, and she told me that she was like, you have great records. You have one of the highest GPAs. This is unlike you. And I was like, yeah, I was self-defense. And she was like, so I'm not going to take you, but I should, but I'm not going to take you because of your good records. Okay. So I'm still going to have a record, like an arrest record on your account and stuff like that. But she basically told me that she could have taken me, but she had the choice to take me or not. And
like
she decided not to take me.
She gave you a warning, basically.
Yeah, she gave me a warning. But even after that fight, she did say that if I get in another fight on campus ground, that I will definitely be arrested and go. And I got into 2 other fights, but outside of campus, so it didn't count.
So did you fuck her up, or what was it? Who won the fight?
So that's an interesting question. I honestly think, okay, so let me explain. So she was here, I was here. She ended up hitting me first, so I fought, and then everyone was coming towards us, and both of us tripped, we fell, everyone else fell, so there was a bunch of other people on the ground. So when the teachers came to see who was fighting, they literally picked up people from the hairs. They suspended other people too, because they picked up one of my friends with her hair. She started cursing at the teacher. Teacher got mad. That girl got suspended too. So it was literally like everyone was on the floor. Like, everyone started to, like, it was just a disaster. And then me and her were basically on the floor. And then I was trying to get on top of her, and I was trying to hit her. And I did get some hits in. And that's when the teacher knew who was the one that was fighting, because I still tried to fight.
Okay.
Fat bastard donated $100. Get in my belly. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Ribs, I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Ribs, Chili's baby back ribs.
Very cheap ribs.
What's up, Nick?
I said, when you get a chance to check this.
Yeah, but Nick, don't interrupt a TTS, man. Come on. All right. Okay, so, sorry. Single. We'll come in. But come on, there's some guy that you guys, there's some guys in the picture, right? Come on.
I told you I had a roster, but no one I'm taking seriously right now.
You got a roster.
Yeah.
When you say roster, though, what does that mean?
It means that there are men that I am entertaining that I allow to entertain me for the time being until someone is seriously pursuing me and putting in that effort and taking me on dates and planning dates and things like that. They stay on the roster, and like the one who's putting more effort, they get bumped to like number 1, and the one who's putting less effort, they, bump to, they fall off. So, and then sometimes I have to get rid of my whole roster and start from scratch, and, it's exhausting, but it's work.
So currently, and do you have a roster too, or
I don't know that I would call it that. I look at it slightly different.
You got a
although
bench?
she's kind of
Is there a bench?
I mean, I don't even think about it like that, right? Like, I won't like keep them if I'm not gonna pursue them for a long-term relationship.
Okay.
So like, if I've already found that this is not working, they're gonna fall off quickly. I'm not just gonna keep them to entertain them.
Okay. What would you call it then? What do you call it?
I mean, like, I'm either dating them or I'm not dating them. Like, we're either talking and we're not talking.
Do you have like a main piece kind of and some side
I
pieces?
have men who are attempting to show what they have to persuade me to say yes or no.
Okay.
But, and I mean, yeah, that's probably what it is. And when one of them makes sense, then I will be going forward with that.
Gotcha. And I mean, you already told us, but
Yeah, I can.
nothing. Like it's
Yeah.
been 11 years. Come on, some guy.
I can explain a little bit more. So
Let me first. I'll come back to that really
Okay.
quick. But so you have a roster. What's the roster looking like? You got
Right now?
How many dudes are on the roster?
Hold on.
Oh no, don't make her count.
I had to, because,
10 years
it's a new week, it's a new day.
I got you.
math
We're doing
symbols.
some math here. Let's,
I would say like a safe number is 5.
safe numbers 5. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you like entertaining all 5 at
Yeah.
like the same time around, do you think?
Yeah.
Do they know about each other?
No.
They don't know about
They
each
have
other?
to know that they're not the only people dating you.
I don't think that they would continue
You're on TikTok saying that.
Yeah, but the
those are
guys
not
I
the
date
only-
aren't on TikTok. They're like not spending their time on the internet or on social media. The guys I date, they don't like social media. They're just like, they're about work. They're about their business. Like, they don't live on the internet. I do. They live in real life.
Gotcha.
Are
Okay.
they also spending time with other women, or are they just
They
like,
probably are.
for
I
you?
assume that they are, until we get to a place where we've both agreed that like this is serious and you need to drop your roster, because I'm going to drop my roster if I know it's serious,
Yeah, for sure.
How
So-
often? So you said it's about 5 guys on the roster.
Currently.
Is it more? Is it less? Because
No, it's around, I mean, it's
around
hard to-
5.
Around 5.
So it
but
could
like,
be 6, could be 4.
yeah, but it's not like I'm talking to each of them every day or
Yeah.
I'm seeing them every day. It's kind of like they're in the vicinity, and if they, call
Yeah.
me on Friday night, I'll be like, okay, let me see. I'm going to schedule Jay on Saturday and Josh on Friday.
Put them
like,
in the calendar.
yeah, put them in the calendar. I'm a busy woman. I can't like take time, so
Yeah.
I schedule them out,
Oh,
and then
schedule them out.
I schedule them out, and then
No less than
In
many
like,
dates.
let's say in a week or a fortnight, of the 5, how many would you say you schedule in a fortnight? So
What's a fortnight?
Oh, 14 days.
Yeah.
14
Oh,
days.
in 2 weeks.
I'm being kind of extra with the fortnight thing.
No, it was
I just-
nice.
Thank you. 4.7 years ago.
I would probably say I would realistically 2 per weekend.
2 per. So you could do
Yeah.
you might do a Friday, Saturday.
Yeah,
So Bobby on Friday,
yeah.
Cornelius on Saturday.
Yeah.
Whose name is Cornelius?
What's that?
Whose name is Cornelius?
I'm sure there's a
You
Cornelius in the group chat. Like,
Don't
Fortnite
sleep.
and your Cornelius. What's next?
Don't sleep on Cornelius's, okay? They put it down, okay?
Okay.
If you want, I know a guy who I could link you up with.
His name is Cornelius.
no way.
Yes, I swear.
Single.
Yeah,
Is he smart?
yeah. He's like kind of. He grew up in a very isolated community.
Okay.
Because I like what normal person. Okay, I shouldn't. I don't want to throw him under the bus, but like.
So he's not on
grew
the
up-
internet.
No, he doesn't have any social
Exactly.
media.
My favorite types.
Doesn't have any social media, and he like grew up in a very rural area with like super traditional parents. He's like how do you explain it? He's
wholesome.
He's a gentle giant.
Oh, I love gentle giants. They're my
Yes.
faves.
So if you want, I could put in a word.
Yeah, tell
Cornelius.
Cornelius I said hello.
Question though
Cute.
on the whole Cornelius thing.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that there's just certain names and I'm getting a little intimate here, that in the middle of some bedroom fun, you can't be talking dirty if they got a weird name. Do you know what I mean?
I'm with it. I don't
I'm with
care.
it too.
Like,
Cornelius.
I couldn't imagine myself pulling a girl's hair, whispering into her ear, and being like, "Oh, Gertrude," you know what I mean?
But what if
Gertie
you
for
were,
short.
like,
That's cute.
Super attracted to her. She was like just the hottest thing to you. You would scream that name.
I would scream Gertrude.
Yeah, you would.
Oh my.
I might
God.
just. I might just not even use a name. I might have to use.
Oh, yeah.
A nickname for the
You
bed only.
bad girl.
Yeah, I just have to call her a girl or something.
Oh gosh.
You can have pet names. That's cute.
Yeah, there we go. So 5 on the roster. And
Yeah.
how long is it a kind of some come and go? So like a guy will fall off the roster, then you replace, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like I mean, like I said, sometimes it's 0. Like if I have a busy week and I just don't have the time, then I'm just not going to entertain anybody. And then sometimes it could be like 10. Like it just depends on, like, I guess the influx of people that I just happen to like meet or match with that week, and I'm like starting to talk to and all of that. So I guess, yeah, it just depends on that.
You said sometimes it might be 10. So let's say in like a week period, or like a fortnight. Let's do fortnight.
Let's do
Yeah.
Fortnite.
What is the most amount of, say, dates that you've been on with different people in a fortnight?
10.
10?
Yeah.
So that'd be, what, 5 a week or something?
Yeah, like Monday through
Damn,
Friday.
Okay.
But that's if I have like
Impressive.
If you have the
That's
time.
if I have time and energy. It's a lot of energy to
Sometimes
give
it's a
to
lot to
people.
date.
Yeah,
It's-
dating. Oh my gosh, I call myself a dating guru because I do this so often. And at this point, like sometimes I do it just for the experience, just for the plot, because I just like I'm so exhausted with dating. Like when you're trying to find the one, you go through all of these ups and downs and roller coasters. I'm like, let's do it for the plot. Let's see what happens, and I'll like
Right.
start experimenting and be like, this is a guy that I would never go for. Let's see how this works. Maybe I'm picking the wrong ones. Maybe I just need to try something completely
switch it up.
different from my type.
Sure.
You know, so yeah.
Well, you definitely are a dating guru, because I mean, your TikTok, you definitely speak a lot about dating, and we actually have a few that we're going to react to during the show. We'll get into those earlier. And you've gone viral a couple times. You had a few that went very, very viral, so we'll definitely react to those, and we'll have a discussion. Just a few more questions. So when it comes to the roster, how many like first dates, and this is for everybody here on the panel, we'll go around the table, how many first dates total do you think you've been on your entire life?
Countless.
Lost count, have you?
I've lost count.
Are
Do
we
you
talking
think-
about like a proper date or just like let's
Like,
hang
let's
out?
say, I mean, well, if we're talking proper date, how do you categorize what a proper date is? Is
Yeah.
it dinner?
You spend money on me.
Okay.
Period.
I would say just first, because some people might have like a meeting, they might meet someone, but
Yeah.
with a romantic subtext, but it's not,
Oh, okay.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
categorize it as a date. Okay, we went
would
on
be
a
the point?
walk type
Yeah.
of thing, or
But what is that?
what is a walk?
Yeah,
Just a
like
walk.
I've had guys do that, and I feel like
I know
that's
some
such
women
a
don't like
waste
to
of
walk.
I mean, it's just
I've
a
tried
waste
it in one of my
time.
experiments. It was terrible. Never did again. Never again.
Really?
I think we saw that TikTok actually. It was a beach
my
walk,
God.
was it? And then
I've had one of those
A
too, and it
beach
just.
walk is how I found my boyfriend.
Oh, that's sweet.
But I mean, you guys met online and decided to go?
No,
on a
we
beach
met
walk?
pretty organically.
So
on the
that's
beach.
when you have
Yeah.
that organic, that just adds something to the
Yeah, I
relationship.
think
When
so
you're meeting
too.
someone online,
Online is-
them
yeah, I
doing
can
the
see how
most
that's very
low effort
different.
thing they could possibly do is such a turnoff.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, of course, because that's what you're going to put to any part of the relationship, and I'm not on there just for a hookup. So
Yeah.
your amount of effort is going to then lead to what your seriousness of the dating game was going to be.
Yeah, I get that. Are you guys like all looking for something serious?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I
getting
want
married and
to
have
be.
kids.
Yes, I want to
Yeah.
pop out a kid in the next year and a half, maybe 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm on that type of time.
I wanted to
First
be
thing
married
I've
yesterday.
seen.
Oh. But do you have an estimate, like how many first dates? Let's say
Maybe 20.
first meets with
I would say 200.
200.
Maybe.
Oh my
200?
god.
That's
Girl, I did a
incredible.
lot.
Can I ask
told
you
you
a
for the
question?
plot.
I can't say yes to everybody.
About your roster. So what are the cons of having a roster? Because you said that you get exhausted. So don't you think there should be a moment in your time where maybe you shouldn't have a roster and just focus on one?
Well, that's what she said.
Yeah, I feel like when I was younger, I used to do that. I did focus on one at a time, but I realized that I was wasting so much of my time. And, you know, like when you're a woman, you only have certain amount of time that you can, you know, certain amount of time to find a husband, get married, have kids, all these things. So I got to a point where I was wasting like 3 to 6 months on a guy who was literally not ever going to be marriage material or husband material, but I wasted all that time because I thought I was going to dedicate all of my time and energy to this one person and it was going to work out. And then I realized maybe I should have scaled it back a bit and see what he's about and see what kind of person he is and the effort that he's making before I kind of went all in. So I think that's when I started the roster life, because now I'm splitting my energy and I'm not like breaking my heart over and over again every 3 to 6 month stint. So that's the logic behind the roster.
Men, that's how men date also. Men date talking to many and
men
then they decide which
men talk to multiple
Let me
women
not speak about all men because I saw you roll your eyes. I'm not talking about all men, but in general, no.
No, it wasn't an eye roll. It was more of a eyebrow raise. I don't
just like,
definitely not all men.
Not all men, no. But like in
Yeah,
general,
I
I think
agree.
the way that you guys look or seek out relationships as a whole is by nature differently, just biologically what we're made to do.
Did you have more on that?
Yes. So when you have a roster, do you feel like you're the one who's wearing the pants or you're the one pursuing them? Or how does that work? Because I feel like the guy should be pursuing us.
Agreed.
So how does that work with you? What
only
have you seen?
that's a great question. I only have a roster because multiple guys are pursuing me. Like multiple guys are asking for my time. Like they're like, hey, are you available Friday? Well, I got to check because Bobby, Joe, and Mo like texted me too, and they also want my time. So I feel like the roster kind of just got built around the interest. And like if I have so many people like wanting my time, they're probably not all worth my time, but I don't know that yet. So, and I don't want to say like no because I said yes to this one guy. I'd be like, well, I have 2 hours scheduled on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Are you down? Like, and just kind of schedule them out that way.
Okay. Cool.
And do you like go on dates with them, or are you just like, okay?
Oh yeah, I don't. And that's another thing too. I feel like I'm so traditional and I'm so like, you know, you gotta take me out on a date. Like let's do dinner, let's do movie, let's do roller skating, like let's do an activity. For me to really get an idea of who you are as a person, especially in public. I think a lot, especially online, guys, like a lot of guys will, you know, be like, hey, what? And I never met them. Like, hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? Why don't you come to my house for a dinner? I can cook you dinner and we can watch a movie at my house. It's like, sir, do you want to get robbed? Because you don't know me. You don't know if I'm going to set you up. Like you just don't know. And you're so comfortable inviting a strange woman from the internet to your home. And a lot of guys feel that way on dating apps. So I'm just like, I'm not about that life. I'm very like, I want to be careful.
And I mean, I want to just piggyback on her saying the rob thing. Like men, I commented something and someone else had said that, oh, you know, why was she going to go and she's going to rob the guy. But it's like where we're coming from is as a woman, anytime you invite us over to your house, what goes through our minds is you could drug us and you could do, you know, you could do anything. And so we have to take that into account when we say yes to anything, and that's even in public. So it's almost like a privilege that a man gets to be able to say, come over to my house, and he's not even giving a second thought that you could be robbed, you know, that anything that could happen to you, but we think that immediately.
That is very true.
Can I just have you tilt your microphone down like this? Yeah, just perfect. Sure. So, okay, just going back to the how many first dates question. How many first dates do you think you've been on? I
thought I was doing good by saying 20, but you said ever in my life. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
whole
like
life.
Maybe 50, not
50
a whole
dates.
lot.
Okay. And then.
Well, I dated during middle school.
Right, but you said in 11 years you haven't even been like approached.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
You just stay at home all the time?
No.
Like, guys don't.
No. So I feel like one of the major things that I encounter is getting friend zoned a lot. I've had a lot of crushes, and I kind of let them know, like, you know, I give them my attention, but they just never make a move.
What's your type? Like, what if you're just going after the wrong type of dude?
Well, I mean, I don't date. I don't have like online apps. Maybe that can help, but. And I guess when I was in college, I had opportunities to date, but I only met like 3 types of guy. The first type of guy is that one guy that's already in a committed relationship. Once he graduates, he's gonna get married. They're already planning their wedding. The second type of guy, he's like, oh no, I want to go to medical school. I don't want to date nobody. I don't want to commit. The third type of guy is like, I want to like hoe around. So it was kind of hard for me to date during college. And right now I'm not really surrounded by a lot of guys. And the guys that I am surrounded with, they're already like married. So I feel like my surroundings has something to do with it too. Yeah.
That's a factor because I know because I've lived in the city for the past decade, so like I think there's more like opportunity and a lot more influx of people when you live in a city versus the suburbs. But I feel like when I go like to Ohio, for example, to like visit family, whatever, and I'll swipe out there, I feel like I do meet great guys with great mindsets that want to like get to know me for real and want to take me out and things like that. And I feel like I do get some good quality guys out there. It's just not a lot of options, and it's hard, like it's just hard to like meet in the middle, I guess, with that. But I definitely think environment.
Exactly. And I meet a lot of traditional men, so a lot of them at this age are already married.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just, I guess I'm 25, so I'm kind of that in the middle age and just kind of seeing what's out there. But I feel like maybe I should be putting in some more work in dating, but I just don't want to go online. And I'm great at meeting people. I'm great at meeting guys. I'm a huge extrovert out, but they just never make a move. Yeah.
And you're gorgeous, so they're bugging. Like,
yeah, you gotta put yourself in places where you're gonna be approached by men. You know?
Where's that?
I mean,
Let me know.
It depends what kind of man that you want, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, often maybe a bar or someplace.
Like, do you want a
someplace someone might
religious
go,
man as well? I heard you were religious, right?
Yeah,
Like,
so
do
he
you
does have to have a relationship with God. God has to be number one. I can be number two. But he definitely needs to have a relationship with God. He needs to have self-control, like all those virtues a lot of Christian people look for.
Do you go to a church where there's single men?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Right. Like I said before, I am around a lot of people, just haven't been approached.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sorry, hold on. We got
Asian Nuke student donated $100. Well, to all the fatphobic jerks in the chat, you shouldn't make fun of fat people. They've got enough on their plates already. Ladies,
bro,
lighten up,
be nice, guys.
ignore them, be the bigger person.
Do you guys have a
I think he's so sweet. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We have enough on our plates? Okay.
There you have it.
I get it.
You guys have a good taking it on the chin, I guess.
I mean, he spent money to do that, so that's nice. Thank you.
I love when a man spends money on me, so thank you.
So, first thing for today, we are going to react to an article. Nick, if you could pull up the article, or it's just it's a photo, then we go to the article. Should be the first thing. Can you hide us really quick? Just hide us. So this is an article. Plus-sized women admit they aren't attracted to overweight men. And Nick, if you could tab over.
Oh my God.
Facts.
So this is the article, whisper.com. Nick, if you can just scroll down. Actually, scroll back up. I'll just read it. Can you mouse wheel control up so make it a little bigger? Yeah, that's good. As a plus-sized woman, there's this expectation that you should only date overweight men. Oh, you can show us on the right side. But what if you aren't attracted to plus-sized men? These women open up about dealing with the stigma of being plus-sized and refusing to settle and date overweight men. From dealing with harsh criticisms to feelings of guilt for their preferences. Find out what they had to say in all these, in these tell-all confessions. Scroll down. I'll just read the first one. Sometimes I feel guilty because I'm not attracted to bigger guys, even though I'm plus size myself. I find it rare to find a big guy that takes care of his appearance and hygiene the way I do. Scroll down. I'll just read one more. I'm a plus sized woman, but I'm not attracted to big guys. I get a lot of hate and criticism for it, but I can't help that I like average to muscular types. So on that topic, do you guys have a reaction to that? And also just what's your type? Do you like bigger guys? You like plus size men? Or
I have an immediate reaction. Even in like when they're writing, she says settle for a plus size person. They're assuming just because that you like someone who's not plus size that then you're settling for someone who is plus size. That's already like a negative connotation. You can be attracted to whatever you are attracted to without putting another thing down. Like when I'm talking to a man, and usually the men I talk to, they're fit-bodied men. I'm attracted to athletic men. I was athletic growing up my entire life. I was also like 212 as a competitive figure skater, beating girls who were much smaller than me. So I'm always attracted to things that I do. I like to run every day. I like to work out. And so I'm attracted to men that are like that. And I feel like it's okay to just like what you like, because they're obviously still attracted to me too with their shape. You just got to like what you like. Getting where you fit in.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I don't really have a type. Because I really am attracted to a man that I like on an intellectual, like mental, emotional, like all the other things you would connect with a human being with. I feel like I'm more attracted to that versus their looks. And when I think about like plus size guys and like athletic guys or fit guys, I can only really speak from like my experience, and it feels like the guys that come after me or the guys that are like showing interest are like gym bros, like super fit, super athletic.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
they all
They
are
love
in
chubby
my
girls.
DM. Like they're just
Wow.
like coming at me, and I'm just like, well, that's weird. So I guess I tend to date more like either tall, skinny, lanky, athletic, or just fit body types, because those are the ones who are talking to me. I haven't yet like really had many plus size guys kind of show interest in me. I did date maybe one or two, or I went on a couple dates with one or two. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm just kind of whatever is offered, like whatever is pursuing me is what I'm paying attention to. And the comment about their hygiene not being good, I've dated two really fit guys with six packs and they stunk. And I'm just like, so it's really just not the plus
That
size
sounded like
people.
self-hate.
There's some smelly guys out there and they're fit. So
And you have to understand, a lot of plus size people also don't necessarily have confidence in themselves. So where they won't judge themselves, they'll be okay to judge someone else. Usually that kind of thing is projection. It's what they're feeling on their inside. So
Yeah.
for that person, with those plus size women to then degrade what they also are at the same time, it seems like just a little bit of self-hate and boost your self-esteem, and that kind of thing will be said.
Right. So for you, it sounds like you would have no problem dating a plus size guy, but the guys that are coming to you, that are hitting on you, there's been a few plus size guys, but it sounds like it's mostly you getting like just kind of regular size, even fit guys, so.
yeah.
So with me, I'm attracted to guys that they can inspire me. So kind of what the article said, I agree. I, as a plus size girl, wouldn't date someone who's plus size. Because
why is that?
Because I want a guy who I can look at and admire and be like, oh, like I would like to be that way. I would like to date someone who's fit, obviously, because I want them to be strong and all this stuff. But yeah, I guess it kind of seems hypocritical, because some people are like, well, you're plus size, you should date someone who's plus size, or you should at least consider it. And it's like, yeah, but we have our preferences, and I would like to date someone who is fit because I can admire them. They can also help me improve in my fitness journey, because I truly believe that when you're in a relationship with someone, you two influence each other so much. And I will like someone who can kind of help me in an area that maybe I'm struggling in.
But what if you're
and
with
be
a
that good
guy
couple.
who's fit and he likes you because you're plus size, and then you are inspired so much by him that you lose weight, and then he becomes unattracted to you?
Oh,
Interesting. Well,
so she has to stay.
I'm going
where
to tell
she's
you
at.
right now that usually the men who are
that
attracted to
happen?
me, they prefer me.
Oh yes, same.
They prefer me.
They
Really?
prefer my
Yes.
body type.
They
yeah.
might mess with something other, but
I hear
if
that
they're
a lot.
watching, they
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
and to each their own. Like, I've got a best friend who's very, very thin, and like her husband loves the crap out of her. So it's just kind of like,
So do you think that's like a fetish almost?
I think it depends how you look at it, right? You can
Yeah.
just
In that
genuinely be
case-
attracted to something like this without fetishizing it.
Right.
So I think it depends. It's how the person talks to you, how they treat you. You can usually tell
Yeah.
if they're really quick to be handsy with you. Usually it's a fetishized thing. If it's a short, quick thing or something they don't want to take during the daytime, not real dates, that's why someone like me will require something that's, you're proving that this is
Yeah.
not just some sort of fetish. Yeah, but I mean,
Because what you said, what makes me think it might be a fetish is like if they were to lose attraction for you, if you were to lose some
Yeah.
weight, that's to me is kind of like I would hope that they obviously physical attraction is important, but I would hope that they
I feel
like
like
you for
that's going to be the
you,
guy,
you know?
though. Like, is he kind of a douchebag? Because he can do the same thing to his wife who was thin when he met her and then get her pregnant, and now she's gained some weight, and now he's lost attraction to her. Nothing wrong with him, right? Because she changed from when he met her.
Is that something you've encountered though? Like you
Yeah.
started losing weight and the guy started losing
I've not encountered someone just like, I've got respectfully a dope personality, so you're gonna fall in love with me. But
Okay.
if you did decide, I have had men who've been like, they wanted to like feed me. I like to work out. I do like my sweet things, but it's not something I gorge on.
Wait, they like to
Like,
but
you
like
food.
in a just like a normal sort
Like,
of way,
he
because
just-
there's
he
some
want-
like weird, you know what I mean?
It was
Feederisms.
weird. It was a little weird.
What's it called?
Feederism.
So they like
They
wanted to
they
make
get
me
off. They get
cookies.
hard if they watch you eat.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Have you
He
guys
wanted to feed
encountered-
me.
I'm not big
cookies.
enough for that. I got to be twice
No,
my
you
size.
don't. I was my size, and
I'm talking about feederism. Have you experienced that?
Well, he wanted to feed me cookies. Yeah, he wanted like, he was like, I want to make you cookies. I want you to eat cookies. Like,
And
that's my
He
favorite
wants to
food.
look at you eat it.
Like, yeah, it
let
was
me
like,
see
I've
you.
never
Let me see you eat.
Yeah, and I've had guys do
weird.
like, people are like, I want to take you out to eat. Let's eat together. And I'm like, at the same time, like, you got to eat. And like, I do like nice food. Like, but I don't feel like they're.
But are you saying it's something beyond? Because I'm obviously, like, it's for anybody, like a dinner date, that's a pretty normal thing. But was it going beyond that to, like, he wants you to, like, stuff your face?
I
and,
mean, like, we didn't
you know?
get that far, right? Because I'm not going to sit there and do that for you. Like, respectfully, that's a little too far for me. But yeah, I mean, like, when he expressed himself, it seemed like that could be the way that maybe it could go.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to, like, I've just been me for so long that I don't necessarily want to be unhealthy. Like, I know certain things about certain foods, and so I don't want to go crazy. Like, I do like cookies, but I got to be kind of particular about
What's
them.
that story with the witch? Is it Hansel and Gretel?
Which they eat the house?
Where like the witch or something was trying to feed him to get him fat.
Yeah, that
so-
was Hansel and Gretel. She caught them. They were eating the house, and then she was like kept them in the thing, and she was trying to fill their bones, and they were giving her the chicken bones to feel, and she didn't think they were skinny enough.
Oh,
And then they
shit.
eventually pushed her in the stove. That's a really old story. I'm 28.
Okay. Of course.
Well, can I answer the question she asked me? So
Yeah.
I feel like I want to be with someone who also would support my health journey. So even if they love me how I am right now, if I was to become healthier, hopefully they can also love that version of me. And if they don't, and if they break up with me, awesome. I saved myself. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that is kind of weird though. Like, why would you only want to be with me if I'm at this certain size? There
I
are
feel
people
like-
like that, but
But it's the
I don't
same
want
way
them.
when she said earlier that the guys who date thin women, if they were to gain weight, they're like, sorry, Charlie, I'm
I
out
cheated
of
on
here.
you because
so
of
like
da-da-da.
her body also changed from like thin to fat,
Yeah.
and then the vice.
yeah, because the woman's
ways.
body does fluctuate.
Like, when I think about my future husband, like, I know that the kind of man that I want, he's probably going to expect a certain something from me. So every day, whatever I presented to him to get him, I want to continue to give that to him while we're married. So I want to continue to look good every day. I want to continue to do my hair. I want to continue to care about myself.
yes.
And I want to I don't want to let myself go just because. And so here's the thing, and I'm not going to attack you, but when you say that you aspire to be him or you look up to him, that's in a way saying that you don't like what you have right now. And you told me already, you hit the gym. So you're not an example of someone who's being unhealthy, right? But you in your mind have told yourself that because the way you look, it is unhealthy because I aspire to be something that is like him. And what I just challenge you to do, that maybe just love what you got, and then it doesn't matter where you fit before that. That's when the personality, you know what I mean? Because you're dope.
I get your point, but I would still like it's like for example, you have a business and you have a mentor who maybe has already done it better than you, and you kind of look at them, you know, like that type of relationship. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
So question to kind of bring it back here. So you said you are just not attracted to men who are plus size. Is that
I'm
correct?
not correct.
But you've been single for 11 years. Never. Have you rejected plus size men? Like, have they? Because you said you haven't even been approached.
No, I haven't even been approached. So, but
like, if a plus guy's, an otherwise nice plus size guy stepped to you and he said, "Hey, I'd like to take you out," whatever, would you turn him down? Look, physical attraction is obviously important in a relationship. If you're just happens to be the case, you're not attracted to plus size men. Hey, it is what it is. But would you turn a guy down? Like, if he
would
was
I
plus
turn
size?
a guy down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't even give him a chance. Hey, look, I get it. You got to be physically attracted to the person, but
I would say yes, but at the end of the day, when that happens, you never know if there's something else that sparks.
Yeah.
right.
You know, like I feel like I can't be too close-minded, but I kind of
Sure.
understand what you're saying. At least give them a chance. I just would be.
Hey, if you're not attracted to him, I mean, what can
Yeah,
you
I
do?
would just like someone who I can go to a gym with and work out. And if they're like, okay, I don't want to be like that. I hate going to gym. I'm not active. I don't want to do that. Then that's like, okay, well.
Well, plus size men, just like we are plus size and work out, could do that
Yeah,
too.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if they might be plus size, but if they're still like taking care of themselves,
Yeah.
going to a gym, then yeah, okay, we can
Yeah.
work
Healthy
something out.
lifestyle.
But if it's someone who is like struggling with it and they don't want to go to a gym,
Yeah.
they, you know, kind of like
I'm
eating
similar that way,
disorders or
yeah.
something like that. Like,
Would you view it as settling for a plus size guy? Do you view it like, if you were, okay, I guess I'll date, would you view that as settling for you?
Me?
I'm not
Like,
saying
I'm
it
s-
is, but is that
okay.
how you would view it?
How I would view it? No.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't view it that way.
But
Like,
you're
oh, I'm
not
settling
but
for
you,
this person.
you say you're not attracted to plus size men, so I'm trying like.
I am. Well, I'm not, but I feel like there can always be an exception. I don't want to say never. It's kind of like the quote of never say never.
Is there
Like,
any
I don't
plus
wanna-
size guy that you can think of that you're like, I'd date him? Like, do you think a celebrity musician?
No.
Nobody? I'm trying to think.
Nobody.
You think
any,
a lot of more like
I think it also depends what your definition is of plus size.
That's
Because there's
what I was
like
gonna
bigger,
say.
taller
Like, what are we
guys.
talking?
Buff,
Like,
Yeah, what do
like,
we-
Because
are
you have to
they-
look, you have to
Yeah.
be clean and look good and look. You know what I mean? You can't be
Yeah.
like, I don't care about how I walk out of the house, and you're just like in the same T-shirt 7 days a week.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
I feel like you have to take care of
But
yourself.
that goes
What-
back to healthy lifestyle.
What about
Yeah.
Jonah Hill?
Jonah Hill lost a lot of weight. I don't know if
Well,
you know.
excuse me.
He's really dope.
Like older
The
Jonah
older-
Hill.
I
Like,
met
or
him.
younger, I guess. Younger
His,
met
his
him
Jonah.
when
facial
he
hair is
was-
always off
You
to me,
did?
and I don't like that.
Let me, Nick, can you Google a photo of Jonah Hill Superbad?
I met him like shortly after that, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and I was like, Jonah.
28, by the way.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my God, I'm such a big fan. He was like, really? Thank you. What's your name? And I was like, Misty Marine. He was like, nice to meet you.
Okay.
And I was like, you too. And then I was like, here's your table.
Oh, were you a server at the
I
time?
was
Okay.
hostess.
Isn't
He
he,
seems
like
like a cool
5'6"?
guy. What's
I was
that?
young.
Isn't he like 5'6"?
Is he a short guy? I don't know.
No,
He
he
looked
was
short to me.
about my height. I'm 5'7" and a half.
Okay, so he was
Um,
5'6".
He was like 5'8".
Nick, can you control
I
mouse
see.
wheel up? Make
He's
it
just
make
so
it all
talented,
everything
though.
bigger.
And like he makes a lot of money, right?
Scroll down. That's good. Would you
love
go
you,
for Jonah
Jonah.
Hill?
He looks like he's 12 here.
I would friend
This
him.
was
I would
Superbad.
be
This
his
is old
friend
film.
so hard.
No, I would. Same as her. I would definitely be friends.
So
but like,
hard.
But like
No.
factor in. Now, obviously, he's actually lost some weight from this, but this was a very big movie when it came out. So I don't know if like, are we?
And he looks like he's 16.
Would you date him if you had a time traveling machine? Just like
He's
you have to
dating
factor
him.
in. So okay, let's say would you date not just a guy who looks like this, but Jonah Hill, actor,
No,
I have.
wealthy, funny. He seems like a funny guy.
He was a Jewish
you know?
guy.
no.
So is that a no for the whole table?
That's not a no for me. I went
Oh,
on a
you-
date with a Jewish guy that was
Well-
he was much taller, but he was
Okay.
larger. But he treated me like a princess, so sweet. I wanted to like him.
But Jonah Hill though.
He was similar to Jonah Hill looking.
Okay, so you would go for Jonah Hill.
I'm not saying I would necessarily go for Jonah Hill, but if Jonah Hill stepped up to the plate and gave like, here's the thing, just if I'm treated the right way, I'm going to fall in love with your looks because I've fallen in love with broke people and before, and if I can fall in love with just your inside and your heart because that's all you really had, then I think that I can fall in love with the other side of it.
Gotcha. Would you go for the Jonah Hill super
He
bad Jonah
looks
Hill?
like he's 12. He looks
does
like
look very
he's
young there.
5'6".
Let's say he's of age. He's
Let's
of
say he's their
age. He's
age.
18.
I'm not attracted to him not because of his size necessarily, just because of like his upkeep. I don't like
Sure.
I don't like the way he dresses. I
Okay.
don't really like the personality that I get from him. I don't like his vibe. I'm not saying he's like a bad person. I'm just saying he doesn't give me a vibe that I feel like I would vibe with. So I would say no based on that. Based on the
Got
side,
it.
and then also it just like looks wise, he just reminds me of like kid brother type deal. Like I'm not attracted to him because he looks very young to me.
Okay, what about, I want to Google some other photos because I'm going to try to set you up with somebody, okay? Let's
Do
see
it.
here. Can you Google,
Cornelius.
who's that DJ Khaled?
Yes, he's There's a
DJ
thing.
Khaled.
Can we get some
Khaled
DJ
will make
Khaled?
you feel like a princess. You will sit on gold toilets.
He's a big boy.
Can't say
Scroll
no
down.
to that.
Let's see if we can get a scroll down.
But he doesn't eat
Okay, there we
kitties, so
go.
that's
That's
a no.
good. You can pull up the photo of him. He's a big boy. Okay.
He's a big boy.
What do you think about DJ Khaled? He's DJ Khaled.
God,
What's his
dude.
thing?
His
What-
wife is a little
dude.
slim, right? I'm pretty sure.
Do you go for DJ Khaled?
no.
Not.
Yes, if he believed in going down on women, which he does not. He's made it very
It's-
public.
Oh, really?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
so I
Wow.
think that is
Cosign.
very
Cosign.
Triple cosign.
Oh, you're not a fan of?
No, I just can't. You don't. Also, I was co-signing her. You
Oh,
also
no.
don't like. Do you like big light? Oh,
I co-signed DJ Khaled.
So you
So you
don't go
don't.
down on women. You don't believe
so
in
that's a
going
hard
down
no.
on women.
That's a red flag.
Sorry, I can't do
What
it.
is that?
What does that mean?
That looks like you're preparing to eat the meal. Like,
Yeah, no,
what's
I
happening?
don't. It's no, not a fan.
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
All
Well,
right.
we can get into it later if you
It
want.
feels
but-
selfish because men always want that. So it's
Yeah.
like, no. His facial hair is nice.
Let me see. Let's find one more guy. I'm trying to think of like a. More
I like the
plus
guy who
size.
goes,
No, do a black guy.
young
A black
dumb
guy.
man
Yeah.
broke. You know,
A black guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Khalid.
No.
Khalid.
Nick,
I don't think he's
Patrice O'Neal.
fat though.
Patrice O'Neal, Nick.
So he's
I don't-
kind of chubby.
Find Patrice.
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
Get Patrice.
actually.
We need Patrice up on here. We need Patrice.
Do you guys think
Like,
a lot
what's that
of
one
more
comedian's name? He's really funny and he's kind of cute.
Steve Harvey?
No, no.
So this is Patrice O'Neal.
He looks like
Guys,
somebody's
RIP's in the
dad.
chat for Patrice. Nick, scroll down a little bit. Let's see if we can get a proper
What's that
scroll
one guy?
down. We got a photo. He's a bigger guy a little bit, but I don't know if we're going to find it. Scroll down. These aren't the best.
How about
the-
Ice Cube? Ice Cube is chubby.
Is he?
Oh, wait, what?
I mean, he lost weight now, but back in his heyday.
Just really quick. Patrice
Yes.
O'Neal? You go for Patrice.
Wait, for him?
The guy we just showed you.
No.
What? Oh, you go for Ice Cube, though.
What about
No.
Wait, no? What? Okay. All right. You're picky.
Well,
You're
here's-
picky.
I guess. Here's the thing. I love how you're asking me these questions because it's making me really think stuff that I really haven't thought out. I feel like you're asking me if I would date someone who's plus size.
Yeah.
I feel like I would if they have good habits or healthy habits. You know, for example, because there's some people, you know, I don't want to stereotype or anything, but there's some people that I've met a couple that are big and they are pretty lazy. They don't want to go to the gym, and sometimes those habits can rub on me. So
Do you go to the gym?
I
You
do,
work out?
believe it
Okay.
or not. I do. And so that's one of my concerns is like when you are dating someone, whether they're whatever size they are, their habits is going to influence you.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly believe that probably that's why maybe in my mind I wouldn't necessarily date someone who is plus size and maybe just doesn't care about their like having a healthy lifestyle, right? Because you could still be big but have a healthy lifestyle.
have been thin and they have not been working out. It always was me.
Yeah,
you just
that's
want
another
someone
one.
that's motivated.
Yeah.
Someone who's motivated and can go to the gym with me. And yeah, so I guess to answer your question, I maybe would date someone who's plus size, but would I automatically be attracted to them? Probably not.
Okay. What can you think of a guy who you think that you are attracted to? Maybe like a musician, athlete, actor that you think like that's the kind of guy you would go for, that you are attracted to.
Can I think of
Realistically,
someone?
you know. I mean, realistically, I would date like I don't know.
Drake. I love him.
That seems
Drake, her
toxic,
DMs are
but he's
open.
I
so
would
hot.
say-
Can we set that up?
I think he's dating
yeah,
somebody.
I would say Drake is cute.
Drake?
Yeah.
Okay. What about
dating someone.
He's always dating somebody.
He's always dating someone. Yeah.
any other guys, any actors you could think of? Like,
Any
oh, okay, I think I
actors?
could get him, I think.
I don't know his name, but he was one of the lead actors for The Vampire Diaries.
Oh,
Yeah.
Brad
Ian
Pitt?
Somerhalder.
The one that
Yeah.
plays Stefan or the
Damon?
one that
I know
plays
what I'm talking
Damon?
about.
Stefan.
I said Brad.
Paul-
No, Damien. Damien.
The-
Is
the
the one with
dark
darker hair?
Yeah, it's
him.
Ian Somerhalder.
Can we see a picture of them?
Yeah, okay.
I like guys with
Actually,
like pale
he's-
skin
He's
and
really,
dark
really
hair.
attractive.
Ian was in one of my favorite movies. It's an old movie, The Rules of Attraction. James Van Der Beek, Jessica Biel, tons of
I think I've seen it.
old, like came out in early 2000s.
But were they brother and sister?
Wait, brother
Oh,
and
maybe I'm
sister.
thinking of something else.
Probably something else. Ian Somerhalder, yeah, if you can
Yeah.
find him.
Him.
He's in his 40s though, I think.
pretty
And he
attractive.
still looks great in his 40s.
So
Not necessarily him. It was the other guy that was supposed to be his brother.
Oh.
That one, the one
that
on the right.
Yeah.
Top.
Oh, so you're
right.
talking about the
yeah,
the
that one.
Yeah. him.
Interesting.
yeah, click it, Nick. Click it. So
Paul
do you
Wesley.
think that like kind of he's on your looks level, like he's your looks equivalent, looks match, like that's the kind of guy that you're.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think I can grab one like that, but you never know. I mean, yeah.
Do you
I
think
find
that
him
a lot
attractive.
of more plus size women get more attention than plus size men?
Yes, I feel like BBWs or big beautiful women, I feel like some people sexualize them. And here's the other thing, I don't think BBWs represent all big girls.
Yeah.
Because if like you have to be big in the right places to be considered beautiful to those type of people. Like you need to have
mean?
big
That's
boobs,
true.
big hips, big thighs, but somehow have a tiny waist and a fat tummy. That's what most people like think of when they think about BBWs.
I think,
No,
I think
I
about
disagree.
BBL. I think about BBL
Yeah,
when I think
BBL,
about that
baby.
body type.
BBW
Yeah.
usually is like size,
everywhere.
like 20 up, and it's not curvy. So the way, I mean, I'm talking from plus size model standards, but it usually is curve and then plus size, and then you be BBW after that,
True.
which is size 20 and up.
Have you ever slid into any DMs?
I have.
No.
Never slid. Okay. Because maybe that could be a metric. Like,
I
whose
have.
DMs have you slid into?
Masego.
Oh,
I love Masego.
slide
I be
in his
sliding in
DMs
his
so
DMs too. When I
hard.
go to a show, I'll be like, Masego.
No, you dare. I love him.
Brian, can I ask a question?
yeah.
Would you ever date a plus size girl, or have you?
When we're talking plus size, what are we talking?
There we
Anything
go. I
here,
think that was a
anything,
good-
any size is
One
here.
of us, like some of these, or one of us, you don't have to say who, or like our size.
I feel
That's a no.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
I
No
I
offense.
promise
I'm not
you.
Listen,
I
but look,
just
I'm not-
disagree. I
I'm
just
not a
know that I
fucking-
can
You want
pull
someone
you.
slimmer?
Listen, I'm not like
kidding.
a Greek god. I've been see when I'm stressed a lot. Some people turn to alcohol. Some people turn to smoking. I stress eat, so I kind of got a little dad bod right now. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm not like. I got a little dad bod, so I'm not like over here like I need a. I'm not like a Greek god over here fucking chiseled out of marble, but I need to lose about 10 or 20 pounds.
But what you are doesn't matter what you're attracted to. So you don't have to like,
I feel
like
like
we're just asking what you would go
He's
for.
attracted
Yeah.
to like more petite women.
I have a
Smaller.
wide range of okay.
Men
I
have
got-
very wide ranges.
I have a wide range, and yeah, I think that's the case. Actually, men have a pretty wide range
They
when it comes to
do.
body types.
How
Like-
big do you
so
think you're going?
irritating.
It is irritating.
but you know what's crazy though? I think because I think what it takes for a guy to be deemed physically attractive, and we can certainly have a conversation of, well, do men care more about looks than women?
Yeah.
But I think like the
Yeah.
what women find physically attractive, purely physically attractive, I do think it's a bit narrower,
Yeah.
narrower than
Yes.
what men will find attractive, because like men will find like a pretty like super thin girl attractive, all the way to like you got thick, and you got guys who like BBWs, whereas there's definitely women who like plus size men. But I think like if we're talking about what people will find attractive, I think most women wouldn't find like an untrained skinny guy attractive.
A
You know
lot
what
of
I
my
mean?
thinner friends
Okay,
really like
I see.
dad bods. Like you're not even like as dad as they can get. Like
I could get more dad bod.
Yeah.
I'm like a little bit dad
And a
bod
lot of
right
my
now. I'm
thinner
working on
friends,
it, guys.
like,
I'm working
You
on
like
it.
that?
they love that. Yeah. That's why I say it's just really
Yeah.
whatever you're into, and that's like you got to go out there like confidence with it, because you can pull. I think part of the reason why you may not be pulling is because of the doubts you have in yourself, because that's what my issue was.
Or
for
she's
a
just
while.
super picky. You
I
might
mean,
just
she can be super picky,
picky.
but she can
think it's
get what she wants. You can get what you want, and you're not in California
I think
too.
that's true.
You
But
can
she's
pull
been
exactly
single
what
for
you want.
11 years.
But that's what I'm telling you. I think it's
gotta be
usually it's
realistic
how you
here.
feel
So
about
I
yourself.
blame the
Wrong
guys.
places.
The guys aren't
Oh,
making
can't blame
moves.
the guys.
The guys are not making the moves. The guys, I don't know. Probably I can do something. I don't know.
Yes,
I honestly
yes.
don't know.
We only have control
So,
of ourselves.
I had to get over that hump too.
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
only do
we
what
all
we
did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to get to a point where you believe that you deserve that. When you just said he's cute, but I don't think I could pull him, you need to get at a point where he's cute and I could pull him.
Well, I feel like if I had that mindset, and
Delulu.
I feel like I would have to be the one pursuing them, and I don't really
You don't have
want
to be
to
the one
do that.
pursuing.
What about like
You
a
just have to know.
starter conversation, like, hey, I like that shirt you're wearing. Where'd you
Ask
get
a
it?
question.
I don't know, like just a
And I
question just to
do
open
that.
up.
Like I
Where's the
do that, but
cereal?
I just always they always just see me as a friend, because I don't think a lot of them see me physically attractive.
I think what she was saying though, like you have to put yourself in the right places to be approached by
Yeah.
the men that you want
Yes.
to be approached by
Yes.
as well. You know,
And you have to have that thought that am what they want. Because the minute you say I'm not what they want, your energy is that, and of course not. If you're like, I am what they want, literally Delulu, I am what they want, all the men want to talk to me, all the men, it just like that energy alone will make men attracted to you, because they're seeing the confidence in you. Because at the end of the day, just like he says, there is a wide range. I can literally go back home to Seattle, and I might be like whatever level I'm here. I'm a Seattle 10 easy, because even if a girl is looking really beautiful with standard societal beauty, I've got more confidence in the way I dress and carry myself. Already I'm pulling.
What's a Seattle 10?
That's a good question.
Is that like a Jeff Bezos?
It's like, okay, so I mean, in LA,
Or
everyone's
Seattle?
beautiful. Everyone's
Yeah.
going there to work. And so if you're really pretty, you're going to be an actor or a model. Where in other places, you can be really pretty and just work for like Google.
Okay, all right, Seattle.
We just attract a lot of
Seattle
attractive
10.
people.
Okay. I wonder what like a
Self-proclaimed.
Chattanooga 10 is.
Where's that?
Tennessee.
You
I used to
are.
live in
You're
Nashville.
a 10 in Tennessee for sure.
I'm a 10. And
Yeah, I
you're
think
the
we all- I think we all
As
are
long
10s
as you're
there.
not posting photos on your dating profile with like a big fish, then you would be a
fish.
10.
You don't like the fish photos.
Because like when you're in places like Tennessee and you're swiping through a dating app, it's like every guy has a big fish. Like, I caught this big fish. I'm a man.
What are you compensating
You look
for?
stupid. Like, because it's every single guy. I'm just like, no.
A lot of girls are not fan of the fish, but doesn't that show that he's like in a zombie apocalypse, right? Gabby, listen. Wouldn't you want, like, it's plausible that within the next 5 years, 10 years, there's like a zombie apocalypse. Wouldn't you want your man to be able to fish?
When we get to
You
the
said you're
zombie
traditional, right?
apocalypse, I will seek out the fishmen.
The fishmen.
For sure.
If you're by the
During
water.
the zombie apocalypse.
But right
sure.
now you want like a more urban guy who doesn't know how to fish.
You know what? You make a lot of sense there. Maybe I should use the fishmen.
I'm changing your mind on the
You are-
fish
I feel
photos.
like on social
Yeah.
media too, a lot of the guys that post those fish pictures are guys who don't post much on Instagram at all.
Okay.
That aren't really on
Yeah,
social
there you
media.
go.
So they don't really get how that
Yeah.
works to
Yeah.
me.
You gotta-
Okay, that's
ladies,
fair. You're right.
Reconsider the fish.
I'm going to reconsider fishmen.
Reconsider the guys with the fish photos.
Yeah,
Okay,
I will
give 'em a
swipe right
chance.
on the next fish
Give 'em a chance.
picture.
Do
I
you
will
have a
swipe
photo
right.
like that?
I don't.
Okay.
Do
I
you
don't.
fish?
I want to learn, but I'm
Okay.
slacking in that area of expertise. But
Put the.
to go back to what you were saying, also Tuscaloosa 10. What am I?
Yeah.
Would I be a 10 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama?
Easily.
Okay, just wondering.
I've never
just
been. I
wondering.
don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
So you were asking me, Brian, would you date a
Plus
a plus?
size. And then you
what?
ask what
Here's
is a
what's
plus
weird.
size.
This is gonna sound weird as fuck.
Say it.
Like, I would okay. For some, bro. Okay, I feel like. Don't get me wrong. So generally, I would say my type is probably more like on the petite side. Honestly, I'm trying to get with a dwarf. Do any of you know a dwarf? By chance?
Like a little person?
No.
I
I
don't think
don't.
you're supposed to say that.
Well, I
A
think
little person.
A little
it's
person?
dwarf or little person is
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Both of
Like a
them?
midget.
See,
You can't
midget
say midget.
Can't
is
say
no
midget.
go.
You
You
can't
can't
say
say
So
midget.
we all just said
But
it.
we did say.
Not
but
me.
For the purpose of saying not to say it.
I think it's although she does have a point because okay.
I think dwarf is cute, but I don't know. I'm not a little person.
my understanding. Well, dwarf used to be like the M word.
What's the M word? Oh,
yeah. I
okay.
don't want to say it. Just I got a lot of dwarf followers, so.
So they're okay with that. If they're okay
I
with it,
think
I'm
my
okay with
understanding is dwarf is okay, but now it's called the euphemism treadmill. So what happens is there's a new word that gets introduced that's more PC, but then like through usage over time, it starts to actually become offensive. So it's kind of like where I think it was, for example, with retard, right?
Oh.
Retard was a new term used that was deemed to be politically correct and
Yeah.
appropriate to use.
It was
but
in books.
over time it became derogatory. So now we've come up with other words, and then probably eventually those other replacement words will be deemed
Yeah.
inappropriate.
I agree.
So
It's like using the word fat and then going like BBW, because fat could be offensive.
But that,
is it
Nope.
No.
I love the word fat.
really?
words have as much meaning as you give them. So if
Yeah.
you're going to sit there and say that, you can say that about anything. Okay, if word fat, it's offensive, then I'm offended by it. You could do the same thing with black. You can do the same thing with woman. You can do it with any word you want to. So if you take away the negative connotation of the word, it no longer has that connotation.
Yeah.
So fat is. But if someone insulted you, like they called you.
You're fat.
That's
I
not
would
Would-
assume
would
that
that
was
be-
their
It's
education
I
level.
am
That's all
fat.
you could think of to say about me is what you see physically. That's then ha ha ha, you win. Like going about my day because
Would
I
it-
get paid to be
Gotcha.
fat.
But let's say they weren't using it in an insulting way. They were just. I'm trying to think. Like if they referred to you, like they weren't trying to offend you. They were just saying, "Oh, she's a,"
Like-
not in an insulting way, but she's like, "Oh, she's a fat girl." Is that offensive? Would
Not
you
to
No.
me. Some people are offended
Some
by
people
it.
might be upset
I'm
by
not.
it.
Some,
Okay.
but I'm not. I feel like fat has a definition, and I'm very logical. If I fit that definition,
Sure.
then I'm fat.
Okay. So you got thick skin. You got thick skin.
Yeah.
It sounds
I
like.
feel like that the term fat in the last like 3 years, I feel like has gone a little bit more like acceptable, because when I was younger, you call me fat, I'm ready to fight, you know, like,
Right.
like now I don't feel like it's an offensive term anymore to me anyways, or at least in the groups that I'm in, it's not really offensive.
I agree
so,
with you.
yeah.
I'm the same with you.
So to answer your question, finally, generally speaking, I would say yes, I do prefer kind of petite women, like 4'11". But again, my range, look, when it comes to height though, okay, let's talk height really quick. I'll date a girl who's 4'10". I'll date a woman who's taller than me, 6'5".
So you're very flexible in that.
I'm pretty height-wise, very flexible.
Yeah, guys are
I'll date thin. I'll date thick. I don't know if thick women are attracted to me though, because I feel like most women want to like, they don't want to feel smaller than the guy, and I could be wrong, but I feel like most women, like there's some women who are thick or just maybe more muscular and they got like big legs. Some women got bigger legs than me, and they're like, I don't think they want to fuck with me because I got these chicken legs right now.
We're supposed to have bigger legs.
I know we're
though.
supposed to have bigger legs.
Biologically, women.
I have bigger
because of
legs
our
than everybody I've dated.
uteruses, yeah.
No one's beat me in the leg department.
Oh, well, okay, you never know. But okay, to finally answer your question, for some reason, okay, God, I don't know if I'm gonna get canceled. Okay, kind of chubby Asian women. You know what I mean?
We win again, Chubby. Just
Sorry,
saying.
Madysen.
Yeah.
A lot of them are short, so
Not offended.
I give a pass to
Wait, is that
chubby.
a fetish or like?
No, it's not a fetish. Just like
How is it not?
preference.
no, not even a preference. It's not like I'm zeroing in on chubby Asian women, but
Okay.
no, okay, why not?
You like a little chub.
You're open to it.
I don't mind a little chub. I don't mind a little
Yeah.
chub. I would say
little.
But honestly, most of the girls I've dated that have not been, but like, you know, and I'm a little more flexible if she's got a large labia. Let me just say that. Okay. All right, moving on here.
Yeah, we
You know,
see.
Do you
I'll
find
give-
there's consistency with women's body types and their labias?
I don't think it's tied to body type.
I don't think so either. I was just
don't
wondering
think
if you
It's
felt
not.
if you felt that way.
just like for
Yes.
penis size, it's,
It's
not.
not.
It's not. It's not. But
Okay.
Like,
She said, "What's a penis?" No.
you could be 6'3" and have a tiny little penis.
I took anatomy class. I know what it looks like.
all right. Okay, so we need to react to some videos here. I'm trying to recall where we. Oh, one last person. Nick, if you're able to Google Chris Farley. He was a hilarious
Yes, I know
comedian
Chris Farley.
in the 90s. I think he was on SNL. He passed away in the 90s, early 2000s?
I loved him. I had a crush on him when I was little. I loved that man.
Oh, I actually have a couple of soundboard.
He is so
He was hilarious.
And Tommy Boy, I was obsessed with Tommy Boy. Yeah, love it.
Would you go for Chris Farley?
C.
And obviously,
Yes.
it's just by appearance, right? Because I don't even know him. Like,
But for now,
So-
this wild buck has to
I
roam
Or like
free,
in-
or he will die.
no.
Yes.
My answer is no.
You wouldn't
No.
date Chris Farley.
No. Would you?
Without knowing anything about him, if he just came up to me and was like,
Yeah.
let's go on a date, probably not.
That's how I'm seeing it.
Oh.
Like if I didn't know
I don't know.
anything
I
about
really like his vibe, like his energy. Like look at the brightness behind his eyes, his big, beautiful smile, his chubby, rosy cheeks. Like I love that.
So it's
Santa
definitely a
Claus?
yes.
I love Santa. Like, so yeah, for sure.
Santa fetish.
Not me hitting up the malls for Santa Claus this Christmas.
Not the people online asking if he broke Santa.
Okay. All right. There you have it. Let's do one of the videos. We're gonna skip over one. We're gonna watch the video from Gabby here.
Okay.
right,
And this
Gabby.
is, I think, the one that went the most viral.
I mean, I had a few.
There's a few. There's definitely a few.
Oh, there's me.
Why do they gotta start you off like that?
That's how the video started. I don't know.
I expect a man to pay for the date. Yes, the whole entire date. That includes my Uber to the date and my Uber back to my house. If you are a man that I'm interested in, I want to see that you can provide for me. I want to see that you can afford an Uber ride. I want to see that you can afford a nice dinner date. Like, can you afford basic things? Because if you can't afford dinner and an Uber, my transportation, you certainly can't afford kids. You certainly can't afford a house. You certainly can't afford my bills. And I got bills to pay. Okay?
Period. Period.
I totally agree.
Period.
I drive, but
When
the
you
rest
say
of
you
it.
have bills to pay, what do you mean?
I pay my own rent. I have I have 2 apartments of my own.
2 apartments.
And
Same
one in
city or different?
No, one in New York, one in LA.
Okay.
Yeah, like light bills, and then not even that. Like I need to get my nails done. I need to get my hair done. I need to get my feet done.
Just maintenance bills.
I need like Brazilian waxes. Like I have things to pay for, and like if I'm gonna be dating you, like fork it over. Like.
And is that something that you are more? I mean, it sounds like from the get-go, first date, right in, he should be paying.
Yes.
Get you an Uber for the date, pay for the first date, etc. Does he have to get an Uber or can he pick you up?
He can pick me up, but there a lot of them have said I'll just send you an Uber because they don't want to drive. I don't know why.
And so you're fine with either he sends you an Uber, pays for it, or picks you up.
Yeah.
Okay. And then has to pay for the first date, and then I assume like second date, third date, continue paying. And so currently you said you got about 5 guys on your roster. Are they all, when you're going on a date with them, or when you did go on the first date, they're paying, getting you the Uber? Is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, last night I went on a 3rd date with this guy, and he always picks me up. So he picked me up last night, went to a movie, got some popcorn, slushies, and then he dropped me back, and that was our date.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
he paid for it?
Everything.
Now, the video that we just reacted to went super viral. I know you said there's a bunch of other ones that you've had a bunch that went viral, and we actually got a few. So we're gonna try to get through all of them. Oh, not yet.
Can I comment on that video? So your question.
I'll be right back. But go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Your comment was basically saying that men should pay for the date.
Yeah.
Right. I think I've heard Brian said before that he disagrees with that. I'm not sure. Probably could clear the air. But I totally agree. Because I mean, I always see dating as the man needs to be doing an investment in his love life, right? If you're not willing to pay for the date and invest in your love life, even if it falls through, then you're not willing to invest in things that really matter in the long run. So that's why I really believe that when I go on a date, they need to be the ones paying, because you're dating, if I want to pay, then I'll just go with a friend. Like what's the difference?
Right. And I feel like a lot of women these days, they're like, oh, let me be nice and let me try to pay for half and he'll respect me more. Sis, he don't respect you more.
Nothing.
Like you're just wasting your money and your time at this point.
Nothing can make you less.
And like are men ever shy in trying to push your boundaries and trying to get you to go further than you want to go when you're dating them? No, they're not shy about that because they know what they want. They know what they're investing in this for.
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, so if they're not shy about it, I'm not going to be shy about it.
I feel like I have a little bit different of a perspective because I'm younger. I don't expect a guy to have the money to pay. Like being the age that I am, like I don't expect them to have the money to pay for everything that I need. Like I absolutely think a man should pay on a date. Maybe, I don't know. I just think first date, it doesn't matter that much to me because if I were the guy in that situation, I wouldn't want to just blow money for it to fall through. I think time is worth investing in, but not money.
Those same men, though, when you're on that date, have no problem asking you to come over and asking you to give up your business. So, I mean, you go on this park date, and then they ask you to come over, and now what? They've gotten exactly what they've wanted of you, and you've received what? Yeah. Not anything except for requests for...
my view of sex, it's an equal value exchange.
Nope, it's not. It's for men.
We receive.
Sex is for men?
Especially when you just said they don't want to go down, you don't want to go down on a woman, then what is she really getting? Like
she's going to come.
Are you sure she lied? Are you sure she was like, oh yeah, I'm satisfied? And be like, girl, I was so upset. He didn't even finish. Like, I don't know. I just feel like men benefit more from sex than women do. Yes, women can enjoy sex for sure.
Erroneous.
Women can enjoy sex, but the men are benefiting from sex for sure.
Disagree. First, well, okay.
What would we benefit
we can talk
from
about
sex?
the orgasm gap. So it certainly is the case that, we can get into details, but there is the argument that men are more likely to orgasm, especially if it's like a casual encounter, that men are more likely to climax under those circumstances than the woman is. However, I would say my counter to that would be women are multi-orgasmic. So if a guy comes once, some women, they be coming like 3, 4, 5 times. So now it's really interesting though. I feel like men's climax or orgasm response is very almost typical. I mean, there's some variance, but it's pretty, I mean, whereas for women, it's getting a girl to climax from one woman to the next could be very different. Like some women can come like real, like insane, and they're multi-orgasmic. They come in 10 seconds, they can keep coming. And then other women, it can take a long while. And then there's some women who, despite best efforts, even themselves, there's some women that if they're masturbating or whatever, they just have a really difficult time, or they can't even make themselves climax, which is, I think for men is pretty unheard of. So,
But what's the majority
what do you mean? Of women?
of women? What's more seen?
I think, I mean, at least from my experience, it's certainly,
They struggle.
I would say when I'm talking about like women who are super multi-orgasmic and come really quick, that's pretty low percentage.
Okay.
Probably less than 10%. But I mean,
Lucky
women that
them.
can come, I'd say that's, I mean, 80%, I want to say. At least in my experience, like I've got a pretty good track record of.
You have a lot of experience.
I'm not saying that, but I'm a man of God. But like, I'll
Lord
say
have
this:
mercy.
like my whole thing with sex, even if it's I'm not really interested in casual sex. Like, I don't like one night stands. Like, if I sleep with a girl, I want there to be a continuity. I want to continue seeing her because otherwise, for me, it's a waste of time. What's the point?
Okay.
So, my experience though is. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. We were talking about. Sorry.
If you were very experienced.
We're talking about sex.
Yeah.
Oh,
Orgasms,
yeah, I mean,
experienced.
Oh, no. So what I was going to say is like my whole thing is I want to make the girl come before me.
That's important for
That's
sure.
Yeah.
I like to make
For
her come
you.
before me. So whether that's
But I feel like
hands,
no
toys,
one's-
whatever.
I feel like no one's really taking into account the reason why we have sex. Like this is why it's like such a point thing. It's
Kids.
not just the pleasure, right? Like
Procreation.
Yeah, procreation. That's the reason
Yeah.
why sex happens, right? And so let's say we take the risk and we do have sex. The only person who has to deal with it once the condom
fair.
breaks is
Period.
me.
That's fair.
Like you can choose to be there or not be there. You can choose to be part of me taking the day after or not. If I decide to have the kid, you can choose to be part of it. And
Yep.
I, no matter what, once I let you enter me, I'm now obligated. And I'm thinking about that from the very moment that I even agree
Yeah,
to be
for sure.
around you.
Same.
Because it can happen now that I'm around you. And so I feel like that's what I feel like a lot of people are not taking into account. You said they're talking about sex, who's it good for, who's it not for. At the end of the day, the only person who has to worry about at the end of the day is me, the person with the uterus.
I agree with you on the point of pregnancy. Obviously, that's something exclusively that women could potentially encounter
Yeah.
from a sexual encounter. But if we're talking like, let's assume the context here is, there's not obviously, well,
Every time there's a risk.
yes, but let's say like the intention is not to get pregnant. Maybe the woman's on birth control.
Who's really
But
intending to
that's
get
the
pregnant?
point. That's the
No, no,
point. That's
right.
the one-
people.
That's the
But
point.
if we're talking about
We don't not think about that.
But if we're talking about, because there's often this trope of, well, only men are getting value from sex in the form of pleasure, but like what I was trying to argue there is that, well, actually women also get the pleasure too.
I agree with that.
Pleasure for sure, but she was talking about the benefit, the outcome.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You guys can get that and be satisfied. We don't get that and just be satisfied.
Yeah.
We get that and want more.
I'm not satisfied with just that.
With
no.
the nut?
No.
You get the nut?
Yeah,
I
no.
want my bills
And plus,
paid.
I don't even
You want
want
the bills
that.
paid.
You know what?
She's
Nothing,
got the bills- she's gotta get the bills
nothing
paid.
You
makes
want
me
sex?
hornier.
I want money.
Nothing makes me hornier than
But
you taking
hold on,
care
wait.
of me.
Could you just repeat that one more time?
Repeat that.
Just repeat that. for
Okay.
us.
You want sex? I want money.
I think there's a term for that. Hold on.
Wow.
What's the
Is
term?
that
Sugar daddy?
prostitution?
No.
Oh.
I'm not
Wow.
having sex
So
for
just
money,
so-
guys. To be
just because
clear,
we
I'm
don't have
not
a
having
name-
sex for money.
You know what? I feel like one of the reasons why some women want money is because of that consequence that women can
Yes.
endure.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a risk, like she said.
Yes.
We can have sex, but I would be the one getting pregnant. There's more consequence for women.
Every
That
time.
is why for women, we also get satisfied if you bring money and
For
to
sure.
support that.
Yeah.
So it's not only in the bedroom, it's what's done outside of the bedroom as well.
It's more actually.
I mean,
For a woman, it is.
yeah, like
for
I can
sure.
literally get horny if you have bought me dinner and
Yeah,
bought
for
me
sure.
flowers.
You want to make me come? Pay my rent, pay my bills.
That nothing makes
Like,
me
give
more
me
in the
money.
mood
I
to
will
give
come
you a
for
hug
that.
than you taking care of me. Treat me like a big ass baby, and I will be so ready to like hug and kiss and be around you. Like I gave a guy a
You make
whole
them feel
conversation
safe.
for an hour
You
the
make
other
them
day
feel
because they
safe,
bought
yeah.
me like dinner, and I was like, I think I might like him now.
Think of how many
Wow.
women are
I know.
struggling.
He's treating me right. I think I
Right.
might like him now. If he's watching, thank you.
Think of how many women are struggling in their relationship right now, and they're so exhausted, so tired, so overworked.
Yeah.
And then like all you can hear the guy say is, "Look, she doesn't want to have sex anymore.
won't
She doesn't
be
want to
me.
do this. She doesn't want to do that." Like, duh, because you're broke ass. Like, why would she even be turned? Why would she even? Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. Why would she even be turned on at that point?
Yeah. Bring some flowers home. It's a real quick fix.
Wait, Nick, let me control the center zoom, okay? You can go here, but let me do the center zoom. So, okay, hold on. There's a lot there. So, okay, you're saying that women today, they're overworked, they're tired, they're taking care of the house.
Freaking exhausted.
We take care of
They don't have
ourselves. We used to
time
live at
for-
home, and then our parents would find us someone. There'd be a dowry, okay, and then we'd be sent off to live with him. Now we have to do it
are you
ourselves.
saying,
I don't get a dowry.
So should we go back to patriarchy?
I'm not saying we should
Let's
go back to
go.
anything. We live in a
Let's
patriarchy.
go. We
already
Excuse
live
me,
in a
respectfully,
patriarchy.
we still
Patriarchy
live in
never
a
left.
patriarchy.
Patriarchy never
Let's not
left.
take it away from right now. We
Does-
definitely still live in a patriarchy.
Do we?
Yeah, we do. I
Does
had that
Val?
same conversation with someone in the sauna.
Erroneous.
It's ridiculous.
Erroneous.
I don't think.
Dude,
I
go
don't
to
think
social
there is a
studies in
patriarchy.
any public school in the country. We're definitely living in a patriarchal society.
Wait, go to social social
That's where they
studies,
taught us
you
that we
mean in
lived in a
college?
patriarchal society. That's
Yeah,
what they
but
taught us.
where's the proof?
The fact that men make more money than women in any job that they get
False.
is the same. That's not
It's
false.
false. It's
That's
false.
not
That's
false.
pretty
I literally
false.
work in acting where the men make more money doing the same job that I do when they make it to a certain level. Absolutely.
Well, okay, now
Did
we're
they
getting
make
into
that
There's
a
different
Well,
factors.
but that's just a
than
fact.
gender.
You can walk around with your shirt off. I've got to wear a bra.
I know.
Yeah,
I wanna-
that
really
is actually
unsexualized.
on that thing. I think. Well, okay, we're hitting on a lot of points here. The wage gap, the wage
that has
gap's
to do
been
with it.
debunked. When it comes to the shirt thing, that is actually the only right that I can think of that
We don't
men have
sexualize
over women.
We don't sexualize men the same way that men sexualize women. You
We
can walk by.
demonize male sexuality.
I mean, you can say you can walk by a group of women and they're not going to be like, "Hey, baby, oh, look at you, take your shirt off." The chances of us doing that.
Actually,
I mean,
That's
I'm sorry.
happened to you?
I'm sorry for
Chicks be
Albuquerque
catcalling.
10 or where were you from? Alabama 10.
Tuscaloosa,
That's probably hard for
Alabama.
you. But generally, men can walk by a group of women without those women catcalling them when that's not something that we necessarily have. Or feeling safe walking to our car. I'm pretty sure you do. Where I have to bring some sort of like spray, something. We have to protect ourselves. We have to think about going to your house. Are we going to be okay? Like those are things that you don't have to think about, which shows us.
but
that
the
it's a
way
patriarchal society.
you feel, just because you feel unsafe as a woman doesn't mean that you actually are unsafe. The reality is, if you look at crime statistics, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
But by
So when
other
it-
men.
That's
my
kinda-
point.
Well, that's victim blaming.
Okay.
But
What-
that's not victim blaming. If
It
you
is,
look at-
because what does the gender of the perpetrator have to do with what you're still victimized regardless of the gender of the perpetrator?
I'll be right back.
Okay,
She's gonna be right back.
just go that way if you can.
So men are creating. So at the end of the day, the fact that we can't like we have less upper body strength and we're made differently. Us being able to protect ourselves against those predators is different than you being able to protect yourself against your predator. So the fact of you being scared to walk to your car in the middle of the night is just going to be different because you know if someone comes up to you, even if you might still be victimized by a man, the fact of you getting hurt or being able to scare them off is a higher chance percentage than it is for me.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, like,
That's not about sure. It's not sure or not sure. A man's going to look at you and me. I promise you he's going to choose me to try to overcome than you.
well, I mean, I'm not trying to make a comparison here, but like, you might be more physically imposing than I am.
I promise you I can probably run faster than you, but at the end of the day, he's going
I don't
to.
know about the running part, but
I might.
all right.
But what I'm saying.
should we do a race after the show?
I mean, I can do a nice
little-
jog, yeah.
Do a little run?
Yeah.
Okay.
But what my point is that there. I mean, you can argue the opposite side. What is it called, devil's advocate? But at the
Yeah,
end of the day,
devil's advocate.
a man's gonna come after her before he's gonna come after her, and that's just the rule. They're gonna come after you. They're coming after me before they come after you because you provide a little bit of threat. Me, I don't provide a lot of threat.
I feel like if you look
Let me
vulnerable.
let me respond. I actually disagree because there's actually a thing where even among, like, okay, take criminals for example, the people that would victimize you. Don't get me wrong, like when it comes to mugging, like for some people who would be inclined to mug somebody, the gender of the person might not be a factor, but there is certainly a thing when it comes to criminals, for example, like you look at prisons, right? Look at jails. who are the most reviled people in prisons and jails? People who tend to target people that are deemed as weaker, let's say. So men who abuse women and men who abuse child are going to be victims in a prison setting. But a guy who beats on another man is not going to be, there's not a stigma attached to a man who beats on another man. But as a man, if you beat on a woman, then you're going to get, well, also in a public setting, let's say you and me are in like a bar type environment, like a nightlife type environment where there's a lot of people around. If a guy starts whooping on me, nobody's going to intervene on my behalf, but most women, if a guy starts whooping on a woman, other totally random stranger men will intervene on that woman's behalf and white knight basically and protect her. Free bodyguards. So women have free bodyguards.
I mean, you can say that, but that's like a hearsay, right? Because I've literally physically seen a man beating on a woman and people just standing on. I was the only person to stand up and do something. So I feel like the what ifs about a bar and that sort of thing is a little bit difficult. But the fact that you're saying that a man in jail will then be victimized in jail because he decided to pick on the weaker race, you're already proving my point. That was the weaker thing to go after, which is why he's now victimized in jail, because he decided to go after something that he knew could not stand up against him. Not you, but me. And that's the reason why he then in jail is looked down on, because it's like, you should have gone against a man because that would have been fair. And the fact that you went against something that's weaker means that you're a piece of shit.
Right, but there's this concept like that, okay, men are taught should never hit a woman, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And that's going to provide you certain privileges. Like, for example, if I walk up to a guy and I just, let's say it's a bar, nightclub type environment, and I call him a bitch, I might get fucking slapped. But like women, you have a lot more leeway. Like, you're going to have to antagonize a guy significantly for him to get violent with you.
I don't feel like that. I mean, it just depends. I think it depends on who you're around and where you're at.
Well, obviously it depends on the guy, but,
yeah.
But I would say also, look, you mentioned this scenario where there was a woman who's getting beat on by a guy, and there's a concept of a bystander effect.
Yeah, it was
certainly
that.
For both men and women. When you're witness to something, there's a bystander effect. But I would say I've seen like a lot of situations where if a guy like were to put his hands on a girl and there's a crowd, like there's people around, there's a lot of guys that are going to intervene and they're going to fuck that guy up. They're going to fucking curb. Right, but so
that's why it's a patriarchal society. They see already that they have the hierarchy, and they trying to save something that's weaker.
I feel
that's a benefit, though. You have free bodyguards.
You can say it's a benefit, but it's due to the patriarchy.
Well, there is no patriarchy. I reject this idea that there's a patriarchy.
I think there's two factors
Disavow.
here. Is the culture, right? Like, men are supposed to protect women, and what men can fight within each other. And the other thing too is also like biology, like the physique of someone, like.
We actually have videos on
because
this.
Here's the thing: when if a girl is scrapping with another girl, whatever. If a guy's fighting with another guy, whatever. But if it's a man laying hands on a woman, they're attacking the man, right? Or if it's a woman slapping the man, they're like, okay, good girl, like he deserved it. So
I don't think anybody should
I
be
feel
violent.
like exactly. So I feel like it's those two factors. Is usually women are more vulnerable. And here's what I have to say, like. That's why us as women, we need to have wisdom and be like, what can I do? And you kind of talked about it. You have stuff, right? You have your tools. Some women carry, which I think is great. And some women get like self-defense classes, martial arts. Like, you need to equip yourself and stop like putting yourself and making yourself very vulnerable. And that's empowering. So,
well, just we're kind of getting a little bit away from dating, but just on the whole like violence thing. Nick, if you can pull up in the Dropbox podcast videos folder, there's 2 videos I want to react to very, very quick. If you can get those going for us. Let me know when you're in the folder and I'll tell you which one it is. There's 2 of them. And this is really just to kind of articulate the point that, again, it's not a guarantee that if a man is beating on a woman, other men will intervene, but it's like a very common phenomenon. Do you have it, Nick? Wait, are you in the?
I just feel like that proves my point.
Look, it's Dropbox podcast videos.
The fact that
folders hiding behind Obese, I think.
That's like
so.
That proves my point.
Nick, come on, man. Can you do it?
I mean, I need help here.
Okay, minimize OBS.
Okay.
Click the folder. Click. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
You're good.
Okay, go to.
It's okay.
So Dropbox podcast videos. Let me know when you're there. So we have White Knights 1 and White Knights 2. That's the title.
What?
Love that. And I love seeing that when people actually do stand. That's the type of person I am. Try to stop violence.
Well, here's the thing. In these scenarios, actually, the women are the instigators. And even in those contexts.
Sometimes they can be. I think
even in those contexts, if a man tries to defend himself, that's why my recommendation for men, even if you're like, you would have a claim of self-defense. If a woman's beating on you, you need to like,
just get away.
You need to get out of that situation because
if
there's other people around, even if you're in a genuine, legitimate, valid self-defense situation, if there's other men around and they only see the component of you trying to defend yourself, be careful, dude. You're gonna get fucking curb stomped. So okay, so
a high school?
I don't want to see a fight.
So go ahead, play it. Can you go up, make it a little bigger?
Yeah.
No, that's wait, hold on.
No, it is a girl. She's in a hijab.
Okay, play it. Just move the cursor, please. Is there audio on this?
It's a hoodie.
Okay, so you got two girls kind of bullying. Is there audio on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could hear it.
I can hear it.
It's a little hard to hear.
I wonder what he said in class.
Can you go all the way? So he's backing up.
One more.
He doesn't want any. She's shoving him. He's backing up.
He probably said some bullshit in class.
I mean,
Hold on, let's just watch. He's backing up. Not a threat. He's backing up. She's pursuing. She slaps him. He hits her. Self-defense. There's two girls at 2v1. He's defending himself.
Oh, this is gross.
Now watch. Oh, there's the football guys. Now, there's a teacher there, but if that had continued, he probably, those dudes came and intervened.
He said probably. Let's not go off of what we don't know.
I mean, looking at the situation, I was in high school too. That kid looked like he's used to being bullied and he just got frustrated and punched her. Because if the football guys were just right there just to come in action about to beat him up, they probably already didn't like that kid anyways because he looks kind of nerdy and they probably wanted a reason to beat him up anyways. And they're probably like, this is a valid reason to beat him up. Let's get him.
Here's another one. Nick, can you play White Knights 2?
I don't think it's okay for violence, by the way.
Well, yeah, I agree. You shouldn't hit anybody. So this girl grabs his backpack.
But what did he say to her? Like, girls don't just do for nothing.
And now he defended himself, and now he's getting.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I hate fights. That's ghetto. Oh, that's ghetto. Did he live? This is a lot.
Did he live?
Oh my
Apparently
goodness.
doing anything.
What do you mean? You can't see what they're doing to him. This is a
Barely
lot.
doing nothing. They're just standing there.
Dude, he's on the ground.
I don't see blood.
Oh, he's like all delirious. Ooh, God. Ugh.
I can't tell if
This
he's.
reminds me of middle school.
He looks a little wobbly on his legs. In any case, look, I know that's a little different than normal conversation, but like this idea that, I was trying to basically articulate my point that just because you feel a certain way when it comes to safety, I think men are and it's backed up by the crime statistics. Like men are more likely to be victims
But the fact
of violent crime.
that men save men from them and men save women from them, it's not women who save them. It still shows the power that you have.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying that the men are the ones that are doing the crimes.
Intervene. Oh,
And men are the ones doing the crimes, and you're saying men are the ones that intervene, right? And they're doing it to men and women. You still got, out of 3 of those, is still men. So it's
what I'm failing to.
Okay, so
see
what
that.
I'm saying basically is, if the reason why I'm saying it's a patriarchal society is because if it was women who could intervene and save the woman from being beat up by men, or women that could to intervene and save the men from being beat up by other men, then maybe we could say there's some sort of equality there. But it's men who've got to step in both times to save that person. So even though they're the ones causing the tiff, they're also the ones that have to save. So that's still the way you've got the power. That's the power, is being able to determine who does and who does not get beat up.
Well, there's just a biological basis for that too, man.
But that's what society we live in.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't think it's inequality. It just It's just biological reality.
No one said it was inequality. I just said
you said it's not like.
I said it's a patriarchal society, which means you guys hold the forefront in our society.
Here's the thing.
I'm sort of failing to see that, but so okay. You said, what is the patriarchy? Let's go there. What's the patriarchy?
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, you use the term patriarchy. What is the patriarchy?
I said patriotic society. So
okay, what is a patriarchal society?
When I think of that, I think of men holding the hierarchy as far as jobs. They get to make the decisions. They get to feel safe or be accepted in most places that they go.
Disagree with that, but
and
okay.
being able to like make laws. I mean, we're slowly starting to integrate that, but having just the say of like how our society goes.
Well, you know what's interesting, kind of tying this back into dating. On one hand, you have women who want men to lead. You want men to pay for the first date. You want men to be the providers in a relationship. But then you also complain that men supposedly, when it's been debunked, the wage gap. Oh, but it's so unfortunate that men earn more than women. And it's so unfortunate that men have these leadership positions, even though these are characteristics and traits that women desire and demand that men have.
I don't mind it.
Don't mind what?
I don't mind it with I'm me saying that men make more, even if it's been debunked. My experience that, you know, the places that I've been, they have had the hierarchy in jobs and money and things. And I don't mind it because for me, I find a different place for me. Like, I don't need to be the breadwinner of the family, so I don't mind that.
Well, then, but you said how important it was that a guy have his money right. You were kind of saying, you know, you're not interested, you don't like broke men, for example. So wouldn't this mating pressure that women create make it more likely for men to want to rise to the highest levels of industry and corporations and try to make the most money, because there's this pressure on men that doesn't exist on women? Because most men, they're not like looking at a woman and really thinking, whoa, I really hope like she's a super successful, like high earner. That's not, it's a plus, I suppose, but I don't think for most men, the money that you bring to a relationship is going to really be a factor in how attractive he finds you.
Sometimes it's a negative.
Right.
Like, I've dated men where my money had made them feel some sort of way jealous, and they would actually.
But how is it that we can complain? Well, oh, men make more money than women, which to me isn't entirely clear. Men make more money than women. Men are in higher positions of government and in business. They're more likely to be CEOs and be in boardrooms, etc. But then also women say, well, when I have kids, I want to step back and I want to be provided for, and I want men to pay for first dates, and I won't date a broke guy. But you don't often hear men saying, like, having qualms with dating a broke woman. So wouldn't it make sense? And I think there's a lot of other factors that I could articulate, but if there's a mating pressure that women impose on men to be financially successful, wouldn't it make sense that men would?
But that pressure has always been there. It's not like a time when it's not. Like, we're in a place right now where we're trying to take that pressure off, but we're still also pressured. You guys have a pressure to provide. We have a pressure to be alchemists. You know what I mean? And then we're not even women if we don't have babies. Like, you know, it's like, and that's not something I believe, but that's sometimes how we're treated.
But I don't think the two things can coexist. You can't demand that men be the sole breadwinners of families, but also demand, we want equality in the workplace.
I think that, I hear what you're saying, but if a woman is to do the same job as a man, I think that she should be paid the same. However,
they are though.
However, if a man is doing construction work and you've got him next to a woman, if you guys are both hired construction to both do some shoveling, you're going to be getting twice as much work done as she is getting. So per what you're working, you deserve to be paid. That's how I feel.
More.
Okay.
So I don't feel like you guys deserve the same wage for doing different jobs, even though you're in the same job.
So the wage gap is justified.
I'm not saying, I didn't say it was a problem. I wasn't complaining about it. I was just stating a fact. Because there's going to be a wage gap between me and my future husband.
You mean he's going to
make several thousands more than me?
Well, are you a high earner?
High earner.
Do you consider yourself are you a high earner?
Not in California. I'm grateful to live off of my modeling and acting alone. I own my own business, and I'm able to take care of myself.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
you made a great point, Brian. I agree with you. Usually the guys in leadership, they're the ones that have families.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause they
and
have
they
money
strive
for
to be,
families.
and they strive to be in leadership. They want to be in leadership. They want to get promotions because they want to be able to provide more for the for
And
their
that's why
wives.
they're
So I
married.
understand what you said is a great point.
Well, I've seen these articles where they're saying a lot of women are not finding economically attractive partners.
Yes.
But then you'll also say, well, I want equality in the workplace, and I feel like those two things are like if we're gonna have equality in the workplace, then you might struggle to find men who are on your level financially.
I feel like that's like not every woman's gonna agree with that stance, because not every woman wants to be married and have kids. Some want to be career women for the rest of their lives. Like,
that's fine.
So I feel like for them, they want to get paid equal or more because they're relying on themselves. They're not relying on a man for money. But if you're a woman who wants a family, you want to be able to have the luxury of staying home with your babies versus having to go to work and leaving your kids with strangers. And things like that. So like I feel like there's different women for different things and what they want.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. So, okay, question for all of you. What does a guy need to make, bare minimum, to get you?
Me happy.
Bare minimum, I would say 100,000 after taxes. I prefer 200,000 and up. But I would say after taxes, bring home like 100K.
So bare minimum 100,000, but more preferably 200,000 after taxes. What about for you?
He's got to be able to afford a house and a family in the current city that he resides.
Okay.
Are you in LA?
I'm sorry?
Or do you live in LA?
I do live in LA.
Okay. Would
So
you like to settle
it's
down in LA, you think?
I mean, I'm going to go where the life takes me. I'm
Where the
currently in LA.
winds-
Yeah,
where the wind carries
like
you.
Pocahontas.
Okay.
But I'm living in LA now. So in LA, to be able to have a house and a family.
Pricey.
Yeah,
It's
you're looking
pricey
at
here.
6 figures,
Wild.
200,000. But I mean, I do kind of like nerdy guys.
Oh.
A little
okay.
bit of autism is
Coder.
kind of
Oh.
hot. It's okay.
All right. Autism.
Just a little bit.
Asperger's,
A
guys.
sprinkle.
Her DMs are open.
Just a little sprinkle.
All right.
Listen, those are smart guys.
Yeah, they are.
Don't sleep on the I think I'm
sleep on
actually
them.
a
Sleep
little I think I might be a little autistic.
Another
You're already
check,
spoken
another
for.
plus.
There was a little person outside. They were asking about you, so we
okay.
have.
All right. What about you? Bare minimum when it comes to
Me?
income
Oh,
for
it's so
your husband,
weird.
future husband?
I would say hopefully 80K and
80K.
more.
Okay. 80K plus.
Yeah, I care more about the lifestyle. I don't want to have a mansion. Like, this is how I see it. Like,
Where do you live, by the way?
I live in Arizona.
Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, like
Phoenix.
Yes, Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
Ooh, party.
Yeah. So
Sorry, continue with your
I don't
point.
know. Like I'm not about the mansions. I'm not about none of that. I care about the lifestyle, and I also want him to like listen a little bit to Dave Ramsey as well. That'll be great.
Okay.
There'll be a bonus.
Financially
I
literate.
care
Yep.
more about the net profit and what we have. I care more about lowering expenses and being able to have some room to have a good life. So
Right.
whether that's we can work with 80K, whatever it means. Like, I don't want him to be super rich, and I want him to be able to give me something that I can turn into
Sure.
treasure. Like, if he can
Yeah.
give me a trailer
Fair.
that might be
That's
trashy, me as a wife, I'm gonna come and
Oh yeah, you're right. I'll fix that.
Yeah.
yeah. So I want someone who's able to provide, give something, and then entrust me to me. I feel like my job as a wife is to make it even better.
Yeah,
like if
same.
he gives me like
Yeah,
a trailer, it
as
might
women.
not be the best. I'm gonna turn it into treasure. I'm
And
gonna
that's a
turn it
woman's
into
gift.
Yeah, we
an
multiply.
amazing-
Yeah.
Women,
yeah,
women
like
do
I
that.
want to help steward what my man is doing. So do I want him to make thousands and millions? No, that's not what life is about for me.
That's
like
that's why I said 100K after taxes, because I can work with that. I can multiply that. I mean, I plan on being a multimillionaire.
Yeah, I mean,
so
you wanna help your man
I need
get
a
ahead.
base.
Yeah.
You know, I need
and
a baseline.
I'm also a minimalist. Like, I live in a small little room. I don't own that much clothes. Like, I want someone who isn't that materialistic.
But when you say lifestyle, what do you mean? Like, would that entail, well, I'd like to go on a couple of vacations every year type of thing?
Yes, I like to invest money in experiences and memories versus purses, jewelry, all this stuff. No. Yeah. So if the men can give me that, I'll take it.
Okay. And question for all of you. So once you get married and you start having kids, because you guys currently work, right? You work now,
Yes.
but will you work up until the point when you start having kids? Is that kind of the goal, or you want to continue working, or as soon as you have kids, you kind of want to take a step back and then let him be the sole breadwinner?
When I get pregnant, I won't be able to work. I'll have to take a sabbatical anyways because I'm a plus size model. I'm a fit model. So companies rely on my body shape to remain the same.
But what?
So if I get pregnant, for let's say, so I do Torrid shoes, I do True Religion jeans. If I'm going to get pregnant, then obviously I'm going to size out of the jeans that I'm fitting. So when you fit, that means you make them right for your size. So once I then give my body to you for our child, I won't be able to physically work. I could probably do some acting. I might be able to do some maternity shoots, but my main income, my LLC, will be, I'll be giving it up basically for us to have a life.
Got it. Okay.
And you're willing to do that?
For the man that I love, hell yeah, if I'm taken care of, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm getting on that ship, and remember I told you earlier, if I get on the ship and it goes down, we're going down
Making
together.
babies.
But I want to make sure the ship I get on is not like a rowboat. I want to make sure it's a freaking yacht or something. You know, like if we're gonna go down, I want to make sure that I'm giving up what I have. It's got to be better than what I got. Yeah. I want whatever my life is with this man to be better than what I have right now.
That's how I feel.
If it's not better, then what's the point?
That's how I feel too. Mm-hmm.
Is this the camera? It still looks blue. Oh well. I don't know. Maybe I'll fix stuff later. We'll check in on a bit. So, okay. Wait, I had something here related to this shit. We were talking about patriarchy. I guess we can come back to patriarchy really quick. So what?
Why?
I can give
wait, okay, so question. So do we currently live in a patriarchy?
In my IMO, yes.
Okay, all right. So what does that mean, though, to be living in a patriarchy?
That means that I don't know that it has to mean something or not mean something. It just always has been this way.
Well, you'll often you'll hear terms like oppression, right? So under patriarchy, do you think that women are oppressed?
In certain ways, yeah.
Certain ways, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It depends on the environment.
Okay.
I feel like anyone can be oppressed. It just depends on other factors. Gender is one factor, but there's other ones.
Okay.
So.
And so you guys say, yes, are women oppressed? Yes.
Yes.
Under patriarchy, are men the oppressors? If women are oppressed, then are men the oppressors?
I wouldn't call all men oppressors. I just feel like
they benefit from a system.
Okay, yeah.
They benefit from a system that even if they're not, just like when you talk about white and black or people racist and all this other thing, it's like you benefit from a system that has been built to make you okay. I mean, it's written in our amendments, like all men are created equal. It just starts from the beginning. You can say, but it really started as they meant white men.
But
they didn't even include black men when they meant that.
I mean, when they say that, for example, when you say human.
But that's not what they meant when they said it, and they know that.
No, but
and when you go down the list of things.
For example, when you say mankind, that refers to both men and women. It doesn't just mean men.
Yeah. You say that, but at the same time, they didn't mean that when they wrote it. They didn't consider black people to be human, even at that point.
I wasn't talking to George Washington.
But we know this from history.
Well, we're talking about the Constitution. That's not an area that I have expertise in, but my understanding is when it comes to language, when it comes to etymology, when people are using like men or mankind, for example, they are referring to people as a whole.
That's what you're saying, and that's what we have assumed now but when it was written, how it was based, our forefront, our forefathers, our country being built. I mean, it wasn't Thanksgiving, dude. Like, it started with a hierarchy, and it was the white male, and they wrote themselves as the hierarchy.
Well, it doesn't say all white men are created.
Right?
It doesn't say anything about white people.
They didn't even consider other people to be inclusive. They had to decide. Black people were one third of human, considered to be 1/3 of human after we were emancipated or what have you. So it's like, it's still written. You can say it changed, just like religion, right? Now we let certain people in religion, and now you can't do this, and you can do this, and you can have many wives, and you can't. Just like things change, sure, it changed, but when you look at how and why, it's because that's how it started.
Okay, but let's talk modern day, right? Okay, so because the Constitution was.
I don't think you can get into modern day without recognizing what the history is. I
just want to say this. I just feel like it's a battle between good and evil, and it can be anyone. A woman can be really evil. A man can be really evil. There's history, of what, and what gender might have had more power, this and that. But I feel like now it's really a battle between good and evil, and it's your choice what you want to be. I know some women that are really, really bad, and guys that are really, really bad, and the opposite. And some people get caught more, some people don't.
Sure.
And also media and all this stuff. So.
But okay, so are you oppressed?
I know there are people that try to oppress me, but my mind frame is I can do whatever, and I can do it all. So I don't feel necessarily, but I know, especially growing up in the background that I've had, I'm very hyper aware to people when they try to oppress me now because I wasn't raised with it necessarily. But mine comes more in the form of my skin color rather than in my gender. Because if you're already going to dislike me because of my skin color, then I'm also my gender and then I'm also fat.
Yeah.
So it's like you found all the reasons to hate me.
Okay, so like you're talking intersectionality.
But that's my daily. Like I don't get to just be like, oh, you don't like me because I'm fat. Oh, you don't like me because I'm a woman. It's like you might not like me for any one of these reasons, and you're still going to act that way to me no matter what.
Okay. Well, we're speaking just within the confines of gender here, but okay. So oppressed because of the gender. Oppressed?
Yes, I feel like I've definitely missed out on things because of my gender.
Okay.
Or I've been treated away or fondled away or have even, but also at the same time.
On a systemic level, is that kind of what you're talking about? Like systemic oppression?
I mean,
because I hear that term a lot, so. What?
It's just funny the way she got up.
Because I'm just trying to think, okay, when it comes strictly to gender, right? I'm just trying to think like what right or privilege as a man do I have that you don't or that women don't? The one thing you actually mentioned earlier, and I agree with you, is the shirt off thing. But that's really and in some cities, in some places it's legal, other places it's not.
New York, it's supposed to be legal, but people don't do it.
But yes, there are definitely places where
women can go shirtless in New York.
Oh, I thought only on the beaches.
I don't know. I thought I saw like an ad campaign where a lady was walking down the street with her
free the titty.
Yeah, free the titty. Yeah.
That's the only right that I can think of, though, when it comes to like a system like laws where, when it comes to rights that men have that women don't.
Do you think women should be able to have, their titties out?
I'm down. I'm with the free the titty
because I feel
movement.
like that's a rule for. I understand why that's a thing.
I lived in France for a while, and they're not as.
Bonjour.
They're
I understand why women are not allowed to show everything because obviously,
that has to
our
do with
boobs can be very
though.
sexual.
But that's why it's because we sexualize everything,
yes,
especially in this country.
Yeah, but like society's made up by the people,
right?
And it's true,
governed by the government, though.
And guys' chests, no one really gets turned on.
But you'll see men who we were just talking about, chubby men who've got bigger titties than I do.
Instagram flags you if you show like a titty. And I know some plus size guys who have gotten banned from Instagram or gotten their pictures taken off because of their topless, and Instagram registers it as a woman's breast, but it's a man. So they're discriminating against fat men.
There's another way. Instagram discrimination. There's another one.
Wow.
Not just
there you have it. There you have it, folks.
What about women that aren't allowed to breastfeed in public without being harassed by the public? I think that's oppression. Like women, you can't help but to breastfeed your child, like wherever you are, and people have an issue with that. I've seen videos online where people are being like yelling and being aggressive while a woman's breastfeeding their child, their baby, and what can she do? She can't fight you. She's literally a woman with a child breastfeeding, and you don't know how to mind your business. You don't know how to walk away. Like you're in her face, like so aggressively because you're so upset that she pulled out her titty to feed her child. It's because you're over sexualizing everything that a woman does. Just like how they say like, oh, if you're bigger, if you're a fat woman, you shouldn't wear tight clothes, because it's too sexual and things
instantly.
Like, okay, on TikTok, you like go through bans. I don't know if you know this, but like when you're on TikTok live, they'll like ban you for a week if you did something that they didn't like. Mm-hmm. For example, I'm like showing people like my outfits or whatever in my closet. I dropped something on the floor. I just bent over to pick it up and I got banned for a week. But I see skinny girls shaking their butts in bikinis and they never get banned. And I just picked something off the floor. Like, well, I have too much ass for you? Like, what are you trying to say?
Bigger bodies are sexualized. That's the reason
crazy.
People hate so much. People hate sex, like thicker women, because our bodies are sexualized instantly. If I wear a tank top and if she wears a tank top, she's okay. I'm busty.
Madysen, do you have a response to? I think she says you're flat. That's what she's saying.
But I do get that.
No one was definitely saying that, but I was saying,
like, if I were to wear this shirt and if I had like way
right,
bigger
if
titties,
I wore that
like
shirt,
I
you'd
would
be like, holy shit.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, I completely.
And on you,
I
it's like
agree on
super
that.
cute, and on me, it's like she must be wanting to get
Yeah,
paid.
you can't wear certain things if
You
you're
know?
a different body
That's
type.
all I was saying.
I
He's over
completely
here.
get that. Yeah.
So do you guys think that bigger women should be dressed differently?
you should
than
dress how you wanna
No,
dress.
I'm gonna continue my
I'm
little crop tops
conservative.
and my little booty shorts and my little mini skirts. You're just gonna have to deal,
I'm
okay?
more
I think,
conservative now,
Yeah,
but-
you should be able to wear what you want.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get judged more? Probably.
Yeah,
So you have to be
Yeah.
okay with that.
Probably,
I'm okay
but
with
you
it.
just
But
have to
what
be
about
comfortable.
the women who don't like to get cat called?
Listen, you have control of what you do. If you wear that outside and you get catcalled,
I
you
get
don't wanna be
catcalled in
catcalled, then just
sweatpants.
don't
You
wear
have
it.
to
And a messy
expect
bun.
You can't be
it.
mad at someone else.
Yeah, you have to be. You
can't
have to
control another
expect that to
person.
happen. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna be, flaunting what you have, guys
To
are
be
gonna
fair-
want to admire it, and if they
But
catcall
we
you,
use that, though.
we
We
shouldn't
use
really
that.
be that upset.
We go
right?
as we're walking down the street getting catcalled, we're going into Starbucks and getting that free cookie.
Yeah, that's true. I get free stuff all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the time, all the time, all the
Yeah.
time. So I guess it's a matriarchal society since we get free shit.
Like
We're
girls getting free everywhere. Men have to pay
That's
$20.
very, very true.
Give me the money.
Yeah. Society works for us. Keep that up.
It does.
Can you send us some more money even though we don't get it? I really liked when you guys wrote us little talk shit things. I was enjoying
shit
that.
thing. Oh.
Yeah, when they were like,
My
they said,
Venmo and
"Don't make fun
DMs
of
are
the-
open.
Don't make fun of the fat girl, something, something. They have a light
Send me a
pay-
treat.
To go back to what we were saying earlier, though, I feel like a lot of like skinnier men do like bigger
Isn't
women.
that so funny?
Yeah, I do
I
skinny
feel like
guys.
I've seen like
It's like a fucking pear, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny. And like, yeah, I do attract a lot of thinner guys. Also cut guys, what she said, but it's so funny. And they know it. They'll be like, well, it's a skinny guy who's got to be with a thick girl. They just have this thing.
Yeah,
I don't
like
mind
hard
it.
bodies
'Cause
attracted
skinny
to
guys
soft
can like
bodies.
sometimes they pack.
Wow.
What do you think bigger guys attract more?
I see them with petite women.
My thinner
Really?
friends like bigger
Yeah.
guys.
yeah.
Your thinner friends
Yeah.
Because they feel
bigger
safe
guys?
and secure,
We
like
have
a big teddy
conversations
bear.
about it,
Like,
yeah.
oh, it's like my
Okay.
big teddy bear. And like,
Oh,
you
I've
know,
heard that.
They
big
feel
boy season
protected,
is
yeah.
coming. You know, SZA with the big boy. Like, big boy season's coming. So like, everybody's looking for a big boy to cuddle up with for the months of October, November, December.
Yeah.
My
So
birthday.
big boys, slide in my DMs. Any boy slide in my DMs.
Fall
okay.
season, baby.
Not picky.
I'm not, because I can read a vibe so quick. So I'm just like, I'm not feeling you. Ooh, I'm feeling you. And it has nothing to do with looks. Like, it's your energy.
Is there anyone on your roster that you're like, this could potentially be the one?
Ooh, good question.
2 of them. Yeah.
Two.
Really?
Okay.
What do they have to do to be like good enough, or like what do they have to do?
What
It's
differentiates
just time
them?
and consistency, huh?
What differentiates them? Like,
One is here and one is out of state. So I
the
feel like
distance.
for me, it's all about like just the time that I spend with you, the consistency into getting to know you, because it can be great in the beginning, but like I need to know that your effort and you're consistent in like pursuing me over a span of time, so that I understand that this isn't just you're just pushing for the cookie, like I need time to get to know you to see what kind of person you are. So that's all. I mean, they're
Yeah.
not doing anything wrong with it. It's just taking some time.
especially if there's distance, I feel like the guy that is farther away from you has to
That's
put in more
hard.
effort,
Oh,
you
for
know,
sure.
than the guy that is in your area.
Yeah.
For sure. But
And
they
they don't
both
know
have
what
That
to
might
money.
be a
do.
little bit unfair.
Do they know what to do? Like, are they sending you bouquets of flowers and like
I
courting
don't like
you?
that.
You don't like
don't
that?
like flowers?
She's
I
the only
like
one.
flowers if like you say you're picking me up for a date and you give me flowers, that's nice. But to just show up with random flowers at my doorstep,
Like,
it's
have them
just-
sent to you.
Let's
I don't
talk
really-
about
I would
So
never-
romantic.
what is your love language.
Maybe like chocolate. I
Wait,
would like
yeah.
chocolate.
well, we can get to that later.
Okay.
Chocolate.
Yeah, you can send me chocolate. I like chocolate.
So we need to touch. Wait, so you said that 2 of the guys who are currently in your 5-man roster, there's some potential there.
Yeah.
How long have you been seeing both of those guys?
One guy a month. The other guy was just my friend for a few years, and now he's stepping up his game.
Oh.
So, we'll see.
It's blossomed into
It's
a little more.
blossomed, yeah.
Okay. And how long has it been kind of a bit more romantic, would you say?
Maybe a couple months.
Oh, a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are you, like, for either of these 2 guys that you're kind of a bit more interested in, like, would you be ready if one of them was to say, hey, I want to be exclusive, I want to just be boyfriend, girlfriend? Are you
Yeah.
open to that? Or
Yeah, I'm open to it.
So you're waiting for them to initiate
Yeah.
that conversation?
Or step up, right? The other
What do you
already
mean step up?
Like, they're both already at the point where you'd say yes to either of them, or they need to like prove themselves more.
Oh, okay. I would. Okay, then.
Yeah,
I,
that's
I
a
would,
good- that's a really
okay,
good question.
So no, I'm not ready for that then, because I don't feel like it's been enough in-person dates and in-person time spent for me to say I feel comfortable being exclusive and getting rid of all the other guys. I feel like I just need a little bit more time to spend with you in person to really feel that connection. To be like, yeah, I'll drop my roster for you.
Okay, got it. So we're gonna do a couple of chats, then we have a bunch more videos to react to.
Okay.
So let me get let's see here. We have, actually we'll do that one.
This has been really fun, by the way. Thanks for having us.
Oh, well, thank you guys for coming. I wish we had a bigger panel.
No, it's better.
Unfortunately,
round two.
Although you never introduced me to this chick.
Oh, that's Kiki.
Kiki.
Yeah, she's
cool. Do
she's
you love me? Oh, are we allowed to sing on here or no?
Yeah, you can sing.
Get like copyrighted. Oh, you sound just like Drake. Let me get this off.
No, you're fine. You can sing.
Just like Drake.
We like to sing Drake a lot on here.
I sound like Adele.
Well, I'm Tony Braxton.
I would like to actually run it back, like do another plus size panel, but like with some more people.
You're gonna have to feed us though if you want us to come all the way down here.
I gotta feed you guys.
We need chocolate. Listen, you
need
told
strawberries
us
right here.
You're worse than our dates right now. Come heavily fed.
I'm a jerk. I am a jerk.
Have a hefty, hearty meal. Telling us to go to a buffet before we come here is like.
Well, I didn't say that.
You should have said go to the gym before you
come
come here.
Like he provided us, but thank you for the Celsius and the water.
I do. That message goes out to everybody. We tell people, hey, make sure you have a good meal before you come on. We don't want people getting too hungry.
I think you would have fed the little. If you had like a panel of little people, I think you would have fed them.
You know what? I actually a local hot dog chain reached out to me today.
Ew.
Okay, well,
I'm not really into hot
so we might
no
have
hot dogs.
Next
filet
time.
mignon.
I like crab legs.
If you guys come back, we might have some hot dogs ready to go. So just saying.
I'll bring friends then.
There you go.
Hot dogs.
All right, we have Marshall here. Brian, huge panel tonight. Nice beard. Question: are you going to address the right contouring allegation of this podcast charging men $9,500 for a seat while OF girls are platformed for free? Yeah. So basically. This guy, he DM'd me on Instagram and he requested to be on the show. I forget. Actually, let me pull it up just so I don't want to misquote myself or him because, I don't know, I feel like being accurate with this sort of stuff is kind of important here. In any case, look, I'm going to try to find it and talk at the same time. Pretty much every single week we get over 100 requests from people to be on the show. We get 100 requests from men to be on the show. And the format of the show, if you guys haven't noticed, we've done 100 plus of these. It's not really like get an equal amount of men, get an equal amount of women on the show. It's kind of primarily based at like interviewing women. Now, occasionally we do have guys who come on the show. They almost more so fill the role of like kind of co-host versus additional panelist. But typically the format of the show is bring women on, and because it's interesting to hear the women's perspective on dating. And you'll notice even the shows where I do bring men on, I'm not really directing so many questions towards them. It's more so, again, the format of the show is interviewing women. In the same way, if I was to have a fashion show and I had primarily female models and I was making women's clothing, I would predominantly be hiring women for the thing. So the whole format of the show, it's not like there's not equality when it comes to the panel. Like we primarily bring women on, and that's established with the 100 plus shows we've had. Now we get, despite the fact also that we say we're just casting women, we get like 100 guys a week saying, please put me on the show. We only do 2 shows a week. We have limited size there's a limited amount of seats on the panel. It would be impossible for us to accommodate every single individual who requests to be on the show. So unfortunately, just as a matter of practicality, we have to turn down people. We have to reject people. I don't like to use reject, but we cannot, again, if we would have to do a show every single day of the week to accommodate every single person's request to be on the show. So we have to say no to some people. In this guy's case, we have like just a blanket thing that we send out saying, hey, we're primarily casting women. That's the format of our show. What we do offer when it comes to the $9,500 thing you offered or you mentioned, first off, no man, we haven't had any guy on the panel paid to be on the panel so far. Every guy that's been on the panel, it's either just somebody I know, somebody, Chase, or like another content creator, right? in our messages, when we tell people, hey, we're primarily casting women, we are not really accepting applications at this time, that might change in the future, we have sponsorship options. So the sponsorship option, which is available to people who don't even want to be on the show, if you want to sponsor the podcast, let's say you have a product, we've only done like 5 sponsorships, we've done 100 videos. So we did something with Blue Chew, we did something with we've done like 5 sponsorships, not a lot, right? So what we say is, hey, if you want, like, we can offer a sponsored seat option if you're really, really dead set on coming on the podcast. Let's say you have a product, or okay, Madysen, stop. You can do it later, but let's say you have a product or you want to promote your social media page, then that is an option. If you're dead set on being on the show, we extend this opportunity for people who want to sponsor the podcast, and then we can get you on the show. At the end of the day, again, we have 100 people every single week who want to be on the show. We have to be somewhat selective when it comes to who's going to be on the show. And then the other factor I would point out, the individual who messaged me here, this is where I need to try to find it if I can.
You got personal.
His step 1 to being invited on the podcast, don't insult the person you are requesting to be on the podcast.
Yes.
His messages were very aggressive. This guy's very entitled. He feels like he seemed entitled. Like he was. Here's the thing, right? If I'm reaching out to somebody to do a collab, especially like, I would not blow up Joe Rogan if I reached out to Joe Rogan and I said, hey, Joe Rogan, can I be on your podcast? And he just ignored me, or he just didn't respond, or he turned me down. I would not publicly proceed to put him on blast. That's the name of the game, man. Listen, you have a small platform. I'm not saying that to insult you, but there's a reality when it comes to collaborations. If I can't just again, 100 people want to collaborate with me. I have to kind of move in a way where, okay, you might think it's kind of like scummy to do this, but obviously people want to collaborate with people who have a commensurate social media following. You have a smaller social media following. You're not a bad person for that. There's nothing wrong with that. However, it's just the name of the game, man. You should try to collaborate with people that are around your audience size, and at that point, start building up, and then you'll be able to, like, okay, for example, it would be great. Who's really big on I would love to collaborate with Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross gets 70,000 live viewers on his live streams. I'm a small fish compared to Aiden Ross. He's not going to collaborate with me. It's just it's the name of the game, man. You need to try to find people to collaborate with who are on your level. It's not about being a dickhead. And I've actually given smaller creators opportunities, chances to come on the platform. But it's just the reality of social media, man. Like, and also when you're coming at me aggressively, like, I don't want you sitting next to me, man. Like, you need to have some tact when you're like, okay, let me actually pull it up. Do you guys want to talk for a bit while I'm trying to find this? Sorry, I'm fucking rambling. But.
Speaking of aggressive, okay, so maybe I'm not with the times or whatever, but you mentioned Aiden Ross, and I'm actually going to be on his show soon because
nice.
I know, because apparently there's no plus size black women in LA, or there's like a really small percentage, but was specifically looking for plus size black women to be a part of his show, because I guess, you know how he does that show where like he hooks up his friends with like girls or whatever,
like speed dating,
the speed dating, yeah. So apparently one of his friends only likes plus size black women. I was the only one in LA. He is cute. So yeah, so but I don't know
the only one in LA. Hello.
I know that. So yeah, and I was like, well, who? Because I know my younger brothers, like, they know about more streamer people or Twitch people than I do. So I asked them, I was like, yeah, like, we know him. And I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Right. But funny. So really quick on the sponsorship thing. So when people message they want to come on, we mentioned that we do have like a sponsorship tier that, like, if a company reaches out to us via email and they're like, hey, we want to sponsor the podcast, sometimes we haven't set it up yet, but we offer them, hey, we can do a 30 to 60 second ad read. But if you also have someone that represents your company that you want them to sit, like we didn't set it up yet, but there's a dating app a conservative dating app company, and they're like, well, let's put our founder on the panel. We can sponsor an episode. So we have different sponsorship packages. This isn't me like trying to milk money from people. Nobody's taken me up on this yet. It's just, hey, if you're really dead set on coming and being on the show, we offer this as an opportunity. Again, if you're dead set and you want to be on the show, here's an opportunity. Otherwise, it's just, that's the option, or it's just a flat out, we can't put you on the show. So it is what it is. Let me pull it up though.
Don't be modest. Listen, he's got a great show. People want to be on it. Sorry, not
and
sorry.
I'm not like, just to make something clear, like if you're a smaller creator, there's nothing, like some people like to, oh, you only have 10,000 followers, you're lame. It's not that. It's just a practicality thing. Like how many people would love the opportunity to go on Joe Rogan podcast and they're not particularly notable and they have 5,000 followers. You could line up 1 million people that would love the opportunity to get that kind of exposure on Joe Rogan, but the sheer fact that like Joe Rogan has probably a screening process, not everybody's going to get to go on a major show. Who else is really big? I don't know. Who's Mr. Beast? I would love to collaborate with Mr. Beast. The reality is that my audience size is nowhere near approaching comparable to his. Like he would probably want to collaborate with somebody who, the whole point of collaboration typically is to, you exchange your audience a little bit. So, and also let me try to find the DMs. Okay. I'm just cause.
Sorry, I had a question for you actually. So yes.
Oh, okay.
You said you were saving yourself till marriage. So does saving yourself for marriage mean like doing nothing physically intimate at all until you're married? Or
hold on, we'll come back to that. I'll just read the messages. So he messaged me back in May saying he debated destiny, and then he says it'd be cool to go on and teach men to date with the intention of marriage and why the red pill guys are a bunch of cucks. Okay.
I think he sounds great. Just kidding.
So, but like, if you consider me red pill, if you are in your first message, your solicitation to come be on the show is by calling me or people that I associate with cucks, my dude, like you need to have a bit of grace when you are soliciting to come into someone's studio and be on their show. You like step one of getting onto a podcast. Do not insult the person who you are asking to let you on the podcast. It's how to win friends and influence people. Very simple shit. Let me read the rest here. And then we gave you a response, by the way. We didn't just leave you on red. We told you, hey man, and we give when we turn people down, it's a very polite, hey, thank you for your message. Unfortunately, we're just, we get so many messages, we can't accommodate everybody. So I said, currently we're not accepting applications. And then you started arguing with me about my polite rejection. Brother, you need to learn how to handle rejection way better. And then I didn't respond to you. And then in August, you said I'm a dork who invites whores on your show for clickbait. Just continue to affirm these type of whore women.
Excuse me.
Dorks are 6 feet
so
tall.
you've proceeded. Is it any surprise I didn't give you a heartfelt invitation to the studio when you're insulting me ad hom, and then you're calling the women? Listen, I invite women on who I disagree with, but bro, if you're like, come on, brother. I don't want to invite a guy on who's just going to sit across from women and call them whores, Let's see what else. And then you just continue.
These are the receipts. This is the tea right here.
Let's see what else.
Drama.
I think your point is
the
very
school
clear.
them. I
In
think
any
it's
case,
obvious. Like,
no, look, I don't have any issues with this guy, but look, at the end of the day, when it comes to collaboration, there needs to be comparable audience size. And again, step one of getting on a podcast, don't insult the person who would invite you on the podcast. Very simple. Okay, moving on. Sorry, I ranted there for way too fucking long. Marshall. Oh, okay, this one. Wait, did he send 2? They sent 2. Okay, see, and he's like, he's publicly, okay, we got it. Cool. Let's see, we have FDG. Obesity is a disease, not an opinion, a fact. How do you justify to yourself not only being obese, but also perpetuating the situation? You could lose 40 pounds and still be fat enough to be plus size and keep your job. Are you just too lazy to have a healthier lifestyle? Do you guys want to respond to that?
How do you know that I didn't already lose 40
Assumption.
pounds? Like, you don't know my weight. How much do I weigh? Do you know? Do you know how much I weighed 2 months ago? Like, I feel like fat phobia is so insidious in our society that people are like, they want to say it's about health, but you just hate fat people. You don't like fat people.
It's not about
what you're talking about, like health and things like that. You don't give a damn about my health. You don't care if I'm healthy or not. You just hate seeing fat people win. You hate seeing fat people love themselves. You hate seeing fat people have confidence. And that's your problem, not mine.
It's giving a little obsession because for you to sit there and say that I'm not healthy, I mean, respectfully, I was a competitive figure skater for 13 years at 212 pounds. And did that mean that I was getting gold medals this entire time, competing against girls who were half my weight? Just meant I was twice as strong as they were. We were doing the same jumps. We were doing the same spin. People weren't considering me to be an athlete, even though I was. I still daily work out. I hit the gym regularly. I observe a healthy lifestyle. I intermittent fast. So the problem, I think, what you're reaching at is assuming that just because the way you look equals to what your health is. And I feel like that's where we need to get away from it, because whatever tribe I was from, they carry weight just a little differently. That's like assuming, and I say this all the time, that someone from Thailand is the same as someone from Samoa. Those are 2 different body types, and they're both justified. And you're not going to look at someone who's from Samoa and be like, well, you should be smaller. Why? Because someone else, no. We each respectfully are just a little different. And I would love to see what you look like.
Yeah. why
I would like
sneakers?
I would like to reply. Mine's a little bit different. So obesity is a disease. That is a fact. I truly believe that your size in your body is a symptom of what is going on inside, and other factors that kind of she said, there's genetic factors, there's also influencing factors, or factors that influence and maybe make the condition worse. So I truly believe that obesity is not just a cosmetic topic, it is also a health topic. And I also believe that we should support and respect people who are obese, but I truly believe that we shouldn't necessarily advocate for people to become obese and big and have that be something that's like super celebrated. But we also shouldn't disrespect people who are big, because there's a lot to their story. There's a lot of factors. But yeah, that's my take into it.
I disagree because we're all so focused. That's what I mean. It stems from fat phobia and people hating fat people, because if people cared about health, the people who are dying of anorexia, dying of bulimia, having all these eating disorders are so thin, they're celebrated for their sickness. They're literally dying because they're starving, and people are congratulating them because of how much weight they lost, how thin they look. Oh, they're doing great. Like, even doctors, like our medical system is fat phobic. Like, every time I'll go in for, I don't know, an eye infection.
Yes.
You know, you need to lose weight.
Yes.
Like, okay,
Yes.
but they don't say that to thin people who are literally dying of being too thin.
They just assume.
But that doesn't mean that being obese cannot put you in a higher risk, only because they don't concern the other end of the spectrum. So me, like, I've had anorexia before. I've been sick, and I've been in a recovery when I lost a lot of weight when I was 13. And me being obese has cost me a lot of symptoms, a lot of stomach issues. So I'm not going to be here and say that being obese doesn't mean that you're not in a higher risk. You are in a higher risk to have joint pains, have asthma, stretch marks. You know, those are symptoms that your skin is going through trauma. Those are, like, there's facts, there's science behind it. Fat phobia, that's a different topic, right? That is true. There are people who treat you different because you're fat. I'm fat. I've had people treat me different because I'm fat.
Or
Look at me.
treat themselves different because they're fat.
Exactly. And so there is, like, some discrimination because of how we look. But again, you are right. Like, being anorexic is not healthy. Just how I feel like being morbidly obese is not healthy. Both of them are not healthy. But only because they celebrate those who are anorexia doesn't mean that, you know, doesn't give us the wave room, or like people who are struggling with a lot of severe issues for being obese, doesn't mean that, hey, we should be celebrated too in that way. We should be celebrated for who we are, not just because we're fat, you should celebrate me. No, there's a lot more than our size.
Do you have a quick response to her? Or,
I hear what you're saying, but unfortunately, the world that we live in, it's really not about health. People are not talking about your health because they don't care about you. They care about how you look, and they're offended that you look that way. They're
feel
offended
good about
that
yourself.
and feel good about. If you're a fat person with confidence who loves yourself, people are offended because
They don't
you
love
shouldn't love
themselves.
yourself. Well, yeah, sorry, I'm about to curse. But like what I'm saying is like
okay.
people, fat phobia is really ingrained in our society. It's insidious, it's destroying lives, and it's people want to hide it under this disguise of you need to be healthy. You're a stranger on the internet. You do not care about my health. Let's cut the shit. You're just trying to justify your hatred towards fat people. And I feel like our society, and like, yes, some people may have good intentions, like, oh, you know, you should lose weight for your health. Fine. But why is it that nobody is even paying attention to people who are literally wasting away in silence? Like there are women, men,
talking
people.
like anorexia?
Yes, they're wasting away in silence because nobody's giving them any attention because their looks don't severely offend society. They don't care.
Who's that girl? She's like a YouTuber.
Oh yeah.
What's her name? She's
Is it with an E? No.
She's like proper anorexic. Like,
And she has to like eat. She like does a journal of what she's gonna eat that day.
I don't know, but I saw a video recently, and like she was like, yo, people were definitely not in
Hating on
favor
her,
of
yes.
anorexia. Like
People have too
I don't
many
think
opinions.
anorexia, like people are pretty harsh on that too, I think.
They are. I think.
But just to keep things moving a little bit, we have a response to you guys. She says, no, I'm a doctor. I care.
What do you mean?
You're not my doctor, so you don't care about me.
That's the thing,
Oh.
though. She just said that. Like, we'll go into a doctor for something that's completely not related to anything, and they'll just assume by looking at you. Like, I went to a doctor to become legal, and he was
Wait,
like,
to become legal?
to carry my medical card.
Oh, cannabis.
And
Okay. Yeah.
he was like, he was like, well, have you considered diet? Have you considered exercise? Yes, sir. I hit the gym every day. Like I eat, I'm a pescatarian. So like him just looking at me, he would make an assumption based on, my whole thing is like, I don't promote obesity. I think that you should be working out. I think you should be definitely trying to eat healthy and live a healthy lifestyle. That being said, what you are today, why hate yourself? Why can't you love yourself as you are right now, no matter if it's obese, no matter if it's super skinny, and continue to work to be a better person in general, because that's what we're here to do anyways on earth. Why don't we not work to be a better person, but still love who we are right now? Like, I cannot sit here and hate myself because you guys don't like the way I look and hate how I'm dressed and hate everything about myself now, so you guys can be happy about a future me. I could die tomorrow and then what, I hated myself?
I agree. I feel like people need to like let people have the space to live their life as they are now. Like, yeah, I may not be the ideal size for you to like how I look or whatever, but that doesn't mean that I need to be bombarded every single day about, oh, you need to lose weight, you need to lose weight. Like, what kind of life is that when everybody has an unsolicited opinion about how your body looks and how your body should be just because they think it's not right? Like,
and it usually has to do with self-hatred, just like when guys are not like cool with gay guys, it's usually underlying facet, like maybe you're actually attracted to it, and I usually think it's a projection. They don't like it in themselves, so they're gonna sit there and make you feel bad about it.
And I don't feel bad.
And I don't either.
All right, we have a chat here. Austin Smith, Brian, you should do the same show in Thailand for a special episode. You could easily get girls on Tinder there. What's stopping you? Also, that Boo hat is hilarious. Madison, turn to the side so they can see the
It's
It's
super
a Boo
cute.
hat?
It's
Who's
so
Boo?
cute. I think
other way,
a
Madison.
Dragon Ball Z reference.
it's
I think.
Majin Buu. This is Madysen Vue.
Oh, that's cute.
There you go. Cool.
That is cute.
Thank you, man. Thailand. I mean, I would love to. I've always thought about taking the show on the road, on tour, hit different cities, whether that's in the U.S., take it to Europe, take it to Southeast Asia. But I mean, that's I don't know. Maybe in the future, but it's already enough work and difficult enough doing it locally here. It'd be cool to do a tour bus though, hit different cities, get different perspectives. Also, I mean, do it in Thailand.
Specific.
Do Thai women, are they fluent in English?
Most
I
countries.
suspect not. I mean,
Most countries, they have to learn English though. so they might know a little bit more than we would know
Yeah.
The
Thai.
language of money.
There's might be a
There's probably
language
just a
barrier.
slight language barrier.
Oh, Maddie over here is Thai, right? Okay.
Are you?
But I
Wait,
You don't
sawadee
speak
kwa.
it.
Do you speak it also?
I don't speak it.
Oh, okay.
Or I don't
100%
like
Thai?
really understand.
I think sawadee
I
kwa
don't
means
really
like thank you.
understand. I like literally English is my only.
You're 100% Thai?
language. I'm full Asian.
Wow.
Cool.
Good
Beautiful.
times. All right, we have Brandon Mells. What's up, guys? To the lady in front of Brian. If a man is going to financially support you completely, what exactly do you bring to the table?
I love that feminine
Why
question.
would I want to pay for your life? Well, we actually have a video of you that maybe
You
play
do.
first, and then you can
Go, Gabby.
let it. Hold on. Let's just wait. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, Nick, can you move us up?
I love the natural.
They just
little
make
bit.
sure they
Oh,
always
yeah.
get
I
it
do
in.
all my videos in bed.
I love it.
This is the broke boy anthem. So, what do you bring to the table? Babe, if you're a grown man and you're asking me what I bring to the table, yeah, you're broke, you're a bum, and you clearly are saying, that's like another way of saying, but I need you to pay half the bills, Gabby. I need you to pull your weight around here. But my thing is, I only date providers. I only date men who can and is able to provide for me. So a real man, a man that I would be interested in, he wouldn't be asking me all that. He wouldn't be asking me what I bring to the table. I am the table. I show up. I be me.
Right.
That's what I offer. I'm there. That's how you know I'm interested. I don't need to show interest by paying for half the date. I just need to show up for you to know that I'm interested. Okay? And I'll know when you're interested, when you're paying.
When you're
Period.
paying.
Yeah.
Do you
You're
wanna-
paying for things.
Do you want to add anything to the video, or does that pretty much?
I mean, I just feel like the only guys who have ever asked me what I bring to the table are guys who cannot afford me.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Because guys, when I date guys that can't afford me, I never, ever, ever hear them question what I bring to the table. They just do. And I like that.
Sure. I guess aside from dismissing, you know, let's say all these men that are asking you what you bring to the table, they're broke, they can't afford you, but I mean, let's say the question's in good faith, right? What would you
Okay.
say you do bring to the
I
table?
can answer that if it's in good faith, but I'm used
Good
to
faith.
answering
It's
broke
good faith.
boys.
Good-
And
good
so this
faith.
is not for the broke boys.
Not
but
for the broke boys.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I bring femininity. I bring support. I make a house a home. I'm a real Renaissance woman. I cook. I clean. I love kids and babies. I want to have a bunch of them. I will make your life better. I will multiply what you bring. Like, you multiply your money, multiply your funds, have things together so that you feel more supported as a man. Like, as you're going out and breadwinning and taking care of our family financially, I'm going to make you feel better about yourself and about your mission and what you're doing, because we're together as a family, we're together as a team, and I'm supporting. My 50% is my support as your woman, your wife, and I feel like that you get so much more than just what you're giving. Like, you may be giving like the money part, the financial part. You may be taking care of us in that way. Well, I'm taking care of our family in another way, and I feel like that is in a sense 50-50, because we're working as a team. We're getting all our needs done. We're getting everything taken care of together, but you have to come with something. I can't work with nothing. So
That was a great answer.
Okay.
thanks.
Okay.
So she said the table.
She is the table.
I am the table.
You are the table. Yep.
And we're sturdy too. Look.
Sturdy.
Solid foundation.
So we have so many more videos to get to, and so I'm going to try to run through it quickly. Are you guys familiar with the Delusion Calculator? Have you heard about this?
I've never
Tell
heard of
me
Delusion
more.
Calculator.
So, Nick, are you able to pull up the calculator? So it's a calculator. You
interested. Me
input,
too.
and I'd be really curious to see what you put, what all of you put in. So, here, let me
Female
read this really quick
delusion.
from
Oh,
Plan Life.
gosh.
What does the panel think about the toxicity of
Sometimes
the
we are
body
delusional.
positive movement? Example number 1: Adele lost a great deal of weight and was subsequently labeled fatphobic by some of her fans. I guess your reaction to the whole Adele losing weight thing, and then
People are gonna say what they're gonna say. I'm pretty sure, like, personally, I don't mind it. Like, whatever. Like, you're gonna not like me because I'm this. You're not gonna like me because of that. There's always gonna be someone to not like you. That her real fans are not gonna sit there and not like her because she lost weight. They're gonna care about her vocals and their songs she's making.
I was just worried about her vocals, to be honest, because you know they say it ain't over till the fat lady sings. I was just worried about, oh my gosh, can she sing? Can she still sing? Can she still carry that baritone vibes and like her voice? That's all I was worried about. I honestly didn't have a problem with her losing weight. She's doing what's best for her. I don't think it's an issue. I just think that people should not have like such an outrageous opinion on others' bodies. Like, if you do what you want with your body, like, who am I to tell you how to live your life? You want to be fat, do that. You want to be thin, do that. As long as you're healthy, you're not harming, you're taking care of yourself, that's fine.
You want to be broke, do that.
But he asked about the toxicity of the body positivity movement, and I would say
would you guys consider yourselves like part of the body like do you you think being plus size or being overweight, that's kind of part of body positivity?
No, it's loving yourself
as you are. I think it relates a lot to fatter people because you know, because like, again, fat phobia is ingrained in our society, so body positivity came up so that, you know, we can accept and love our fat bodies when society has rejected us for generations. So it came in a point where we're like done feeling bad about our bodies and we wanted something for ourselves. And that's why the body positivity movement started, so that we can have that support group. And I know when I first became a model, first of all, I didn't know that I could be a model. Like, I didn't know that there was some such thing as a plus size model. So when that was like that opportunity was afforded to me, that's when I feel like I've joined a group of beautiful, you know, big plus size fat women, where I felt supported in my body type without feeling bad about myself. And I feel like the body positivity movement has evolved into a point where it's now a fat acceptance movement. And, you know, people want to be, you know, fat liberated versus just body positivity, because again, we're trying to get rid of this fat phobia that's been ingrained in our society. So the fat acceptance liberation movement is now we're coming where we're like being unapologetic about our body size. Is that what it's called? The fat acceptance liberation movement.
Fat acceptance liberation.
What's that abbreviation?
Liberate. Liberate from liberate from what?
From the oppression.
I guess from the oppression of the diet culture. The diet culture.
Liberated from salads?
Well, no, like they society deems what you can wear.
What are y'all being liberated
they deem what you can wear, what you can say, where you can go. Like, you
can't go certain places?
Like, for instance, on certain rides,
Really?
Or in the plane, you might be uncomfortable.
But wait, sir, like, you mean like carnival?
Like roller coasters, you can't be past like what, 250 or something like that?
Well, I think that's like probably for safety.
And I don't trust those rinky-dink rides anyways. Like,
I don't want to go on any of that shit either. I've seen some crazy ass videos, but
I know.
But that's probably now. Don't you think that's just like a physics thing? Like, it's not.
I mean, they could make it bigger.
They could,
because there are bigger people.
They should just redo the.
Why not?
The ride.
America's getting fatter by the day. Why not? Maybe, adjust to the times. It's just like when I go to old theaters on Broadway in New York, the seats are like child size. I'm like, there's no way a regular thin person could fit this. Like, it's like child size. So, and it was made back in like the 20s or something. So like, you know, people have gotten bigger. Maybe you should make the seats bigger, especially on planes. And it's not, for me, I don't have an issue with like plane seats, but I'm tall. So my knees, if you're a tall person on a plane, that sucks, because your knees are like in the next person's chair. You're really uncomfortable, and it's like, it's, you know, height too. So
well, I think we can all agree, plus size or not, airplane seats suck. They suck. It's not a lot of space, and they do suck. Over the years, they've gotten smaller and smaller.
And the service has gotten. They used to give you meals.
They don't even give you water anymore for free. I paid $6 for water.
No, you didn't.
$6 for a water bottle on a flight. Highway robbery.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, right.
Wait,
all of them.
Okay.
All of them I've been on that they charge.
No, you got to get some water for free.
I do.
But when it comes to the body positivity movement, I'm pretty sure the origins of that movement it wasn't about people who were overweight or plus size, or it was about people who had like body deformities and that were not in their control.
Disabled.
I didn't hear about it until
like if you had a scar or something, or you had like you were an amputee, that was body positivity. But I mean, that's my understanding of the origins of body positivity. But then my understanding, it kind of got co-opted by
But how,
I didn't know that. I only knew it as plus size because I was
Same.
around plus size people.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that wasn't a thing.
I think that was the origin
It
story.
was so liberating
Yeah,
though. The moment that you were taught, the moment that I got to learn that like I am beautiful as is. Like that was like such an amazing feeling to know that like as I am, I'm good enough for somebody. You know what I mean? And before, like no matter how much I worked out, didn't matter what I did, I didn't feel like I was good enough because of what everyone else had opinion about what I was doing. Never mind the fact that I was competitive as an ice skater. Never mind that I was actually physically an athlete, didn't look like
Do we have
one.
videos? Are there videos?
Oh
ice
yeah, go to
skating
my
videos?
improv. Go to my Instagram.
Nick, if you're able to pull that up.
Go ahead and pull it up.
We'll
I
check.
just went like last week. I go all the
That was really
time.
cute.
Yeah.
You were a professional ice skater?
I was professional. Well, professional you mean to get paid. Actually, I was on Old Navy
You were a
commercial.
very good ice skater?
I was professional as well because I got paid in Old
I
Navy.
did Old Navy too.
Yeah, so I was their chubby ice
I
skater.
did T-Mobile. I did Tinder.
At what point do you guys think there was this shift where these companies were more open to working with plus size people? Was it like
The demand.
2016,
The
2015?
demand.
I think when
Around
Ashley
there?
Graham hit the covers of
Who's that?
Sports Illustrated.
Ashley who?
Ashley Graham. She's one of the most famous plus size
famous.
models,
Yeah.
and she hit.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Sorry, I'm not
She's
in
the
know.
most
I
famous,
don't
like
know.
not the most, but like
She's
one
really
of the most
pretty.
famous.
You'd give her a chance.
She's one of the
Would
most
I?
famous
Yeah.
plus
You
size
think so?
models. And she hit the cover of Sports Illustrated, which has been known for like as a men's magazine for like decades, and they only feature size 0 women, and she's a size 16, 18.
Isn't-
Yeah, she's like.
Isn't
And so-
Sports Illustrated going
But
bankrupt?
my friend Veronica Palm is
I don't
also
know.
on it. Shout out to Veronica.
Isn't it?
You did so good. You're on Sports Illustrated too. She's also
A
plus
lot of my
model in New
friends
York.
are
I
on
love
Sports
her.
Illustrated.
So
well,
good.
well, Ashley Graham opened the doors, so now they feature a lot of plus size women, but I don't know about the bankruptcy.
We
thing.
have your ice skating video.
Let's pull it up.
ready
I've got
to
a bunch
go.
of them. What you want? There's one right there. That third one right there. That of me falling. Go up.
Yeah,
you want to watch that one?
I
That's
like
fine.
I like the one indoor. Let's do
Go, yeah,
both.
do
We'll do
indoor,
both.
yeah.
We'll do indoor and then the
Okay,
falling
go
one.
ahead. This is for Doja.
Oh,
I love
Nick,
you, baby.
If you can move it. Wait.
You gotta play the music.
X out. X out.
X out. Oh my God.
Move us over. Move us over.
And let's get some music going. This is for Doja. I love you. You're doing
Yeah,
your
we
thing.
love Doja. Doja Cat.
Go ahead.
Doja Cat. Make mama proud.
To my head.
No. Nick, mute it.
No,
Mute it.
don't mute it.
Mute it. Fucking Nick.
Oh, just joking. So this is me doing a TikTok. So obviously I'm not skating as much there. But if you go to the one above, you can see me
That's
skating
impressive
more.
still.
Okay. All right. Hey, what do you call that? What move
That's
is
a
that?
scratch spin.
A scratch what?
A scratch spin.
Oh, scratch spin.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick, play the
Play the
outdoor
one above. Yeah, that one. That one's fun. You can't play the music of this one either?
No, we can't.
Well, they say, this is why they don't let me play at weddings anymore. And then it's like romantic music. Sometimes get in the way. You just want to show the feeling for you.
Okay.
Ding. And then it goes.
Where is this? Is
Dun
that
da
in
dun
LA?
dun 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 dun. Oh,
Where's that?
that was
her.
downtown
She's
Los
dancing
Angeles
like
at the
that.
Pike at not Pike. It's Metro, the Metro station downtown. I don't know. It's the one they have outdoors, not the LA Live one.
Oh, that looks
And I
fun.
actually on New Year's this last year,
I
in
wanna
the middle
go.
of the night, I took my skates because I've got obviously my own skates, and I went skating for New Year's.
That looks really
Not
went
the
skating?
bomb. Not the
Yeah,
atomic
I've got
bomb.
that's also on my page, but I
Oh,
went
so I
skating
don't
in the
know
middle
why
of the
that- I
night
don't
on
know
New
why that
Year's
came up.
because I stole some ice time. Don't. You know.
Okay. Good times. You're good. You're a very talented
Thank you.
ice skater
Thank
there.
you. I can dance too.
Nick, if you're able to pull up the video, one of the first videos from the. Do you know what I'm talking about, Nick? This went viral like 2 years ago, so this is a little dated, but I think no.
Oh, I had a video go viral as well for ice skating. They were all surprised.
It's like
that a
the
fat girl
first
was skating.
video.
They were all
They're
surprised.
surprised when fat people do anything. Like,
It got like 600,000 views on TikTok.
amazing.
They thought I pushed it on green.
Yeah,
Oh, she's
here it is.
pretty.
Pretty. Who is that?
Have you guys seen this video?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hey, bestie. You're wrong. I think it's time for another adult pre-K lesson. What do you think? All right, turn your listening ears on. Zoop, catch a bubble in your mouth. Good job. Okay, here's the thing. Having a preference is something like, I'm looking for a partner who likes kayaking, or wakes up early in the morning, or loves pizza. But when your preferences exclude an entire group of marginalized people, that's problematic. Okay, that's not nice. That's not a preference. If you lump all fat people in one group together as though they are not very different individuals. That's fatphobic. Just like lumping all black people in one group and saying, I don't like black people is racist. And lumping all disabled people in one group and saying, I don't think people in wheelchairs are hot is ableist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I disagree. I disagree.
No.
I don't think it's fair to have to kind of get down on people when it comes to their preference in dating, because this is a person that you have to live with, you have to sleep with, you have to make meals with. Like, if you're gonna have to ingrain this person into your personal life, they should be of the same mindset or same values of you, or you're gonna have problems. Like, how are you gonna be with someone that you're not attracted to, that you don't get along with, that you have different religious beliefs, things like that? And I feel like it's okay to have a preference or to discriminate when it comes to your dating preferences, because you're ingraining your whole life. You're giving up your life pretty much to be with this person, to create a life with this person. So no, I disagree when it comes to dating. When it comes to other things, jobs, things like that, yeah, that's messed up. You shouldn't discriminate when it comes to other things. But your personal relationship, yes, you can have a preference. I agree.
Gotcha. So do you think, for example, someone who didn't want to date somebody who was plus size or overweight, you disagree that it's not discriminatory, it's not fatphobic?
No, because if like I've had guys tell me that I am that they're not sexually attracted to me and they wouldn't date me or be with me, and that makes me so happy because I can avoid them and I can use my time and my energy to guys that actually like my body type and how I look.
And you don't have to change yourself, just
and then I waste less time. Like, again, I'm a time person, don't waste my time. So if you told me up front I'm not your type and you don't like the way I look, great, thank you so much for being honest up front and not wasting my time. I'll go on to the next.
So I would like to talk about this. So there's a way I organize attractiveness. So think about a triangle, right? And there's 3 corners. The first one is appearances. This is basically what is visible to the eye. This includes your body shape, how you look, your clothing, your mannerism. The other point is basically your character. It involves who you are as an individual, your personality, introvert, extrovert, your attitude, stuff like that. And then the third one is basically social status. That basically means what is the amount of value you add to society. And that includes your career, how much money you make, the influences. And then this triangle of attractiveness is within a circle, and that circle is called preferences. Within preferences, there's the norm, right? Like the beauty standards, what majority of the people would say thumbs ups to. And then there's those like exceptions or outliers. And this is kind of like how I view attractiveness. And you need to score high on all 3 of them within the person's preferences in order for them to see you as attractive and for them to want to pursue something with you. And everyone has the right to choose who they want to be, because you're going to have intimate intercourse with someone. So how they look matters. Some people like people who are more like chocolate. Some people don't. So I feel like everyone deserves to have that preference, and that's my take in it.
Can I just ask, what is there to be said with, like, I've had this happen where I fell in love with a guy who I wasn't necessarily attracted to when I first met, and then over time getting to know him and his personality and whatnot, I found him to be the most attractive guy because I fell in love with him.
Yeah, that happens.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like maybe they're, so I don't honestly all the time look for, if I find them to be physically attractive, there's going to be things that obviously it's going to be a no-go, but they're just like we're men, you've got a wider range. I'm going to have a range of unattractive and attractiveness level based on how you treat me, because if you have a gorgeous guy who acts like a dick, he's not going to be attractive. If you have a guy that's mediocre and acts amazing, he's going to be fine as fuck.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
That's just, and that's how I'm
yeah It's kind of like going back to those 3 things, right? Your appearances, your character, and your social status. Some people care more about the social status. Do you make this amount of money? Okay, then I can, you're kind of ugly, but whatever. The money covers that, right? So everyone has their preferences, and everyone kind of within those 3, they kind of choose which one is more important for them, and some people compromise, some people choose not to, some people are pickier, some people are not, they're very open to anything. So
okay, let's see, so
I would categorize it a preference though to what she said, I think that it is a preference, and I think that that's okay.
Right.
I think what that sounded like to me is I'm sad because I'm not in your preference.
Yeah.
Which is
that's a good point.
That I mean, that's okay, but you have to stop running after the person who doesn't want you, and stop so the people who want you can catch up.
And there's so many people who want you. I don't care how you look. There is people who want you. Focus on them. And I tell women on my TikTok all the time, date men who like you.
Yes.
Don't stop wasting your time with guys that don't text you back, don't call you back, like just stringing you along. For what? You look good, girl. Go find you a man that likes you.
And I will say, only because you don't see yourself dating them, you still need to respect them as a human being, right? That's where fatphobia comes in, and all the other stuff coming, racism and all that stuff. Just respect them.
Yeah.
They're not your type, then move on.
Yeah. Don't waste my time.
Yeah, I think kind of where she's kind of getting at the video we just reacted to, it almost felt like a defense mechanism for trying to justify why she's lonely.
Yeah.
Like it's...
She had some good points, you know what I mean? But the thing is that it still came from a place where it seemed like it was hurt. And that's the problem, was if once we get to a point where I don't need to be hurt by these outside outliers, I won't have to necessarily care if anyone's judging me.
Right. Yeah, and of course, I think you were saying, I don't know if it was Gabby or you, but of course, I think treating people who are overweight with either hate or disgust or calling names, shaming them, I think that's highly inappropriate. But on the other hand, I don't think like obesity should be glorified.
Agree.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, the problem that I have with like self-love, or kind of like what you said is like, it's your body, do whatever you want. I totally disagree with that, because there is a limit. Like if I truly love one of my siblings, and I see that she's doing things to her body that might cause her a lot of risk, or something, I'm gonna be like, you know what, let's talk, let's have this conversation out of love. So no, I don't believe that, oh, it's your body, do whatever you want. Can you? Yeah, you have the free will, but with the people that I love close to me, that does not, like, if you want to cut yourself, no, don't do that. Like, we're not going to do that. You know, there's a limit to that. And we want to come in a place of like, you need help, let's talk about it. But I feel like saying, hey, you know, you're big, keep eating more. When you know that they're struggling with that, probably telling them, oh, keep doing it might not be the best way to show them love. It's like, hey, let's talk. Who's hurting you? What's going on? What's going inside your heart, your mind? And just kind of care about them. Go to the root of the issue instead of just putting a beautiful Band-Aid on it and saying, oh yeah, you look beautiful, go do whatever you want, or something like that. But I also don't think it's beneficial to hate yourself. You shouldn't hate yourself because you're big. You need to be, there's a balance. You need to be like, love yourself.
I want to say something on that though. As somebody who currently needs to lose like 20 pounds, I kind of want to be body shamed. Like I want my chat, I want the people in my chat to be like Pudgy Brian. You're pudgy.
Do you think that
lose some
motivate
fucking weight.
you?
Tell me I need to lose weight because I'm.
Probably
listen,
not body
I want to
shape,
lose some weight. I used to have a six pack.
Though.
I used to have a six pack. Now I don't.
But they've done research
I
on humans.
I want someone to invite me, like, hey, let's go get some.
They've done research.
Body
The
shaming,
key word
please.
is siblings and close to you.
Body
My siblings
shaming.
can fat shame me. Sure, that's my siblings.
Yeah.
Some random doctor I don't know in the chat. Who are you?
But no,
like, why
they've
does
done
your opinion matter
research
to
on
me?
how.
Oh, FDG. FDG. You can shame me. Anybody, the chat.
You can't shame me, FDG. I don't know who you are. From
Please
a can of
body
paint.
shame me.
I don't recognize you from a
Pudgy
can of
Brian. I want to see Pudgy Brian in the chat.
I do want to say something about this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was a obese child. I'm not sure if you guys were too. And sometimes I do look back and I tell like my parents, I'm like, you saw me this big. Like, didn't you kind of like, you know, teach me about how to eat better? Like, I wish you could have done something when I was younger. I wish I could have learned more. And I was like, I felt like you just didn't care. And I felt like I wish there was people to tell you, hey, like, you're not, this is
People didn't tell
unhealthy.
you that over and over again as a kid? As a chubby kid? Literally, that was my entire life.
I was on Slimfast at age 11.
I was an athlete, and then they all called me fat.
Who puts an 11-year-old on Slimfast?
Yes.
That's toxic.
Or what is it, Jenny Craig?
Weight Watchers? Is that
Weight
another
Watchers.
one?
They're like 10.
Is that
I mean, I ended up trying to go like on pills and having shots in my ass, trying to meet this standard because I'm an actor.
That's fat phobia.
And my teacher told
insidious.
me, my teacher literally in college, and I love him, he's dear, but he told me, your face works against your body. Your face says ingenue and your body says character. So for you to be able to make it or do anything in Hollywood, you're gonna have to make them match up. So either I'd have to get uglier or I'd have to get thinner. So at that point, he was like, ask one of the, one of the girls in your class what she's doing. She's lost a lot of weight. I asked her, she said, I stopped eating. So I was like, okay, I'll stop eating. So I stopped eating and I lost some weight. Then the first time I ate, I gorged and I could not throw up. Okay, so I'm over here now, I'm gorging
You're
and I
binging.
can't throw up. Yes, I'm binging. And so that didn't work for me. I wasn't able to be anorexic because bulimia doesn't work, and that's what they lead to. So I wasn't allowed to do this, but still negating the fact that I'm in dance class every day. I can do the splits. Like I'm dancing. I've got more athleticism than the next person that I'm being compared to. Why should I chase that? I'm not saying that you should not try to be healthy, but in today, you need to learn how to love yourself in the day. You know what I mean? And people who are coming, they're not your family who are telling you, hey, look at your weight. Look at what you're doing. These people are sitting there telling me these things. They have no idea what I'm doing day to day. And just to assume that's already a problem.
Well, that's what I said from the beginning. They wanted you to lose weight for cosmetic reasons, but that's the thing. Losing weight is not just about how you look.
They would
it has to
say
be about your
health.
health
They
as
tell
well.
me it's health. Meanwhile, on one leg, I can go down and come all the way
you?
up. That's what they would say my whole entire life. So it's like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Someone's still going to judge you based on your look, no matter what you actually do physically. So I'm not promoting anything. I'm just saying as I am, want to love who I am today. That's yes, I want to work towards getting better. Yes, I want to see where that goes. But I just want to love I want to love who I am today. I don't want to love who I am tomorrow.
I think self-love is loving yourself with the things you cannot control and the flaws you have, but also self-love is not going into very bad habits. Not going into bad habits that can have consequences, whether that looks like gaining weight, whatever that looks like, because everyone's situation is different. That's self-love to me.
I would date a chubby Asian woman.
Yeah, we said that.
We know.
We said that. Is there any chubby Asian women on here?
Right in the chat.
Why not?
Right in the.
Yeah, we'll do the calculator.
Yeah.
Before calculator, do Twitch, then we'll do calculator. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Mods, if you could spam it in the chat. Wiley1, thank for the Prime. Walz, thank for the Prime. Revits, thank for the tier 1. Malak, thank for the Prime. Zephyrs, thank for the Prime. Pub Test, thank for the tier 1. Pub Test, thank for the 5 community subs, man. Appreciate it. Pub Test is the homie, man. Thank you so much. Spirited Panda, thank you for the resub with the Prime. Really appreciate it. 3 months. Thank you, man. Okay, so let's do the calculator.
Okay.
This is the delusional calculator. Okay. All right. So what are the chances to find the man of my dreams? So we're going to scroll down here. So we're going to start with, actually, I think we need, can you put it on the other side? Yeah, perfect. Age for you.
27.
Age range. Can you give us an age range?
Of the men. Like the men you want?
The men that I want?
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now, right?
From what age to what age?
I typically try not to date men under 30. So I would say 30 to 46, 45.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I assume exclude married men.
I don't want them to be married. No.
Okay. I don't know why that's even an option, to be honest.
Because some women don't care, just
Really?
like some men don't care. Yeah, it's gross.
I just feel like most women
karma's a
would
thing.
say exclude married. Race.
I don't really care. I mean, I care when we get to the nitty gritty, and
Yeah.
if you're like you have racist roots or something, I can't deal. But like, I'm not going to judge you in the beginning. If I get to know that you can't handle being with a black woman, then it's over anyways. But we'll just say any color or shade.
In terms of what you want, right?
Like your preference.
Yeah, this is your preference.
Who am I more attracted to?
You'll marry. Will you marry?
I date everybody.
Okay.
I date
All right.
everybody.
We'll keep it any color. Minimum height.
6.
Minimum height 6 feet.
Gosh,
And-
I really want to say 6'3".
Well, you're tall, right? You're tall yourself.
I'm 5'10",
You're
and in
5'10".
heels I'm 6.
In heels,
So-
she's 6. In heels, I'm 6'3".
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have a nice
How do
pair
you
of
know
pumps
that?
at home?
I got some Jimmy Choos and some.
Do you
red
really?
bottoms?
Can we see a
I
little
got
picture
some
of that
Jimmy
of
Choos
those on your
and
feet?
I got some Steve Madden.
Can we see what I actually fit for them,
love
but
that
for the
brand.
others,
Good
the
shit.
plus size.
Okay, cool. I'm totally joking, but should we exclude obese?
No, I mean, what's considered obese? Because some people would
what
consider
is-
me obese. So, like, what does obese mean? Like,
I know the
I don't know what
BMI.
the
it depends on how you
is.
look. Do you look
Yeah.
good? Can you get up a flight of stairs?
Yeah.
Are you bedridden? Like,
Do
I
you work
can't deal
out?
with bedridden. Like, can you walk? Can you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
Have
I'm
fun.
gonna say that's a no to exclude. You're fine with obese.
I'm
Yeah,
fine with
she's
the-
okay.
I
I'm
think
fine
she's okay
with
with obese.
the American version of obese. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Minimum income.
That looks about right.
Yeah, I'd say 200. Well, I would say 150. Can I do 150?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We'll do 150. We'll do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good.
All right. Let's
range.
find out what my ideal man.
Why is it
probability.
only 2 dots?
Yeah,
Point
it's
zero-
Why is it 0.3%?
It's unicorns. We want unicorns.
0.3% of men.
We want unicorns.
Excuse me?
But we're not asking for anything. We're not providing.
I didn't even go that strict on this calculator, and it's 0.3. How accurate is this calculator?
Yeah, I question that.
So I would say when it comes to just height. So granted, you are a tall woman, but if you 6 feet and above, that's only 15% of men. So immediately, just if you need a guy who's 6 feet, you've immediately excluded like 85% of men, and then you factor in the income, which is fairly high.
Yeah,
you're looking at a very small proportion.
If I was a short woman, I wouldn't mind a guy who was shorter. But if I'm dunking on you, bros, like I don't know how, you know, I don't know. I just
carry him over the threshold when you're married.
I would just feel like, oh. Like, let me carry you.
That could be romantic.
It could be. It could be. If he, I mean, I once dated a guy who was 5'8", and he literally swept me off my feet. Not physically, but like
short guys are hanging sometimes.
He has charm.
Wait.
Like short guys have charm, and they're funny, and they can get a because they had to work a little bit harder on their personality because a lot of women like tall men.
Funny,
So when you're shorter, you have to work a little harder. I feel like on personality. So there are some great short guys, but I can't deal with little man syndrome. Like the Napoleon complex because I feel like a lot of the times when I've tried to date shorter men, they get so angry and bitter when we're out and like people, and I guess other guys are trying to talk to me, other guys are trying to like say something to me, and then they feel inferior because of that. And then also like they're like, if I'm wearing a little bit of a heel, like this much, they'll be like, why are you wearing heels? Why don't you just wear flats? And they get all angry about it. I'm just like, you're gonna be short regardless if I'm barefoot or in heels, so what do you care? And then I see cute like celebrity couples that are like the guy's shorter, like John Legend, and then his wife is like 6'3" or something. Like they're cute, So I guess it just depends. You have to have confidence in yourself. You can't be insecure.
So besides all the things that we listed there in the calculator, do you have like, I know you said you date anybody, but do you have like a type? Do you like white boys?
I say I typically date Black and Caribbean men.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's more my culture. And
Am I kind of your type?
You're my sister's type.
Oh.
Not a close up on you.
Well, actually, her fiance and you, I feel like, are similar.
Oh, there's hope. There's hope for Brian.
Yeah, I feel like my sister's fiance kind of like favors you a little.
Oh.
So I feel like,
All right. Moving on.
Hopefully my percentage is better.
I don't know if I can compete with the 5 other men on the roster, though. It might be.
Are you like putting your application in?
I mean,
just a little banter.
Okay.
Just banter.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know. I have to get to know. The thing is, I feel like my
if we go on a date, though, you have to pay for it.
Oh God.
Well, then you've already been bumped off the roster.
Yeah.
She doesn't date. She doesn't date boys.
I'm done.
Didn't even.
When I date white boys, they take extra care of me. Okay, like.
So wait, let me paint a scenario here.
Oh gosh.
I take you to Red Lobster.
Why?
I'm allergic. I can't.
I take you to Benihana.
I love Benihana. And
Right?
They crack a little egg and they cook. Oh my gosh,
They cook in front of you. They do
love Benihanas.
the onion train
the
thing with the volcano.
Oh, and then they throw the food in your mouth.
Yes.
But you're paying for it, girl. So.
Well, here's what the check comes. The waiter comes, and I say, 2 checks.
Why?
Like 2 chains.
I would do this. Oh my. Okay, sweetie. I'm just gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, you dip. You run out on me.
You could pay it.
Absolutely.
Especially if you ask me out on a date. Like, you gonna ask me out. How am I paying it? You ask me out.
That's crazy.
Why am I out on this date now?
Could we, it'd actually be fun. What if we filmed a date? We went on a date.
You're gonna lose though. You already told he's not paying.
But I'm gonna be the most obnoxious. I'm not gonna pull your seat back for you. I'm gonna tell you to take the bus.
So average.
I'm gonna.
That's crazy. You would be the first guy.
Average man.
You're not the first guy. I did date a guy like that. It was bad.
They don't
he
know how to
came with
use
his bicycle.
Don't you think though it would kind of like, because you'd say most of the guys who you deal with, like they do all the things you want, right? Like they pay for you, they get you your Uber. So I would almost be coming in like, who's this mysterious guy who's, or not? Am I totally off base here?
Clown.
I mean, it's not a mystery when you date me because I vet you before I let you take me out.
Okay.
So I feel like we're on the same page. Unless I happen to meet you out somewhere that's different. If I met you online, I'm vetting you a little bit more. If I met you out, it's a little bit more lax.
Yeah.
But I feel like before even the first date, I kind of know the vibe, and I've been thrown for a loop a couple times. I'm just like, wow, I really thought you were different. So I've been thrown for a loop.
Okay.
So
if I were to like take you to Benihana, but I didn't pay for the check, it's done. No second date.
What if
afterwards I were to take you to
You're not getting a second date already.
What's like a nice restaurant? I don't know.
Oh God.
I mean, we'd split for that date too.
He doesn't
Malibu?
know.
We'd still. I would. Five Guys.
Oh my God.
If you took me to Five Guys after Benihana's, I'd be stuffed from Benihana's. Gives you a lot of food.
No. Like a second, not
a
not
second
the same.
date, and it's
same.
at Five Guys.
What else are
and
we
you pay
doing?
for it?
We'd split too. We'd
Why
still
am I
split.
splitting at Five Guys? You don't have $10.
Because you want to get to know me for my personality.
Ew.
I mean, I
Oh
can
my
get to know
goodness,
you over the phone
Brian.
before you want to take me. If
No.
you feel like you don't want to invest on a first date because you don't know if it's gonna go sideways, that's fine. Let's talk
What
on
if
the
we're
phone.
soulmates though?
We're not. If you're
Don't
not
say
show-
that,
Couldn't
Gabby.
be.
If you're not
Gabby,
showing out
don't
the
say that.
funds, where's the funds? Run me my money. Like I don't understand. You know, like where are the funds?
Well, I was actually hoping that like you could continue modeling and I'm kind of like the stay-at-home dad. Do you think that could work?
Can you also carry the baby?
I you know,
I got
a couple of
it. I
guys
got it.
have approached me in that manner, and you know, I'm not hating because I know some women prefer that. I'm just not that woman. I do best at home.
Me too.
I feel like. Yeah, and you just need a career
Everyone
woman who's
does.
gonna whip you into shape. A woman who wears the pants, who controls the you know finances and all that. Like a boss ass babe, and I am a boss ass babe, but I can be very soft and feminine with the right man. I prefer
Yeah.
that role. But some women, yeah, they want to stay at home dad. They want you. Okay, I'm just
Oh,
not
okay.
her.
Okay.
I'm
If
just
a
Do you
guy
think-
like,
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh, just a random question. If a guy like came up to you and, or if you were talking to this man for a while and he was like, I'm going to fully financially support you, would you like quit your work and everything for that, or would you continue to work?
Are we married?
Let's just say dating, but marriage possibly in the future.
It's serious.
Like you really, yeah, it's a serious relationship.
I feel like I wouldn't feel secure enough to kind of quit my job unless I was married, because I'm guaranteed your money, half of everything you own and things like that. So I feel like I would feel more secure if we were married, so that I know I'm protected and I'm safe in case you want to leave or whatever. So I would be comfortable letting go of a job, being a stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home wife, if I knew that I was married and I was guaranteed, you know, some help if things go awry.
I kind of think
Valid.
women should pay for the first date.
Why?
Like not just split, but I think the women should pay for the
Okay,
first
why?
date. Well,
'Cause
obviously,
he's broke.
it's very nice to be wined and dined as a man, you know. And I think the way, you know, I just have to show up. What I bring to the table, like, I am the table.
What do you bring to the table?
I am the table.
What do you bring to the table?
Listen, okay?
Can I get you pregnant?
Ooh, we could try.
But you see how that
You
wouldn't
can
work?
try. Let's try.
Do you have a cock?
Do you see how that wouldn't work? Exactly my point. Exactly.
Listen. It's 2023. Men can get pregnant.
No, they cannot.
Oh my god.
You guys don't have the uterus
Oh
to get
my
pregnant.
God.
You don't have hips that
Whoa,
expand.
excuse
you do not.
me.
You guys cannot contain the chemicals that
I
it takes
am
to feed the baby
offended.
while it's in your.
I'm offended.
That's
It's
science.
okay.
You could be offended all you want.
I'm
okay to be
offended.
offended.
Okay.
Be offended.
I'm offended.
Be offended.
Awesome.
Men can get pregnant
Okay.
in
Lies.
2023.
Oh my gosh.
Are you talking about transgender men? There's X and there's X. There's XX and there's XY. Okay. Unless you are the
woman.
kind that that can get the pregnant, then I don't want to talk
Are
about
you
it.
assuming?
No, I'm saying unless you are.
I don't know where I'm going. This conversation.
I don't know either.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You want to at this point you want to carry her baby. That's all I'm hearing.
Look, some women are
I will
into it.
carry our child. In fact,
Oh God! Don't grab the brown
Not the
one.
black baby. Not the black baby.
is this racist?
No,
I
I'm
only
black.
have 2 colors.
Grab the black baby.
Look at this.
Why not?
This could be our child. Okay.
The computer's.
Why you treat it like that?
Oh, sorry.
That's so
Like, why would you-
cute.
Disqualified.
He's not a
Sorry.
nurturer.
Disqualified.
I'm
Take the baby
child
out of
abuse.
the
Yeah, Jesus.
Child abuse.
That's why you don't carry a baby. We're not getting.
That's a
giving you one.
newborn. Look how it's shaped.
It's really cute.
It's newborn.
It's like a health class baby.
Here, can I tell you what? I would consider paying for you on the first date, but I'd like to see you nurture this baby. Let's see your motherly instincts here.
Cute.
Okay, Jay Jr. He's breastfeeding.
Hold on.
Jay
you can't
Jr.
hold my baby
He's
respectfully. That
I
is
just
not
assumed
it.
That, like, my man
That's
starts
not-
with a J. Let's just put it out
Okay.
there, you know, like, so Jay Jr. because he's a junior.
Who's the guy who was with the Kardashian woman?
Ray J?
Ray J? Is he kind of
like
Kim
10 years ago?
Yeah, that was like a decade ago.
After he made the song, I hit it
changed.
first.
It's fixed. I don't know how that happened.
No, I don't
All right,
know.
that's very motherly. Okay.
I love babies. Oh, give me $1 million.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
love
know
that.
where that. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
you do.
Just pay for the date.
But in any
Brian.
case, here I'll take that back.
Just not by the head. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Oops, my bad.
Just threw it out there.
Pay for the
I have a
date.
habit of throwing infants. Okay, so
Are you paying for the date? Was that nurturing enough? Like, what's going on?
we're
You
gonna-
did
we're
say
gonna
it
have
was
to
nurturing.
We're gonna have to. split
Brian,
it,
if you're
I
not
think.
willing to invest in your love life, just don't even.
Yeah.
Don't even.
Men are
think
too
about
broke
it.
to date these days. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
They're too broke to date.
It's not our
And
fault.
dating is an investment.
Yes.
You don't
But-
have the funds? Stay single. Stay at your mama's house.
Or
until you
stay
can
in your
build
lane.
funds.
You can date a girl who doesn't care. That's fine. They're getting where you fit in.
You know what's interesting though, when it comes, I feel like we're shaming men when it comes to this money thing. You know,
We do the same
We're
thing to
shaming
women.
them.
Everyone's
How?
gonna.
do we? Do we though?
How is it shaming though? You just prefer
Well,
something.
okay.
It's
Let
a
me
preference.
let me bust out a couple musical bits, and maybe I could. You have a very lovely voice. Maybe
Thank you.
you're familiar with a few of these songs. Let's go back to the '90s. We have TLC, No Scrubs.
Yep.
I love
They had no
TLC.
chicken heads. They had no.
400 million views on YouTube.
It was a good
What's
song.
the lyrics go? It's like
I don't want no scrubs. Guy was the guy that can't get no
he
love
said
from
waterfall.
me.
Oh, Scrubs?
Scrubs, no
Oh.
Scrubs.
Hanging out on the
TLC.
passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me.
I don't want no scrubs.
Scrub is checking me, but his
Scrubs,
game
I
is kind of
can't
weak,
get no
and he know
love
that he
from
cannot
me.
approach me.
Hanging on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, try to holler at me. I love TLC.
Scrub is
That's
kind of
my
weak.
jam.
That's great.
Yep. I know all the words of that song. That was a hit.
So you have that song. You have Destiny's Child. Bills.
Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? Can you pay my automobile?
We can chill.
I don't think you could. So you and me are through.
It's
Dun, dun,
due.
dun, dun, dun.
She got it,
One of
though.
them.
You got in the bills.
They had
And
male
then
songs too.
We have Cardi B, Up. She says,
If it's up.
broke boys.
Broke boys don't deserve no pussy.
I know that's right. I don't feel that
Why
way.
do we know all
They
these
just-
anthems? Why do we know these broke boy? I'm about to come out with a broke boy anthem. Catch me
I'ma
on
rap on
Spotify.
it.
I'm gonna have a broke boy anthem come out.
Let me rap on it.
See,
Broke boy.
and then, but see, we got what would be the equivalent?
Chicken head. There literally was an
What,
equivalent.
but what would be
opposite,
the
it,
equivalent, like the male version of
Chicken
like,
head. They
like
literally
a
came out with the
No.
exact same song.
Now, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no
$99.
broke.
Didn't
Hold on
know
just
you
a
would
sec.
have on Cleveland Brown from
Wait.
Family Guy on the promo.
Cleveland Brown. I love him. Y'all are
That was
mean.
a good one.
Oh
Y'all are
my
mean.
goodness.
But I love
A
Cleveland.
cool 99 for
I
that.
love Cleveland.
Is that all you guys got? Can I get an insult, but for a little bit more
Oh,
money?
hey, Bender the Defender, she wants the heat. She wants.
But I want more
The
money than
smoke.
99. If you're gonna insult me, I want like 150.
Oh, she wants the champagne pop, I think.
Pop
but,
that bottle,
send
baby.
me the funds.
Okay. Wow. All right. There you have it. Let's do the calculator for.
Let's
for
do
you
it.
while
Okay,
we-
I'm gonna
Let's
excuse
do
myself.
it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. All right. Okay.
I would also
Age
say
range for you?
30 to probably 54.
Okay. All right.
I don't care about the color. However, they need to be able to understand what I go through daily. I don't want to be arguing with you about things. Height, I'll go a cool 5'10".
5'10".
I have been known to do shorter, but
Okay.
5'10" is
That's-
like
yeah.
if ideal, if I could
Ideally.
pick, yeah.
Yeah. Exclude.
5'10" or taller.
Exclude obese.
Yes.
Exclude obese.
Yes. Even though I'm plus size and to each their own, I'm normally generally attracted to me being the soft one and them being the hard one. That's just like sexy to me.
What if he was like muscular a little bit underneath the obesity?
Yeah, so that's like a football player, like
Yeah,
like
like a
linebacker. I
li-
like the ones that run, or a basketball player.
You prefer basketball players?
Basketball player are the ones that run really, like the ones that
Sprinters.
quarterbacks.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, receivers
Nick,
too.
if you, minimum income.
Ideal, like if I'm just picking. Yeah, I don't know. I want like this super nerdy like Google guy, like 200.
200. Okay.
We'll say 200.
Yeah.
But
all right.
yeah, we'll say 200.
Okay. All right. So 0.18%. That's less than Gabby. That's the probability of a guy in that that age,
especially in
meets,
California,
that meets your standards.
It's even worse. Yeah, but to be fair, I'm not.
Just need one.
I'm not asking for anything that
Just
I'm
need
not
one?
giving. Like I'm not. I've got things that comes with me, and so I'm not asking for anything that I'm not giving. Like sometimes I'll do the speed dating thing on TikTok, and they'll be like, what's your type? And I'm like, well, I want someone educated. I want someone who enjoys their career. I want someone who's stable in their career. I want I'm listing the things I want. And he made this face like, oh my God, what, really? But I also am educated. I'm also cultured. I bring these kinds of things to the table. I just want someone to match me or be a little bit better, because at the end of the day, with the kind of man that I want, I'll end up emasculating them. They will feel emasculated if I present more than they have. So I'd prefer them to have more than me.
That's a fair point. But you mentioned like ideal type would be like a NFL player.
No. I'm talking about body stature.
Just body type.
Yeah,
okay.
no. I mean, my ideal type is going to be a surgeon, is going to be super nerdy, an engineer of some type, something in cybersecurity, just super nerdy. Like that's my ideal type. I want someone really intelligent.
Okay. All right.
Because if you're intelligent, what can stop you? You know what I mean?
Sure. But don't you think that those kind of men have like a lot of optionality?
That's so funny. Someone else presented that to me in sauna. They were like, well, you want this kind of man. Aren't you going to want a man who's want this? Here's the thing. At the end of the day, there's still going to be a niche, right? There's going to be the men who make a lot of money who want a woman who is maybe very petite. She's not very smart. She doesn't talk a lot. And she's just kind of pretty. Right?
Sounds
but there's
great.
also but there's also those men who have a lot of money who want a woman who's equally a leader and has all this and that and those kind of things. So I just feel like, yes, just the same way that people have these things, who ends up wanting me is going to be the person that I want as well. And even if it is a 13%, listen, I've known to win smaller lotteries. So I'm with and like I said, when you had gone to the bathroom, my life right now, I've accumulated and done everything from myself. I'm living and I'm happy living. I've literally found a place where I really genuinely love myself and I'm working on myself to be better. I don't want anything that's going to take away from that. So if you're coming into my life, I need you to be adding to that, stacking up on that, or don't come. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Because what's the point of even going into it and bringing a life into a family and doing all this stuff with a man who then at the end of the day is not that thing? Yeah. I'm literally giving up everything. I got everything tight. Girl. Everything's good. Everything's up. Now I give all that away for you. I need to make sure that that's worth it. And if it's not, then I'm going to keep being tight and doing what I got to do.
Wait, what do you mean by tight? What are we talking about here?
I'm talking about just the whole body.
The body?
I'm chubby, right? But like I just know I'm tight. I'm sucked in. I'm
of course.
I'm chubby, but I'm untouched. I haven't had any
sex.
I didn't say sex, but like.
Has it been a minute?
Has it been a minute?
Celibacy?
I reserve the right to sustain from that. But yeah, I mean, like I haven't had any sort of babies, and I feel like sure. At the end of the day, like, and I don't feel like that makes any woman less than a woman, but I know that when you're talking about what if a man, sometimes that's something they also don't like. So I'd be literally giving my all.
Yeah.
Got it.
Sacrificial.
Okay. All right. We'll do the calculator for you.
And she's gonna have better odds than all of us.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Okay, age range.
So let's do 25 to 35.
Okay. Exclude married, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And then race, I prefer chocolate.
Black men?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
you don't have Hispanic up there.
Yeah.
There's
like just white, black, and Asian.
I know. The
I guess they gotta rework it. But okay, your future husband, you'd like him to be a black man.
Well, I find them attractive, and also people who have like fair skin but dark eyes and dark hair.
Ooh,
okay.
Algerian men.
Yeah, those two.
Okay. What about white guys? You any interest in white men?
No.
I've dated white guys.
I work with a lot of them. I just know.
Not you working with a lot of them. My only issue is, can the white man that I'm dating handle being in a society, being married to a black woman? Because we're gonna can he handle having black children?
Yeah,
those are really important to me.
Some can.
And there's not many white guys who can or even have thought of all the societal things you have to deal with being black in America.
Here's a question too, though. Can a black woman handle having a white child?
100%. We've been doing it for 300 plus years. Respectfully. And I'm mixed. I was raised by my white side.
But it is interesting, like if you're mixed, right? Like
It's very confusing over here.
If, like, you're white, but you're also black, or you know what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly. I was afforded a lot of luxuries growing up with my white family. Moving out, I was like, oh shit, I'm black.
Yo, that literally slaps you in the face.
Oh
it's like,
and
oh my gosh,
when
I'm
people
black.
started like,
It slaps you in
parents
the
would
face.
pull their kids away from me if I'm wearing sweatpants. Like
Oh,
it was just
yeah.
little small
Following me
things.
around malls.
Or like
I
if
can't even go to a mall.
If I go into a
Like-
restaurant and I order a steak, let's say I want it medium rare. Like with my grandpa, if it's overcooked, they're taking it out of his face immediately. He can't even. My steak is overcooked. It's gone. Me.
They're
Can you deal
questioning
with
you.
that? Is that
Yep,
going to be
they're
okay?
questioning
Is it
you.
all right? No, actually, it's not fucking okay because it was $60 steak.
Let's continue with the thingamabum.
Yeah.
It's so true.
I would say a bonus
height-
would be if they can speak Spanish, but
Okay.
Afro-Latina.
yeah,
Culture.
I'm half
Height-
Guatemalan, half Mexican.
Beautiful.
So height, let's do. I'm 5'1", so
Bitch.
5'2" to
Really?
5.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
that's
you
fair.
can
Just
have
more
10.
taller than us.
5'2" is fine.
Okay,
Anything
that was
higher.
just minimum height.
Yeah, just higher than
Really?
me, just a little
Wait,
bit.
be
Short
real
guys
though.
are
Be real though.
hung.
5'2". You.
I am
cool.
5'1".
Right, but
Even in
Short
heels,
guys are
though,
hung
you're
sometimes.
comfortable?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't really wear heels, but yeah, I'm
okay.
comfortable.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. Exclude obese.
Excluded.
I mean,
Yes.
that's yeah,
Yes.
based off of.
Must be like,
Minimum
okay,
income?
let's do 95.
95K.
Yeah, but I didn't think about
95K.
taxes.
Girl, and they be taxing like crazy. They be taxing like a mother trucker.
Taxes.
Them
Okay.
taxes.
Okay.
Oh, we're just gonna stay single forever.
Okay.
This is rigged. 5'2" and
I
it's
need a
only
new calculator.
0.2%. This is
Wait,
rigged.
let me see.
Bullshit.
I only see one colored. Is there anything else that's colored?
Scroll. You mean scroll
Oh, it's
up?
black
Scroll
men.
up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Oh, it's because of
1.6
black. Probably
So we're
that's
both-
took it down.
1.6 of all black men in that age range. Scroll up.
Is
Scroll up,
the
Nick.
Salulu.
A little bit.
Oh.
A little more. A little more.
It's because black
Probability.
men.
I just need
oppressed.
one man, so
That's
I just
what
need one man.
That's plenty of percentage for me to get one. I just need one.
right.
Yeah.
But okay. So each of you are under 1% in terms of the men that you're looking for.
But we're also very
Available.
special people. We're not average. I'm not run of the mill.
But that's what they say, Delulu, but I don't care.
The Lulu is the Salulu.
Wait.
Delulu is the Salulu.
You're saying that you're special.
Hi, I'm special.
What?
What makes me special?
Well, no. I mean, like
I mean, I just
this.
spoke to you.
This is a pretty average table, myself included.
You might be average. I am not average.
Oh.
I'm not
Okay.
even wearing. I mean, how many figure skaters do you know? How many people do you know that live? Just come with me. How many,
Yeah,
how many
that's
figure
the-
skaters?
that's a
number
huge
one.
priority for
How
men.
many-
She's
doesn't
a
matter,
figure
but
skater.
think about that. That's original. That's a very unique talent. How many people have you known that lived in France or
I-
studied abroad in France?
I was born in France.
Okay, you might have been,
Really?
but how many people do you know with that kind of?
Do you know how to sing the Marseillaise? I can't even. Bro, my
wait,
French
which
is
one?
bad.
I know
the French.
Champs-Élysées. Oh,
Allons
Champs-Élysées.
enfants de la patrie.
Oh, I know the tune,
le
but
toit
La vie
arrivé.
en rose.
You know what's
You are
fucking-
not average, Brian.
You know what's
Voulez-vous coucher
thank you.
avec moi ce soir?
You know what's fucking. You know what's dope about the French national anthem? The lyrics, if you translate them, or if you just speak French, is we will. Oh, fuck. How does it go? We will fertilize our fields with the blood of our enemies.
Love
I think
that.
that's in the French national
romantic.
anthem. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm
What
translating.
they will do is
right.
build a wall for you to walk around.
National anthem. That's pretty badass. You know what I'm saying? Marseillaise. Marseille. I can't pronounce it.
Marseille?
It's
Oh, no,
the
that's Versailles.
I moved from France when I was 5, so unfortunately I lost most of my.
But that's unique.
French.
You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make someone average. A lot of people in America haven't even gone outside the country. And I've gone to like 7 countries.
Same.
Word.
I know how to set a table. A lot of women don't know how to set a table. Respectfully, like,
I think
if
you need to find something unique, right? And if each of us get to know each other,
Yeah.
that would we'll find something. So yeah, we're average, and
I'm not
on the
average,
whole,
respectfully.
we're average, and like in a whole, if someone was to see us as strangers, right? But we aren't. You know,
I don't
we're all
even look
unique.
average
Just
though.
have
Like even
to
when I'm in Seattle, no one assumes that I'm average. Like I already like hold myself in a way that's not average. And you do too.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's no averageness going on here. I mean, unless you accept that, right? Because that's your
Oh my
own
gosh,
perception.
the
But
doctor's back.
Uh-oh. Here, I'll read that chat really quick.
she said, I don't care
she's
about you.
oh, she is
Normalize
back.
BCD.
I care about
I don't.
society normalizing obesity. You're so entitled. You want the world adjusting to your condition and make seats bigger when you choose to be fat. Also, don't shoot the messenger here. I'm just reading. Also, are you sure you can get pregnant without? Wow.
I know a 500-pound woman who got pregnant and had a healthy birth.
I guess we'll find out.
And I'm nowhere near 5. So.
But that might be the exception, though.
I mean,
here's the thing.
Again, it goes back to
It might be the
fatphobia.
exception, but
Yeah,
like,
here's
that's
the thing with pregnant. You know, like men, if they are bigger, they have less testosterone, right? And then women, when they are bigger and bigger, it affects our estrogen. And it can trick our body into thinking that we're taking birth control with estrogen, so it's harder for us to get pregnant. And it's the same thing in the other spectrum. When someone is very, very underweight, they're not producing that much estrogen. So in both extremes,
but it goes back
there could
to
be problems to that.
It goes back to this person who's looking at me through a screen, just determining that I'm too fat to get pregnant or whatever. But it's like, you don't know my body. You're just looking at me and just assuming because I'm bigger than what you would perceive as a normal size or whatever, then you're turning it into, oh, it's a health issue and you can't do this and that and the other. But it's like, it's really perspective when you're talking about that, because to some people I'm not that big, to some people I'm really big. So it's really just you justifying your prejudice against me as a person, and you don't know my health, medical history, nothing about me. You're just looking at me. So that's really just, oh, what you look like, because you don't know me.
I once heard a story. There was a woman who didn't even know she was pregnant.
Yeah, because she was chubby.
I've
heard that too.
Side.
But skinny girls can do that too.
Skinny girls?
Yeah, they can do that too. They can be pregnant and not know. I mean, body's amazing.
But I'm saying, like, they, not just early on, I'm saying
full term. They didn't know. But that's happened with thin women too.
And the baby came out and she's like, I didn't know I was pregnant.
It's very common for them to be preemies.
Yeah, but it also happens with it. That's not a size thing. That happens also with.
Good times. Yeah. We have some more videos from our lovely guest, Gabby here.
Oh, yay.
Nick, if you're able to pull up the subsequent Gabby video. Oh, do we have... We can play this... Wait, play it really quick, but I don't know if... Yeah, we'll just play it.
Hi, Jessica. I don't know if that's your name, but you seem like a Jessica. Nobody cares who you're dating. I know that's a really hard pill to swallow, but genuinely, nobody cares who you're dating.
Thank you.
Except maybe somebody else who wants to date you.
Thank you.
So when fat people are talking about societal fat phobia and the way in which it informs beauty standards and then informs desirability in partners, we are simply saying that those preferences are not innocent. None of them are. So continue about your day and love your boyfriend, girlfriend, who the fuck ever, in all their skinny glory. But when your preferences are negative, they are very clearly not preferences. When your preferences reject entire classes of people, they are not preferences. But most importantly, the question I have for you at the end of the day is, why do you hate fat people so much that you needed to come on an app and scream so loudly, I fucking hate and would never date a fat person? When literally no one cares. No one gives a shit who you're dating. Never have.
Oh. Yeah, so I mean, I feel like we've already kind of covered that with the previous video, but she said, what did she say? She was saying that
it kind of reminds me of when, if you flip the script, when there's a group of black men who only date what they call snow bunnies, which is white women. And when they say, like, when you ask them, okay, why are you with your girlfriend? Instead of saying, oh, she's pretty, she's intelligent, she's successful, they'll say, because black women are too aggressive, black women are too this, that, and the other. So they're dating these snow bunnies, I'm using their term, because they hate black women. It has nothing to do with the white woman that they're just dating. And at the end of the day, I don't care who you date, but why do you have to put me down just to make yourself feel better in your relationship? I don't understand that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's what she's saying. Like, that's what they're saying when they're saying a preference is, I don't prefer fat people, but you're assuming that all fat people are just the same thing, where we're all different sizes, but we're all considered to be fat. And so you're basically just saying all fat people know, when in reality, push came to shove, if she met the right guy and he became or was overweight, chances are she wouldn't say no. It's when you're just blindly saying no to everybody and not thinking about any personality or anything. I mean, I get what they're saying when they say that.
Well, I think it just ultimately comes down back again to preferences. I mean,
but you can't prefer.
I feel like you could have a preference,
you can't
but don't
prefer-
put
wait.
other people down for your preference.
So go ahead with your point.
You can't just prefer like a physique like that. Just like when she says, like, for instance, if I'm like, oh, I don't date white guys, it's like you're then not even giving. You're just grouping everyone in one thing. When in actuality, it's like there might be, you know, exceptions to the rule. And when you group it all, you're not allowing for any exception. And maybe it's, you know, I don't know. You're not leaving any room for exception.
I gotta say, I don't know if this is gonna be offensive, but
I want to say something.
I think just for me, blanket, I wouldn't date an obese woman.
But you just said you like chubby Asian women.
There's a difference between obese.
But that's
and
Who
a little
decides that?
chubby.
Who decides if you're
preference.
obese
But
or not?
when I'm talking chubby, I mean like, you know, there's a little belly.
Do you have a picture?
That's depends on, because
I don't know if
people
we can
consider
Google
me
it,
to
but-
be chubby, but then some people will consider me to be fat, and some people consider me not even to be big at all.
But there
Well,
are
that's
some ways
because.
to measure
Hold on, let me
it.
just respond to her. That is because chubby has been appropriated.
I'm chubby and I like it.
I'm just saying, chubby, I feel like there's degrees, you know.
Yeah.
But that's all
spectrum.
perception.
When I think chubby, I think like a little bit overweight. You know what I mean?
What's a little bit?
Like
For
a little
Samoan,
belly, like a little bit of a belly. Like chubby, a little chubby, like a
If
little
she's
chub.
4'11" with a belly, she's looking like an Oompa Loompa. She's
Let me,
not
I
looking
can
just
Google
like a
chubby.
tummy.
Let me
You're not
Google
just seeing her
chubby.
tummy.
I'm going to Google chubby right now. Chubby.
But to be fair, your algorithm
Oh,
is going to be
well,
to what you usually look
I
at.
could be, you know, if we're going according
You can eye
to
it.
the dictionary definition of
Oh
chubby,
God, the dictionary that's consistently changing.
we have, again,
it's
this is a bit
something.
vague, so I could be wrong here. Plump and rounded.
That's me.
So maybe chubby isn't the right word. I don't know what the
Plump and
right
rounded
word
is?
is.
But it also
But it's not
depends on
thick.
like your age and
What's the
other
difference between
factors.
chubby and thick?
Well, I feel like thick is its own thing, and
Soft?
It's all
Someone who's
very,
soft?
it's all very confusing.
But then that's the same thing. People call me red bone or yellow bone. Like at the
That's
same time,
true.
it's still
What? Wait,
perception.
what is that?
Like I thought I was dark skinned my whole life.
heard
but
of
now
It's
I'm
a
brown
level
skin.
of light skin. So like
Oh,
usually it's
there's-
an undertone. So like some people call me yellow bone, some people call me red bone. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And
Wow,
like
I've never heard
same thing
that.
with this whole conversation. Like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Like if you're chubby or not chubby, it's really your perception. So it's like, are you okay with it or not?
Okay.
I would like to add
Am
on
I-
preferences when you're done.
Are you what?
What kind of bone am I?
What kind of bone?
You're white.
Am I a bone?
No.
Green.
What does
Do
that
I-
mean, a bone?
Well, you
Like,
said there's.
yellow bone,
You
red
oh,
said,
you have to be some
do-
sort of like mixed
color.
complexion.
Can I be like?
You're pink bone.
Can I be white bone?
No, you're
You
pink
could be
bone.
pink bone.
You're
I'm
pink
pink
I'm
bone.
yellow
Yeah.
bone.
You're yellow.
Yeah.
Chief pink
Let's
bone.
go.
I'm red bone.
I'm pink bone.
Chief pink bone. I consider myself golden.
What's Madison?
I'm yellow.
She's
Yeah.
Asian.
So she.
I'm yellow bone.
Yellow.
Asians can
also
say
you
that.
It's
said-
like your undertone, right?
Well,
like your
yes, but you
undertone.
wouldn't even consider to be yellow bone. They would just call you yellow,
Yellow.
if we're doing that. But,
But that's
really
derogatory
stupid.
for
yeah.
some people.
Can I be ghost bone?
Yeah, we're gonna call you Casper from
'Cause
here
I'm,
on
kinda-
out.
I'm super pale.
Yeah, we'll call you
you have,
Casper.
like, a
I was
pink
gonna say I can
undertone.
see
I
right
have a
through
Irish
you.
bone.
I'm translucent.
Yeah, I was like I can see right through your head.
I know it's crazy how that
Just
works.
mouth and teeth, but at least they look nice.
It's weird. Cool. Okay, where? Oh, the video. Okay, we reacted to the video. I think. I think.
Can I add on preferences?
Sure. Go
quickly?
ahead. Yeah.
So it's exactly what she's saying. Like a preference is something that I would like if everything was my way, but we can always compromise it, right?
That's true.
And for me, for example, me as someone who's a virgin, I would love to marry someone else who is a virgin. Kind of like
We're
if
down to
apply the
1%.
standards you have with someone else. However, me as someone who's a Christian, I want to date whoever God has for me. So if God wants me to date someone who's not a virgin, if God wants me to date someone who maybe even has kids, even though me and my flesh, I don't want it, I'm willing to surrender that and trust the Lord on what he wants for me. So that's where I make some room for my preferences to be like messed around with.
Yeah.
It's only if I know it's from the Lord for me to date this person, even if they come with kids, whatever it is. Would I really want that? No. But if it's his purpose, I'm gonna do it.
How do you know it's God's purpose?
When you have a relationship with him, it's you know. You know.
Because I mean, I'm a Christian too. I go to church as well. And I feel like for a long time, I used to have that mindset because that's what I was taught in my church. But what I feel like the disconnect is when you're in an environment of church where they don't really like give you an atmosphere of, you know, dating and mating and getting to know people on a romantic level. It feels like you have to look at everybody as like a brother and sister in Christ and things like that, which I understand. But like, how do you move from that kind of sibling relationship because you want to keep it pure to a romantic one? And I don't feel like in general churches really support those kinds of relationships. So then you're kind of stuck in this kind of thing where you want to please God, you want to have that relationship with God, but you're kind of stuck in this ideology that we all get from churches that it's just like, well, I don't really know how to go about, you know, getting to that person, I guess. So that's why I asked, because like you have your values and your standards, but you said that if God told you that this person was right for you, even though that person was not like your list of what you had, you would say yes to him. But that's why I want to know, because like I feel like, you know, God meets the desires of your heart, and you have this desire to be with a man that is in this preference or whatever. So to go completely left out of that preference, I wonder if you how would you feel comfortable going with someone so outside of that zone if that wasn't on your heart. Sorry, my bad.
Can I say something?
My bad.
To that?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's try to keep things moving a little bit. I will let you. Do you want to respond or try to keep it quick?
Yeah, quickly. Okay. So yes, it's all about surrendering. So I have my preferences, and obviously I would like for God to check all of them, do it all my way. But at the end of the day, he has the last say, and I surrender everything to him, including my love life. And I believe, you know, someone who might not be a virgin or has kids, they have a past, they have a testimony. I'm willing to extend grace to them. Just a reflection of like the church and like to us and marriage. I'm willing to extend grace to them and look at them as a human being in their testimony and start something new because they're a new person, and not condemn them because they had a kid because of this and that. I'm willing to be a reflection of God's love towards that person. And yeah, having a relationship with God, hopefully I'll be able to get confirmation that this is the guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to bring it back, Nick, do you still have the calculator pulled up? Or did you close it down? Or? So in addition to all the things you want, you also want a guy who's a virgin, correct? So not married, black, at least 5 foot. The height thing, that's perfectly reasonable. Not obese, earning at least $95,000 a year, and has to be a virgin.
What are your thoughts about that?
It's zero.
No, I know guys that are virgins. I know a lot of guys that are virgins.
I just need one.
I'll hook you up, girl.
That are also not obese, also over than that, also black, also these things.
I mean, maybe in other states.
Well, so when it comes to the calculator, right, and when it comes to what we all want, this is for both men and women. So you know what you want, right? But then you also have to think about, well, what does the guy that I want?
What is he looking for?
Is he looking for you? That's
my
what
man
you have
is
to
looking
ask
for me.
I had to do a reset, actually.
It's a good question.
Yeah,
okay.
because the kind of man that I wanted wasn't attracted to old Misty. I was a little bit more promiscuous. I dressed a little bit more provocative because I was in this era of hating my body for so long that when I learned to love it, I was ready to flaunt it. And so I went through that phase. But now I realize that the kind of man that I want to attract is more attracted to a woman who's going to be a little bit more, definitely submissive, but she's going to probably be a little more modest, excuse me. And so I actually had to do a revamp about a year and a half ago where I literally changed myself and things I was doing and saying and posting, etc., places I would go and be to attract the type of man that I want. So that being said, for sure, like that's something to take into account. But that's something that you decide to do. Like, it wasn't hard to do.
We have a couple chats here. We have FDG.
We love
them.
She
says, obesity is not an opinion. Not an opinion, excuse me. Please calculate your BMI. Can you calculate it on screen, please?
Who does that help, though? That's the Western standard of what
I
a
know
body should be. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel
the
like
tribe
made
that I'm
for
from is
not my people.
I'm half black, half white. In the tribe, the black side of my tribe, we were a little thick bottom.
And
like that's just what it is. Like the BMI, who does that stimulate?
Can I explain what the
racist?
Okay, so the body mass index is a formula. It was invented by a mathematician.
Right, but
it's basically weight in kilometers over height in meters square. So it only measures your weight. and it doesn't separate your weight from how much of it is muscle. How much of it is fat. But people still use it, but again, it's missing specific factors. So usually what's best recommended to do is I think it's called the DEXA scan, and that is like measures everything. So that would be the best thing to get if you really want to personalize, see how healthy you are. But BMI, that was basically made from a mathematician and a researcher who studied obesity. He used that formula in the research, and that caught on within the health.
And like, who was he also?
Well, FDG will be pleased to know that we actually have a DEXA scanner in studio right now. So we're going to actually get up and just kidding. Okay,
let's go.
All right, Benja the Offender. I don't see how the term fat phobia came to be. I highly doubt anyone is fleeing in terror from a walking blob of blubber.
Yes, you are. You're in my DMs. You're in my comments. You are obsessed with me.
It became like when you watch TV, like if you watch old reruns of television, one of the biggest insults you could ever have was to be fat.
Yeah,
like true. I rewatched Girlfriends. I rewatched Golden Girls. I rewatched a bunch of old shows, and remember we were just talking about how we don't have a name for fat, but we don't have a name, the N-word, and we've got a name for but we don't have a name for that. The worst thing you could be in any one of those shows was fat. Oh my God, you're getting fat. Oh, you're looking fat. Your boyfriend dumped you because you're fat. And so as a child, that's all I'm being reiterated. The worst thing I could be was fat.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm literally living and surviving. The doctor's like, well, I can't really tell anything wrong with you, but you are overweight.
Exactly. Catching strays left and right just because you don't like my body type. That's what it is.
We have some more videos we need to react to.
Let's do it.
Nick, if you were able to pull up the next video from Gabby here, I think finally.
Yay.
We got a lot. We're gonna just go through all of them. We got a lot to go through.
You have time to go through my videos? Oh my gosh, I'm flattered.
We did a little.
This is like a commitment. I love it. Oh, look at your hair.
Yeah, that's when I was blonde.
Just to be confirmed, Nick, this is the third one from Gabby. Just confirm. Make sure that you're on what. Because, we did the first one, then we did the what you bring to the table, and then... So this should be the third one. I just want to make sure we're not missing
I was
any.
blonde, guys.
We're good? Okay. We're just going to watch a whole bunch. Let's see. Uh-oh.
I just went on the world's cheapest date. When I tell you, I'm so sick of the brokies that are coming through my DMs, but I just got to get into the story time. So this guy asked me out for a date today, and... I pick a spot near me because what do I look like traveling on public transportation for this date, right? So he comes, the place happens to be closed, so we're walking trying to find another restaurant, which is like my pet peeve. He rolls up in a bicycle, not a car, a bicycle. God. So I'm looking at him like, I'm in a skirt, I'm dressed up, he's in sneakers, shorts, and a bicycle. Trying to work out? So of course I try to find the other restaurants. Every restaurant we go to on the street, he looks at the menu. If it looks a little bit too expensive or too bougie, he's making excuses like, oh, I'm not really feeling pizza, right now. It's maybe a food truck. Let's try a food truck. Where are we gonna sit in a food truck, sir? Where are we gonna sit? Like for part 2, because I have a lot to say about this.
He pulled up on a bike?
He pulled up on a bike with bike shorts and dirty sneakers, and I was in heels and a long skirt and makeup and hair and everything. I was like, are we going on a date? Where are we going? I was so confused.
Was it like one of those bikes with the little pegs on the back where you could kind of hop on? Or?
Like a cool bike?
It was like a regular bike. No cool features.
So did that date end there?
No.
Should have.
It should have, but I know. I was like, let's see where this goes. So he has me walking all around the city in heels.
So you're walking and he's biking next to you.
He's walking his bike.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's walking the bike.
He's walking his bike next to me. And every place we went to, he was just making excuses, which I know obviously he didn't come prepared to pay for a date clearly, or even to pay for himself, because we went to we just walked around the neighborhood, went to reasonable spots. We even sat down. The waiter gave us our menus and walked away I'll be back with your drinks. And he's like, 20% gratuity added? Let's get out of here. I'm not paying 20% gratuity added. I was like, okay. So then we walk around the corner. He's like, oh, there's a milkshake shop. Let's go in there and get a milkshake. So we're in line for the milkshake, and he's like, oh, stay in line. I have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, okay. As soon as he went to the bathroom, I ran a half a mile away from there because I was terrified of trying to tell him I'm not feeling this. I can't do. I had so much like anxiety at that moment. I just ran. That's all I could
Imagine
do.
he gets
and
on
I
his
ran.
bike
And I ran away. I physically
He
ran
gets on
away.
his bike and finds you.
Come back! You didn't pay for your milkshake.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then I was like, sorry, I had an emergency. I had to go. And then he was like, oh, it's all good. And then like, I don't know, 20 minutes later, he sends me like a video of him at a fancy restaurant, like as if, oh, he just skipped the milkshakes and went to a fancy restaurant by himself. But quick tips, ladies and gents, if you save the video that someone sends you, it'll tell you the date that it was taken. It was taken like 3 months prior. So he tried to be slick saying, oh yeah, I paid this money today. No, that was 3 months ago and you probably didn't pay it. But anyways, yeah, that was a really awful date.
How do you get
that.
into these situations?
Hinge.
Hinge. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's what I mean. Like that's why I'm so particular about dates and my dating standards, because I'm running into foolish men, and I don't
brokies,
have,
I think was the term.
broke boys.
Brokies.
Yeah, they're brokies.
Sometimes brokies are like the sweetest.
That's what they got.
If I wanted just
like
a
they
sweet
will do
guy, for
anything
sure.
to just
except for
put in
take you
the
on a
effort.
date.
I mean that, but like
They're great
just,
for friends.
They can't pick you up. What do you mean?
I know
that's
Question for you. So, I mean, you're 27. Obviously, look, you're looking for something serious. You're looking for something long term. I don't think it's abnormal to want to find a guy who's, I mean, that was the traditional order of things. The guy's the provider. Get it, right? When you were in college, though, for example, did you go to college?
I did.
Were you a bit more flexible because obviously
Yes.
guys in college,
yes,
you know, they're not
1,000%.
Okay.
If I were to find someone, if I found my husband in college, for example, I would be more than happy yes,
Yeah.
because we're both in college, we're both starting our lives at the same level. So he might be going to college to be a lawyer, doctor, and engineer, and I have an education too. And so it's very different when you're talking about and you're in college, because you're both starting at the same level and you're both on the path to success, because you both are, you know, getting your education to further your goals in your life and your career. But I didn't find anyone in college, and so my dating preferences had to change with the times, because now I'm an adult and I pay my own bills and things are a lot different. So I'm expecting a little bit more than I would if I was a college student. So for sure, if you're in college, I would have different standards for that.
Although I'm sure there's probably even women in college that even then they don't want to deal with.
For sure.
They'll date an older guy.
Oh yeah,
you know, for
of course. I
they'd
mean,
rather.
that preference.
Yeah, sure.
If we were smart, that would have been what I would have done.
Earlier in the show, you said you're, I don't know if you said super traditional, but you said so traditional. You're very traditional.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I guess here from the guy's perspective, right? So when it comes, and I said, and we didn't really get too much into it, but like, for example, and I think she mentioned it before, I don't like to pay on the first date.
Okay.
Obviously, look, I'll split the bill. I know a lot of women don't like that. That's fine. Although I'm starting to kind of slightly shift my view on it. And I don't recommend men do it, because a lot of women, you're going to lose a lot of women.
Yeah.
And for me, it's not even a money thing. For me, it comes to more a principle thing. And this is why I brought up the traditional thing. So, you know, you earlier in the show, and look, I get it. You live in LA. This is the way a lot of people move nowadays. You said you have 5 guys on your roster. So me, if I went on a date with a girl and I knew that she was entertaining like 4 or 5 other men, I would not feel particularly inclined to fall into my traditional gender roles. Like I would be like, okay, you're talking to 5 other guys. Like I don't feel like being a gentleman in those circumstances.
He doesn't know that.
Your testosterone is broken.
He doesn't know that I have 5 other guys.
Broken?
Yeah, because that usually.
What do you mean, like a competitive thing?
Yeah, well, biologically, like, I mean, obviously there's going to be, it's going to be a spectrum, but biologically, like, that's what you guys are do. You guys go, you compete, you scavenge, you find, you solve. Like, by nature, that's what you do. You may not do that. That's very much you. But by nature.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding a little bit, but.
Okay.
But to me, it's not like, if I find out or I learn that a girl is dating a bunch of other men, or she's, I don't know what your situation is, but certainly if a woman is sleeping with other men.
Oh, no.
No.
I didn't say
like
that.
Multiple, well, but so you're dating 5 guys. I mean, I don't know if you're open to sharing this, but you said there's a 1 month guy, there's a 3 month guy. Are you hooking up with?
Nope.
No.
3 months? Nothing?
I mean, because it's not, well, yes.
A little something.
A little something.
Little something.
Little foreplay.
No, because
the bleachers, underneath the bleachers. Okay.
No, I feel like even though it's been 3 months, I've only seen them a handful of times. So it's not like I'm seeing them every day. Like I'm on date 3 with one guy, and I've been seeing him
the 3
for
month,
the 3 month guy maybe 5-6 times. Like it's
still
not,
no bedroom fun.
No.
Nothing.
No.
You don't want it. He doesn't want it.
I mean, I feel like at this point, I'm really.
Is that too soon?
I think it's for me. I'm not saying that. Obviously, do what you want. I'm not really into being frivolous with my body when it comes to sex. So I feel like I really do need to be in like a serious committed relationship before I would even like go into that direction, I guess. So I feel like for me, it just I want to be in like a solid relationship before I like do all that kind of stuff.
Let me ask you a question. If the 3 month guy, you said what, you're on date 5 or 6 or something?
Yeah.
If he came to you, he was like, Gabby, I really like you. You're awesome. I love spending time with you. I feel like we have a good connection here. This is date 3, right? And he's like, listen, I want to be exclusive. I want to be boyfriend, girlfriend. Would you go for that? Or is that you're still are you still feeling that?
I guess it depends on like how true that statement is, how honest this guy is. Like I said, because I've been through, I've like dated so many different types of men. I know that like I don't always believe what they say, like kind of watch their actions. So like if I really believed him and he's shown and proven himself to me that he is like consistent and he's serious about being exclusive with me, I don't need to date any other guys. It's really up to the guy. And like if I haven't seen you more than 5 times in 3 months, that's not really on me. I'm available when you're available, but that's like, you know, we're working, we're doing things. I get it, like people are busy. So I feel like it's just really up to him when we get to that point.
The 3 month guy though, has he asked you on dates and you haven't been available?
Yes.
And is that because you're dating 5 other men? Because I mean, earlier on in the conversation though, you did say that you'll schedule out dates, you know? So I'm wondering, like, could the fact that you're dating multiple people impact the ability for anyone? Because if a girl's busy and you don't have as much free time to like have a more consistent meetup and you are dating multiple people, I feel it can, while you are keeping your options open and potentially trying to get the best guy that you can get, I feel like when you are dating multiple people, it can make it difficult for any one situation to move forward because you're not like giving as much time to that one guy because you're going on other dates, you're busy.
Yes, I agree. And that is a con or a dilemma to a roster when you do get too busy for a guy that may be serious about you. Yeah. But I don't feel like I've really, I don't feel like a guy's been that serious about me to where I feel like I need to give him all my time and energy. A couple of times I feel like a guy has, swindled me into like not talking to the other guys as much because he's talking to me every day, FaceTiming every day, making me feel like, he's putting in all of his eggs in my basket. And in that case, I do kind of like neglect the other guys on my roster because this guy's giving me so much attention. But so much attention only goes so far, because if you're not taking me out on dates and you're not trying to see me in person, spend time with me in person, then I'm back to the roster life because this isn't going anywhere. It's just all talk. Like, when are we actually going to do some action? So I think that's why I kind of just, okay, well, I'm going to somebody else because like this isn't consistent. I'm available for you and I will make time for you. And back to your question when you were like, oh, well, what if, you're too busy to see this guy who's really interested? I'm a very like organized person because, I run my own business. I have my own brand. I'm doing a lot of things. So I don't really like same day dates. Like, of course, I'll make exceptions if I can. So typically I like to have at least 24 to 48 hours notice that you want to spend time with me so that I can give you my undivided attention,
I agree with you there. I definitely think some people are very spontaneous, which in some times that's fine if you're available, but I do think it's best to try to at least have a bit of a plan, because if you have a busy life, which it sounds like you do, then it's helpful to, hey, are you on a Monday? Are you free this weekend? Are you free Friday? Type of thing. So, and
I'll make time for sure.
But just to go back to like our little back and forth, kind of why one of my hesitations with paying for the first date is I don't want to fall into my traditional gender roles if a girl is like entertaining a whole bunch of options. I think it's not that hard to date one person at a time. And I think while there may be some negatives to that, I certainly think the positives outweigh it. I think it's more likely to actually lead to a relationship if you might feel a bit more upset if you're just dating one guy and it doesn't work out, whereas if you've got 3 or 4 or 5 other guys or girls, if the same with men, oh, okay, it didn't work out with her, cool, I'm already talking to 3 chicks.
I see what you mean.
I think that.
But I do think it does restrict things from proceeding to more serious places. I almost feel like you can, this isn't exact, but you can't smell it. You can't smell it. But like if somebody's attention is divided, it just, you feel that. And it like, I don't know.
I think there's something to be said about trial and error, though. So you've reached something that works for you. It works for you to date just one person. I don't know how these ladies feel, but normally women, because the way that we are biologically made, we will date one person at a time. And dating coaches now are telling us as women that we shouldn't be dating just one at the one time. We're putting all our baskets because the way our time clocks biologically are different than yours. So us giving you, just like she had said earlier in the episode, giving 3 to 6 months to this guy, 3 to 6 months to this guy, 3 to 6 months to the guy, that's now a year, 2 years, 3 years that our uterus is just getting older. We have to protect ourselves. And if you want babies and you want a family,
the old uterus problem, yeah.
But that's something we have to take into account. You know what I'm saying? And so that was the way I used to date, was one time. But then what happens is then I'm head over heels for this guy. I'm giving him my attention. That's not how men normally date. Men don't normally date one person. They normally date many. So now I'm head over heels for you. I like you a lot. You're dating a lot of girls, and now I'm giving you too much attention. So now you back off because you already know you got me. You're not really interested in me anymore. And now I'm stuck really liking you, and I have to pull myself back to you. Then when other people, I'm not even thinking about them because I'm focused. I'm trying to work.
Into the mic.
Sorry, I'm focused and I'm trying to make something work. It's like, if I pull myself out of it a little bit and really allow people who are interested in me to step up and show me that they're interested, then no matter what, the way I am, I'm very monogamous. I'm going to be drawn to one no matter what. That's why I said that I'm slightly different than having a roster. I'll entertain someone for a certain amount of time, but once they reach a point, like there's a guy that I actually was really interested in, and he just stays in my DMs and he never wants to ask me out. And the one time he ever asked me out, he asked me out to a general place. It was a bar with a lot of people. I come and I actually was bringing Gabby. He is on me like white on rice. White on rice. He's like, now I'm his girlfriend. No one else can talk to me. No one else can holler at me. He's basically, and I even told him, I was like, why are you doing this? Like, this is literally our first time hanging out. Did you not get numbers before you rise here? He's like, yeah, I got some Instagram. Okay, so why are you doing this? And I literally told him, I was like, you do all this talking in my Instagram. You never ask me out on a single date, but the minute you get me out in public for people that I know, okay, and LA is very small. I know people. I know them from left and right. You're hanging on me like a freaking wet rag. And now I look like I got a boyfriend from someone who literally can't even take me on a date. And I had to restrict him. You can keep talking to yourself in my DMs because you ain't about shit, respectfully. You want to waste my time. Good mornings. Love the ice skating video. Looking sexy here. You know I really like you. I just saw him when he was walking. He was going to the gym an hour away from, anyways. He's going to the gym. I'm leaving. Oh, missed you. I can't believe I see you. You blocked me, didn't you? I have you unrestricted. Why'd you do that? Because you don't talk about shit. I told him that to his face. I told you don't talk about shit. You're literally my DM saying, hey, how you doing? Jazz night. Love that video. That's not getting, I even told him, ask me on a date. Let's get to know each other. Let's get to know each other. I'm actually attracted to you too. You're not about shit. I gotta let it go. You're wasting my time. That's not a roster. That's an annoyance.
Brian, I think you need to be willing to take that risk. And also, it can easily be fixed. Not easily, but you can work all of that out if you communicate with them. Be like, hey, these are kind of the standards. I would like to date someone who's just dating one. Where are you? Like, that's something you can fix through conversation. And that's a risk you're willing to take when you're investing your love life. Yeah, it won't work out.
Here's the problem with that, though. I do feel like a lot of people, let's say someone who does have a roster, you could ask up front, like, hey, are you dating other people? People lie. Men and women lie. They're going to downplay.
I would downplay for sure.
Yeah, but
you would downplay.
I'm not going to let them know that I'm talking because
I
don't want to hurt their feelings.
Honesty.
Because the fragile male ego, if you want anything from this man, you can't let him know that because that's going to...
It's not a fragile male ego. It's just...
But he's doing the same thing.
It is the ego.
Well, okay, I think men are territorial.
Oh.
Exactly.
Territorial.
Yes.
Yeah, but we don't want...
You want to be territorial and you want to go
Some guys,
you pop the question.
That doesn't make any sense.
There's degrees to it, right? Some guys are not going to care if you're seeing other men. I would say though, like if a guy even very early on is not like super jealous in a weird way where he's like, let me look through your phone, or being like really jealous. But if he says, or he knows, hey, hold on, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. There's too many conversational threads. I actually think it's an indicator that he's actually genuinely very interested in you if he wants you to just be talking to him.
Yes, but what have you done to deserve that?
Well, but here's the thing. Like, if he doesn't really care, here's the thing. If a guy really doesn't care about you that much, he just wants to fuck you, he's not really, like, some guys are not going to care.
Yeah.
Like, okay, fine, you're seeing other girls, you're seeing other men, I'm seeing other chicks. I just want to fuck you. Like, but if a guy is almost demanding your, I don't know if loyalty is the right word, demanding your exclusive attention, that is to some degree an indicator that he is looking at you for long-term potential.
Brian, you need to pop the question.
Not for me. I love that. I love that.
That is love bombing. That's a narcissist. You
No, this is
Brian.
This
you
was
need
the
to
normal.
ask the question.
Hold on. That was the normal order of things up until, I don't know, the sexual revolution. Up until very recently, obviously, we have social media, we have dating apps, which has absolutely exploded people's optionality. Let's say people have way more options. Obviously, look, back in the 90s, 30 years ago, people were obviously dating multiple people, but I think it's on steroids now because of social media, because of the globalized sexual marketplace. Because in the past, if you were in a city, your options were in that city, but now you got the DMs. I'm sure you get DMs, a guy in Vegas, a guy in Miami, a guy in fucking, I don't know, Amsterdam, whatever, just everywhere, right?
Brian, going back to what I'm saying, that's why that dating isn't meant to be forever. You should, if you want that from her, then you need to pop the question and be like, do you want to be my girlfriend? Yeah. And she's going to have to make the choice to leave everyone else and choose you or no, and you move on.
I think that's a question women should ask, though.
What do you mean?
Okay. I think women should broach the...
At what point? Date 1, date 3? Like when?
I think when she has made the determination that she sees she wants to pursue something long term with that guy. I think that's a conversation that the woman should broach. I don't think the man should be asking. I feel like
I already know that. If I'm dating you, if I'm going out with you, I see long term potential, or else I wouldn't have dated you. Exactly. So I'm ready now. But I don't feel like these guys are like giving me that. I don't want to say some of them are, but like. I feel like that's determined by the man, because I've already decided if I'm going on a date with you, I do see long term with you.
If she showed up,
I'm
to
not
the
saying
date,
yes to you.
She's done her part.
Unless I'm trying to see you for my future.
Sure.
Just pop the question.
So you're saying women should do it? I should, like, on first date, by the way, this is our first date, but I think we should be exclusive.
It doesn't have to be the first date, but when it comes to the exclusivity conversation, when it comes to boyfriend-girlfriend conversation, I do think women should initiate that conversation.
No,
really? I have 5 guys. I'll initiate to all 5 and let's see what happens.
No, F that. You guys hate that. You guys hate that question. What are we? You guys hate that question.
Nope, I'm gonna ask it.
Well, actually,
if you want to take out the market, ask her.
I think this is actually some game for women, and because a lot of women are frustrated with being in the situationships, being in the talking stage, being frustrated with guys who aren't prepared to commit. The reality is, like, even very early on, I'd say within the first let's say the first 3 to 5 dates, right? If you drop the question and he says, oh, I need more time.
Oh yeah, I've heard this.
Or I'm just having fun. Let's see how things go. He's probably just honestly not that interested in you. He just wants to keep you around for sex.
Nix. That's why I don't keep a roster. Huh? That's why I don't keep a roster. I can't keep them around if they're not showing the consistencies that I need for a husband. Because I really want to.
They are showing it because they're taking me out on dates. So I'm getting to know them.
But you have to let them go. Then they
but
can't
how
stay
long
on
is
the
the dating?
Oh,
how long are you going to be in the market until they ask you the question? Be my girlfriend?
That's what I said. The roster's always week to week, girl. The roster's always changing week to week.
So what's the maximum amount of time that someone can bring your roster? Like, it's been 3 months where I'm cutting you off because you haven't asked me. I'm moving on.
The 3 months one, it feels like 1 month because I've only seen him 5 times and I haven't really spent a lot of time with him. So I feel like that situation's a little bit differently because it doesn't feel like 3 months. It feels like 1 month and I'm doing other things, I guess. So I feel like.
But do you really need that much time to know that you want them to be your boyfriend?
You're right. I guess I don't need that much time. Yeah, you're right. You know what?
Do you believe in
you're getting removed, sir?
Come on, girl.
3 months, you're getting removed.
Do you believe in love and first sight?
No.
I believe lust at first sight.
I do too, honey.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
But you're not going to necessarily wife the lust guy.
Yeah, y'all really making me
at the end of the
rethink my
day, if
roster.
I had to choose between an attractive man and a
Yo, fun
provider,
life. Thank you,
I'm
man.
going to always
Thank you, fun
choose a
life.
provider every time.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So look, ultimately, just kind of going back to the initial point.
What was it?
Well, I think I was responding to you, and you said that. Oh, that something about I'm lacking testosterone.
I said your testosterone was broken.
Because, see, but I don't want, like,
No
it's
remedy.
not. I actually think it's almost, you can make the reverse argument that a guy who doesn't want a woman who's dating a bunch of men, like, you just want to opt out of the competition, like, that's actually fucking some high tea shit.
But what it is when you think about it, even in the base level of sperm, the ones that give up, they don't make it to the uterus. It's the one that keeps fucking trying, who's like determined. That's
I've
the
got
one that
some
makes
good
the baby.
swimmers.
Hey,
I've
listen,
got good swimmers.
but are you a good swimmer?
Wait, literally?
That's all I'm saying.
come on.
That's true. Facts. He made it here. But now that you're in the world of today, are you a good swimmer? Because what it's giving is I'm not making it to the uterus.
He doesn't want to pay for the
I'm so
date.
confused.
It's giving because
I'm
Are
so
you gonna
confused.
win the race?
Thank you. That's what
Are
I'm
you
saying.
gonna win the race? Are you gonna put the time and
Thank
effort
you.
to
'Cause the
literally
sperm-
be so determined to get to the top?
Yes.
Are you going to pay for the
That's
date? Are
already
you going to
in
pop the
it's already
question?
As semen, you already start off doing that. Your masculinity already starts off doing that. Get there. The ones that are swinging around in circles, that's what you're giving in like today's world because you don't want to just like do the chase. Like you gotta the person. That's what it is. May the best man win. That's what it is.
Come on. Best man
Make the
win.
face
Best
if you want,
swimmer.
but this is what it is.
This is almost like getting into this like gang bang
Gangbang. That's sex.
territory.
Are you
but
think
I'm
we're
saying-
gonna all
you're
have
talking
sex
about
with you?
Swimmers. You're talking about swimmers. Like, I don't want my sperm to be literally competing with other men's sperm.
No, but your
that's
sperm
not what we're
competes with
saying.
itself.
What?
You are the sperm.
Thank you.
What
You
the
are the
fuck
sperm.
How does
are
he
you
not
in
get
the
this?
race with a bunch of other men? That's what she's trying to compare
Yes.
it to.
You got it.
Yes.
Come on,
But this is
come
gonna
Look,
be the
no,
way.
I understand that there's obviously a competition, but like because women are going to want to find the best mate possible. I get it. I fucking get it. But what I'm saying is, despite the fact that as a woman you are looking for the best guy, doesn't mean that you need to be dating or sleeping with multiple men at the same
No
time.
one's saying
And it
that.
doesn't mean that I, as a man, have to tolerate or engage with a woman or date a woman who's dating or fucking other men.
You don't have to want that, but the fact that you don't have the urge to want to win, that is what I'm talking about. Just even at the baseline.
No,
the
I don't want
scene-
to. That's not a game I'm gonna play.
But here's the thing: that's just you. But by nature, that is what you guys do. Like if you bring us back to Neanderthals, the ones that are winning are the ones that are doing the okay. Now we're about to fight, and who's the bigger person to win the love? Like it's basic.
You need to put your armor up.
Bro,
You need to pursue her. You need to,
He doesn't have to do anything he doesn't want to, but this is what I'm saying. Is
Exactly.
you not doing that makes you that sperm that's kind of swimming around in circles.
That's why I have a roster. I'm single because where's the men that are fighting for the top, fighting to win my love heroically? Where are they?
Brian, but there are people who don't have a roster.
I'm not the
There's
type.
girls for
I'm
you.
not interested in pursuing a woman who's dating multiple men.
And that's great.
You don't
There's
know
women
that
who
I'm
aren't
dating
doing
multiple
that.
women,
know
and
it.
I know you're
You're
dating multiple
assuming you
women.
know.
You're
There
not
are
talking
some-
to multiple
yeah.
women. I know.
There are
You're
women
assuming that
for
you're-
you. There are
that you
women
would
who are
know
not
that.
dating multiple men.
Yeah, that's true.
So just
And
look
those
for
are
them.
those are the women for me.
Yeah.
My DMs.
Focus
DMs are
on
open.
them.
That is
Forget
so
about the other
sweet.
girls.
That's why I said earlier,
Large-
get in where you
big
fit
labia,
in.
also
If
DMs
you're like
open.
attracting that I think that's great because that's ultimately that's all we're trying to say at the end of the whole day is you're gonna attract who's attracted to you. And that's what it is. So if that's what you're into, that's fine. Could you date someone like her? No.
Is that wait? Is that a real question? Is that what I'm into? Women who aren't fucking other men? You are yes. You're
No,
right.
it wasn't a question. It was an observation based on what you had said.
You're right. You guilty as charged. I am attracted to women who are not currently fucking other men.
But no one said to the fuck. You
I'm
said
not currently
dating,
fucking-
right?
That's great.
You said
Or
dating.
dating, even dating.
But
I'm
dating
not
is-
attracted to women who are dating multiple men.
How would you know?
I know,
Every
you
woman you
wouldn't-
date is dating
I
another
can
woman.
smell it.
No, I am
I
here,
can
girl.
smell
I
it
am
on 'em.
here. I would only date one person at a time.
Based.
But you don't date. You said 11 years.
Yeah, girl.
No. Yeah, but I
No.
would if someone was to ask me out.
Unfortunately,
I would only focus on that dude.
Unfortunately, I'm not a 5'3" black man, so what can I can't, it's not going to work between us.
It's okay. We can
Figure it out.
figure it out.
Oh no.
Okay.
The world is funny.
We have some more videos. Guys.
you don't like plus
Nick,
size
can you pull up
girls,
the
that's
next video?
Oh, who's that? He's gonna say some bullshit.
I stitched him once.
He's kind of sexy.
Can we bring back the women that rub backs and pack lunches?
I do that.
Pause, Nick.
Can we
Video-
bring back?
Pause.
Oh,
Start-
I do
in my
that.
Nick, start at the beginning. Video tab, please.
Can we bring back the women that rub backs and pack lunches for hardworking men?
Can we bring back the men who pay for dates, open doors, bring us roses, call us beautiful, is loyal to us, and not stringing along 3 other girls in their roster? Can we bring back men with dignity and pride to do a man's job, which is to provide, to pay our nails twice a week, to pay for our Ubers, to pick us up for dates, to pay our rent? Can we bring back men like that?
Period.
Both.
Bring back dowries.
Women need to also do something for their man. and
Wait.
their-
I'm packing
I'll
lunch.
make
I'm
you a
rubbing
mean
backs.
meal.
If you're in the middle
I'll
of the
cook
night,
dinner.
there was a question that was like, okay, if you're a man, he's providing for you, and in the middle of the night, he wakes up and he's like, babe, I'm really hungry. Can you make me like some lasagna? I'm gonna be honest with you. If I love that man and I'm completely provided for, number one, when I wake up, I'm gonna get that D. Then yes, you're getting your lasagna, babe.
But you said in that video, something about, I don't want a guy who has a roster of 3 men.
Yeah, if he's loyal to me and not to 3 other women.
But you have a roster.
She's talking
Because
about the
I'm
next
single.
stage.
You got a roster of
I'm
5.
single now, but like the next stage is what I'm talking about. So like if I first of all, I don't accept money from just any man. Okay, I'm not accepting money from you unless I know that it's serious and I want something long term. Like I see marriage potential, whatever. I'm not going to accept money from just any man.
What do you mean accept money?
Like I don't really want a man to just pay my bills, pay my upkeep, things like that. If we're not in a relationship and it's not like I'm your woman and dating and you're supposed to be providing for me. I'm not just any rando. You know what I mean? Because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a provider. I'm looking for a man who is dedicated and loyal to me as I would be to him in a relationship.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, you certainly for the first date though, at least to that extent, you want a guy to pay.
Well, dating, that's just being a gentleman. That's being chivalrous. Like you're taking me out on a date, be a gentleman. Like pay for dinner.
But okay. Sorry. Continue.
His mind is
continue.
exploding.
Pay for
My mind is
dinner.
exploding.
Pick me. I mean, like
I'm like.
Honestly, I thought everybody was taught that, like that, a man's gonna pick you up for a date, take you to a restaurant, pay for dinner, get to know you, and drop you home. And you know what I mean? I just thought that was normal dating until now I realize people just want you to come to their house for a Netflix and chill.
So they can touch you.
And I'm just like, what is going on in this world today? Like, huh?
But okay, you talked about a gentleman and chivalry, but how am I going to go on the first date with a girl and pay for the first date? And you said earlier that you went on 5 dates in a week with new guys.
Yeah.
That's not being a lady.
How?
Am I just
see your
speaking?
point.
No, we just want to.
It's
I
like,
want to hear
that's
why that's not.
Like,
a
you
lady.
can have a
if you want
roster, but why
chivalry-
can't he?
No, well, it's not even
right?
that. It's not
'Cause they
even
have
that.
rosters.
It's just like your conduct.
Oh.
So
How
if
is
you're
that not a
dating,
lady?
but if you're dating multiple men a week, you're dating 5 guys in a week.
Okay.
To me, you're free to do it. Obviously, you're allowed to do it. There's no laws against it. You're single. You can do it. But in the same way that a guy can also not pay for the first date, if you demand a guy be chivalrous, let me just finish my point. If you demand a guy be a gentleman and be chivalrous, maybe it would be nice if you weren't. Maybe you didn't sleep with the guy, but the night before our date, you weren't kissing another dude.
I don't kiss.
kissing?
You don't kiss. You don't
Who's
kiss.
kissing?
There's zero kissing.
Where has your mouth
Zero
been?
kissing.
Why was there got to be?
You do zero
I've kissed a
through
guy-
a date. You don't kiss.
Of course, I'll kiss. But we're talking about first dates, right? First dates just meeting and getting to know
Well,
each other.
you
I'm
don't
not
kiss on the
giving you
first date.
anything. Like,
But,
what do you mean?
you say you got the roster, so like one of the
I'm
5
kissing-
dates,
okay.
you're kissing
I
the
see-
dude,
I see
and
what you
then
mean. I see what you
next
mean.
day I'm taking you on a date, and I'm going to be a
I've been
gentleman
doing this for
and
hundreds of
chivalrous.
years.
But men
been doing
do
this-
that all the
Huh?
time. Men date like that.
Have
They
you
were
never
just with
seen-
another girl.
I am.
Do a background check.
Listen, you can even if you even go back to like old
Have
ages,
people recommend
the
you
men would
girls.
call on the women, and they would be multiple different men from different households, and would call on these women, would come and be entertained, a date, have a coffee that was obviously supervised, and that's what would happen. So I don't see why that. I mean, it's been going on for hundreds of years. You can make the face if you want to. You're gonna be like, I'm not calling on you. You got to meet me outside.
But I think back in the day when I don't know what. Okay.
I was thinking about Pretty Little Women.
Like Victorian.
Have you guys seen the show
Bridgerton?
Yes, I love it.
When there's literally a line of men with gifts to give it to her, and now
like
people
this.
don't even want to pay
We're the
for
flower,
the first
you're the
date.
bee. You come to us.
I don't think back in the old days that women were going, like, there were lines and lines of men.
Yes, there were.
No, I don't think it was that.
But they literally show it.
They didn't have
It's
apps.
history.
It depends on what status they are.
It's history.
They don't have apps. I get it. I get what you're trying to say.
No, but it's just a new age nuance of that.
I don't know. Think about like when did
it's
people?
the same thing as
what were
sperm.
those poodle skirts or whatever?
50s?
Was that the 50s, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
it was
like
a little bit.
if you were going steady and shit.
Yeah.
And you were dating,
I was having a boyfriend.
And you went on a date with one guy. You pursued it, and then.
No, what do you mean? She was obviously attracted to the jock, and then the nerdy guy got her, and then they.
Huh?
Have you watched
Was
No?
this a movie?
Yeah, I mean,
We're
have you
talking about
watched
movies
none?
now.
Come on now, a lot of.
I watch movies.
Movies like are parallel to life in a lot of ways. Okay, we get movies from what we do in real life.
I just think that, Billy Ray is in the chat. What's up, Billy Ray?
Oh my gosh, the singer?
No, not different person.
Cyrus?
Look, just to me, it's like, look, okay, if you talk about chivalry, right? In order to be chivalrous, you gotta like, the woman has to be a lady.
You have to look up the word.
I am a lady.
Then
But
you're
not
a lady.
You got a roster of 5 dudes.
I'm not fucking them. Like, we're not doing any of that. I'm just going on. So what's the difference between me having going out to dinner or lunch or whatever 5 times a week with guys I'm dating versus like going out with a friend for lunch or dinner 5 times a week? What's the difference?
You are being pursued and you are pursuing romantic relationships with multiple men.
Yeah.
That as a guy makes me feel like, oh, okay. I don't know about that.
I would immediately drop my roster if I knew that the guy that I'm dating today was serious about me and was giving me all of his attention and energy. I would immediately like not even pay attention to anybody else. But that's not what's happening. If a guy
ask him. Text him right.
He would have to ask you to be his girlfriend.
Wait,
While
text
she's
him right
saying
now.
that, can I say the definition of
now?
chivalrous? I just like to say the definition because people use this word.
Webster's or Oxford?
I mean, whatever. Courteous and gallant, especially towards women, typically used for man or his behavior, relating to historic notion of chivalry, which was actually just like what knights would do. So to be fair, that's not even really the right word. We want to be courted.
There we go.
Yes, please put that. Wait, can I ask you a question? How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Oh, yeah.
Every day
How
when I read the
often?
Bible.
Just be honest. Like every day or like how often? The Roman Empire, how often do you think about it?
This is a Greek
I'm just asking you the
military
question.
helmet.
I'm just
Please
asking.
be historically accurate.
Okay, you know what? I'm just asking
Okay,
about
I'm
the
a
Roman
little
Empire.
offended. Here, I don't know where to put this.
But how often, for real? They had that question on TikTok, and I'm just curious as a man, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
I'll just say this. I watched the Roman Empire. I mean,
is it like weekly, a couple times a week?
Well, I was listening to an audiobook by Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, God.
Meditations. In fact, I have the book here. Let me see where it is. Okay, we got, where is it? Hold on one sec. Okay, Meditations, right. Now, listen, I think you would be a big fan of Stoicism. This is, I don't know, Nick, if you're able to, we'll put it up here. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations, right. He was, I'd say, one of the best emperors. He was, right, emperor, was it? He was emperor, right?
So is it daily though? Like,
huh?
How often do you think about it? Just
I mean, I think I'm more. At least twice a week.
See?
I'm thinking about the Roman
Empire.
Empire.
So often. That is so funny.
I'm more of a zombie apocalypse thinker.
I think about that too. That's why I like to jog.
Shit.
So if I know that like if there's zombies that drag the leg, I got a good like 4 pace. If I keep my rhythm for about 2.5 miles, which is what I normally jog, I can get away from a zombie enough to like get and be safe. So the less are the ones that climb on walls, and then I'm gonna join them.
Are you texting him right now?
Oh, I texted 4. I'm on the 5th one.
Wait. Oh, you're texting all of them.
Might as well put it out there.
So, for those viewers who are just tuning in, she has 5 men on her roster who she would be. It sounds like happy to be in a committed, exclusive relationship with. She is now currently texting all of them. What did you say? What's the message? Was it copy and paste to all of them?
Yes,
oh, that's
so
romantic.
Whatever. I get the point across. It's communication, right?
So what did you say?
I said, do you want to be exclusive with me, boyfriend and girlfriend?
Oh,
Period.
okay, all right.
See,
That
that's
was
what
sweet.
This
you
is
need
so
that
awkward
question.
because
I
you're-
keep saying that, but
You're gonna end up with
no one
someone who you
listens.
don't like yet.
Uh-oh.
I like all of them though.
Yeah, but not enough. Otherwise, you would have sent this text a while ago.
I've never thought, honestly, I've never thought about asking a guy that I'm dating.
She's been busy.
Do you want to be exclusive boyfriend and girlfriend? I assume that they would let me know when they wanted to be exclusive.
Yeah, 'cause the
but
guy's
I
supposed
never
to.
thought to do it. So this is my first time ever asking a guy.
I'm
to
proud
be
of you.
exclusive.
I am proud of you.
See, that's
I didn't
This
know
is
that.
Gabby. This is growth. This is
I'm
growth. I'm
growing.
so proud of you.
But that's so sad how us girls need to be the ones like asking this question. Like that is not
I
okay.
was supposed to ask. I didn't know I was supposed to
A
ask.
lot of men are scared to ask the question
Oh
because
my
they don't know
gosh,
how
they
the
need
women
to
feel.
man up.
Like, are you calling the shots for, say, if you were going to be in a relationship
it's
with
not
name
about
for
that.
5 men
It's
on
not
your
about
roster?
that.
Like, are you going to?
I assume
Are
that
they
they're
waiting
calling the
for
shots.
you?
No, they're not waiting for me. I was waiting for them, but now we're gonna clear the air.
It's
Yeah,
not,
as
it's not
it
about
should
that,
be.
though. It's
I
not
thought
about
I thought that they
I
were
feel
gonna
like
come
I
to
don't
me,
want to
but
be in
they
the
just don't.
relationship until he shows himself the things that I want to see in a husband. And the guys that are on my roster, if that's the word we're using, haven't shown themselves to be consistent enough to be taken seriously. That's
My
why I
guys
wouldn't even ask
have.
that
I just
question.
we
a
just never had the
shame.
conversation.
Word.
Word to your mom.
What? Oh, Flan Life. Thank you very much for all the memberships. Sorry, I missed them. Thank you so much, man. Flan Life, you've been so supportive with all the memberships throughout the months, man. Appreciate it, dude. Sorry, sometimes we miss it because we don't have the message or the sound notification. We have more videos. We have more videos from Gabby. Let's check them out.
We love this one.
Why do they do this to you?
I mean,
When I'm in a relationship, I don't believe in spending my money on my man. His money is for me. My money is for me. Okay? So that means when we go out, we go on dates, we go shopping, we do whatever, we are using his money. My money does not get touched. Okay? That is just the standard. Argue with your mama.
literally. Argue with your mama.
I disagree.
Wait,
no.
So
Absolutely
your
not.
money in a relationship or in a marriage, even, your money is your money.
Yeah.
His money is also your money.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is why people get divorced because I truly believe.
Well, if I'm a
because of that
stay-at-home mom
mindset.
not working, how am I going to give him any money anyways? It's his money. It's our money.
Yeah, with that context.
Isn't
That's
there like
the
a
context.
political compass meme about this? Like, it's you're very libertarian when it comes to your money, but you're a communist when it comes to his money. I don't know if that's exactly how it goes, but maybe somebody in the chat.
I'm just saying,
can.
like, my money is not a factor here if he's the one providing financially for our family. If I'm a stay-at-home mom, a stay-at-home wife, why does my money even matter? He's the one paying the bills, so he's the one
She
working.
already has a job.
Yeah, I mean, my job is with my children.
And she's not getting paid.
Wouldn't
It's a
you
24-hour job.
Wouldn't you use your money to at least buy him something, give, spoil him here and there? Or you don't even want to use your money for him at all?
She's saying she's not making money. If she's not making money, how would she do that?
Well,
and then
assuming you
also,
were
if
like
I
a
was-
side hustle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to birthday gifts. I've said that on my TikTok before. I'm not opposed to getting birthday gifts and making you feel special, but I don't feel like my role and job as a woman is gonna make a man feel special just because I spent money on him. That's how I want to be loved. Spend money on me and I'll love you for sure. But I don't think it's the opposite, because I feel like the men in general that I've dealt with and dated, they don't really feel like especially loved if I'm spending money on them. I don't think that's their love language. I feel like they like when I cook for them, if I kiss them, give them hugs, like be affectionate. I feel like that's what they feel loved for. Money is not really a factor in them feeling loved. It's a factor in me feeling loved. So it's just different.
So I think you would just have to learn about the guy. Like, if I need to learn my man's love language, but at the same time, like, men go through a lot of stuff. He needs to de-stress, and I don't mind using our money. We're in a marriage, our money for me to go and buy him stuff. Even, you know, like, and treat my man right. And that includes spending some money on my man too.
Yeah, I mean, when you're married, my money is your money anyway.
And even if we're not married, I want to give him something that he's like, oh, I really want this, or, you know, help him. I feel like money is a resource to be able to do something for others.
It's not the only way to give, though. Money is not the only way to give.
But it
I
is
think
a
your
way.
love language has a lot to do with this conversation. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
I think, you know what? I actually, it's very rare for a woman to want to simp in the same way that I guess guys will. I kind of like it though if a woman simps. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's so rare that it's not something I'm ever looking for. Like, it's not like I'm disappointed if it's not there, but it's kind of, I don't know if I've really encountered it really. I mean, there's different ways to simp. You can kind of simp by the way you act.
What does that mean?
But also to like simp.
I love a simp. I'm going to marry a simp.
Based.
I don't know what
or
that
not
means.
based, but yeah, if a woman just like came in and she's like, Brian, let me fucking spoil you, I'd be like, cool.
Yeah, that
But I don't
happens to
need
like,
it. I don't need it.
There are in LA especially, we've got a lot of men who love that kind of thing.
Yeah. Like, I make my own money, I'm good, but if a chick just wants to let me fin dumb her, like, we're cool.
And then she's like,
I'm
you know
down.
what? Get on your knees eating this freaking coach.
That's not happening.
Well, guess what? You lost out on your sugar mama. But I'm willing to do
Sweet.
that.
Wait, hold it. Whoa, you're willing to do what?
I'm willing to please my man in the way he finds that he needs to be pleased.
he-
If I'm in love with him and he's taking care of me,
If he
we're going to work out whatever we need to work
gives you
out.
some money?
Money does make me feel very
Wanna
sexy.
S the D?
If this is my
Wanna S
man
the
and he's
D?
like, here, babe, go buy what you want. Yeah, I'm
Here's
no
500
issue.
bucks.
On the way there,
Zip.
road business. But here's the thing, like
shit.
I simp in my own way. Like I may not simp with money, but I'm gonna simp with my entire energy. You know, everything. I'm gonna
Yeah.
give everything to you. Like I said, if you wake up in the middle of the night and you need some food, like babe,
Oh.
everything's taken care of for me. I'm gonna do that.
You'll cook in the middle of the night?
I
Oh,
love
that's
I
nice.
love catering and
nice.
giving to my man and loving on him. Maybe
Huh.
it's not necessarily economically, although I do that
Sure.
as well. I love that. That makes me feel good to love on him.
Yeah, but money goes into buying those stuff. Like
Sometimes it
food
does,
and
but
all that
if
stuff,
like what she
right?
says, like so let's say I'm not modeling anymore and now I have to live off of his stuff. It's still gonna be his money that I buy stuff with.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll fix you up with your money for sure.
Oh.
But I don't
Did-
find myself ever not
basically-
making money. Like
Did
that
you hear
sounds
back
silly.
from any of the guys yet? Any?
It's on silent. Let's see what they said.
Nope.
Nothing? Okay, we'll check back in later.
Nope.
We'll
They're
check back
probably like,
in
what the hell?
later.
Whatever.
Tell you what, as a compromise, I will say this. I will pay for the first date
We changed his
If-
mind.
Yes.
if she has a large labia, just saying.
And how,
How
are
do
you
you
gonna
know
know that?
You don't.
Exactly.
You-
So
there-
That's the
you
risk you're
should-
willing to take.
She's going to
That's
have
good.
to send
All right,
some pussy
great.
pics.
Sounds good. So,
Yeah, that
ladies,
works.
all you have to do is
For
tell
the
him
first-
what your vagina looks
See,
like,
here's the
and
thing.
he'll be happy.
I'll
Women
send you
are
a
so-
Google pic.
It's gonna be someone else's.
A Google pic.
Oh, we do that, by the way.
I will
we
tell.
send other pictures of people.
I think women need to start getting revenge on men for the dick pics. I've never sent a dick
Oh
pic.
yeah, revenge.
I think women should get revenge. Exactly, that's what it is. Unsolicited pussy pics. My DMs are open, ladies.
You know
Send
what
me
I
the
do? I
unsolicited
take a
pussy pics.
screen video.
Between the legs.
And the revenge that I have is having now a
What?
video
That's
of your
not
junk that I can now
gentlemanlike.
share
It's not
online.
gentlemanly?
Do
you
not
want a
send me
lady,
those.
but that's not
I'm
gentlemanlike.
not doing
Yeah,
that.
No
Jesus.
pussy pics?
No.
That's not
No.
that's not gentlemanlike.
You want a lady,
It's giving.
but-
I want to pay half.
I'm just saying. I think
You gotta act like a
women
gentleman if you want a lady.
should start
Yeah.
sending pussy pics. That's what I'm saying.
So
it's
your
revenge,
DMs
though.
are
It
open.
should be a
Your
revenge thing
DMs
to
are
me,
open.
just to me.
You know what?
You can never have sent nudes to any other man. You can never, after you meet me, even if we break up, you have to become a nun after you date me. That's the degree
Okay.
to which I demand. That's what I demand from women.
You heard
I
it
love
here,
that for
guys.
you.
Even after we break up, it's over for you. You
Oh.
cannot date other men. You have to become a nun.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe
That's
after
right.
dating you, someone might want to become a nun.
That could be.
Yeah, they'll be traumatized.
That
I
could be the
know,
case.
Lord, I give my life.
Jesus, at least you pay all the way.
I've seen the darkness. I don't want no more darkness here.
It could be the case. Sometimes I also turn the women gay.
You know what? And then you have to
might
look in the
turn-
mirror about that one, baby boy.
You know, because it's probably
I
because I
actually-
refuse to eat pussy.
You saying that, I actually had a woman proposition herself as the man that I want, but a woman recently, and I had to
Oh.
think long and hard about it.
Oh.
Like she was a breadwinning woman. She owns a lot of stuff. She's actually kind of a cute girl. I'm heterosexual, but we had a moment one time in a bar, and I was just like, oh, well, that was kind of cute moment. And she literally propositioned me like, I want to take you on a date. Like I want to take you out. Like I want to spoil you. Like
Yeah.
I look after my women. I'm like, I want you to have a dick because that sounds great.
Yeah.
But she doesn't, and now I'm kind of conflicted.
Yeah. I'll give you an example, right? So FDG, the woman who's been like gifting all the subs or whatever.
Thanks, FDG. You don't agree with you.
I don't know if she's still watching, but like, if we're not like, we haven't met or anything, but if we were to date, if we were to meet, like, even if we only like, I let her like go buy me some Five Guys or whatever, and I never talk to her again, like she has to remain committed to me for the rest of her life.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying she cannot move on. Like
Why? What are you talking
Once
about?
we have that soul tie of having a first date, she has to become a nun.
You don't even believe in marriage, so no.
This is
She
craziness.
has to be. This is post breakup commitment. Okay, she cannot remarry. She cannot get involved with another man. She has to be fully committed to me.
This is what I don't know. What's
Then get married. You don't even believe in marriage.
This is like the ultimate.
That's what you wish.
Situation,
That's
yes.
that's like your idea. I had someone in the sauna tell me that same thing. Well, what if you guys are married for 5 years and he's doing all that, but then he decides he wants to open the relationship? And I'm like, okay, well then he's gonna have to risk that I'm opening the relationship too. Well, you can't go do stuff. Okay, so what? He wants to open the relationship for him, but I'm not going to? Because at the end of the day, let's say we open the relationship, we meet 5 people, I can fuck all 5, you might fuck 1.
Huh?
That's just a fact, because the chances of me being able to get some is going to be higher than
That's
obviously
true.
a man.
It's
is.
easy for.
So, but he
it's
wants
very
to open
easy
up.
for women
He
to
wants
get
to
laid.
open up the marriage and be like, well, I can do whatever I want, but
That's
you
why they
cannot.
cheat instead of telling you let's be open.
Let's watch another video. We got another video. We got so many. See if I can get. I don't know if we're gonna
Let's
get.
go.
We'll try to be quicker with it.
Your hair's
So
so
I'm going on a
pretty.
second
got a
date
shower.
with a guy, and the first date was dinner and a movie. Super respectful, really nice. Makes at least $300,000 a year, which is definitely around my range. And tonight we're
300.
doing an activity and getting dinner. And I just have to say though, like, I don't know if I'm feeling jaded today or if I've just done this routine so much that at this point I'm just like, let's get to the point. Like, let's get further along without you being an idiot and messing this up for us. But then it's like, okay, this is life, you know, this is literally part of life. And I want to encourage you. If you're in a strong relationship, don't let petty problems break you up, because these streets ain't for everybody. Not everybody has the strength to date in modern dating today. And when I tell you the nonsense that I run into dating guys, it's just like, I'm so over it and so bored. But this guy seems really nice, so wish me luck.
Agreed.
How did that? Is that one of the roster guys?
Yeah, he's on the roster. He hasn't done anything bad yet. He's followed all of my rules for dating, and he's been a perfect gentleman. And
Did you just text him?
I texted everybody.
Wait, he follows your rules?
Honestly, I didn't even tell him anything about me. This is just naturally
he just
how
knew
is.
the rules.
Yeah, he's just a gentleman.
What is the reverse of that? Like, what are the rules that you follow? I guess.
My rules,
What do
I
you
feel like,
follow?
well, I don't want to hang out at my house or your house when we just started dating. Like, I think that's a little bit too much for you to be in my space, because I don't know you like that. You know, I'm not having sex with you like this. Like, we're not doing all of that because I'm not into casual. Like, you know, I want to preserve myself and save myself for someone who's ready to get married, someone who's ready for a strong, committed relationship. So I prefer to date in that way versus just kind of hooking up and things like that. So I think those would be like my rules, like just to be feminine, supportive, submissive, and you know, being a pleasant date. And honestly, I'm a great date. Like, I'm super funny, super respectful. You're always going to enjoy your time with me. I feel like I have a lot of great qualities, a lot of things to offer, and mostly it's good unless, you know, it goes bad. So
Okay. Good times.
good times.
Did you hear back from any of the guys yet? Anything?
Let's check.
While you do that, we'll pull up the next video here. How many of these are? Okay. We'll only watch a portion of this one. Go ahead, Nick.
Ladies, you have to train the man from the beginning
You gotta
to
train?
pay for stuff for you.
No, I'm not.
Don't think it's cute being 50-50 in the beginning because you think he's going to be grateful enough and show gratitude towards you later and pay for the whole thing. He's not gonna, okay? He's not gonna. That man is going to continue to rely on you for the duration of your relationship, however long that is.
Yep.
I had a friend recently, a good friend of mine, basically tell me that her man is pissed that she's not working because she's just had his child, just had a baby, and is breastfeeding and wants to spend time with her baby before going to work, and she doesn't want to leave her kid with a stranger to have to go to work, which y'all
Okay.
know that is like number.
Yeah.
You gotta train the man. How do you
gotta
train
train
the
them.
man though? Isn't it just like something the guy is gonna get?
You can't keep
Like,
him
how
when
would
you're
you
training.
train me? Train me. Go.
Okay. So the training stops when you're not willing to do what it takes to please me.
You can't keep it training.
When I say train, I mean I am allowing you. I'm not gonna fake. You know how some women, like they'll go on a first date and they'll fake pay, like and reach in their pocket. I don't do that. I expect you to pay. So I'm sitting here like this with a smile when the check comes. I'm not going in my purse. So that's the way I train. So it's like I'm looking at you, I'm giving you a smile, and you're gonna know this has to be paid. I'm gonna go into my wallet and pay this.
Keep talking.
Okay. And so another way I feel like I would train is, if I want, and I'm not really a stickler on men opening doors for me. I like it. It's nice. But if I wanted to do that, I wouldn't, if we like stopped and we were about to get out, I would just sit there and wait for you to get out and then walk around and then open the door for me. Yep.
You know
what I mean? That's a training.
Question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can we role play a date?
Okay, sure.
So end of the date, right? End of the date. So
can I be the waiter?
Yeah, sure.
Here's your guys' check. I hope you enjoyed your meal.
Oh, thanks.
What is that? Your phone?
No, that's the check.
Oh.
Oh, you want me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, gosh, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I have to pee.
Oh, I gotta pee too.
Not even gonna get up.
Oh, it's a race. Okay. Here's a different scenario. Let's say, the check's already come. Whatever, it's in the middle of the table. That's the check. And I pull out my wallet here. I don't have any cash, and I don't have any cards on me. Could you get this one?
Yeah. For sure. You'll never see me again, buddy.
Oh,
you'll
would
never see me. And in that scenario, I kind of would have pity on him because it must have been really embarrassing for him to tell me that. Yeah. Like, a guy doesn't take out a girl that he likes and wants to say, I don't have enough money to cover this. Can you cover it? I know his pride is like bruised. His ego is bruised. And if, in that case, I would definitely pay. I wouldn't question it.
Sorry. Here's another scenario. This is some gangster shit, right? So the guy arrives... More often than not, would you say you arrive on time to the date?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say the guy arrived early to the spot. You Ubered over, so he got there a bit early. He goes to the waiter, and before even the date starts, you don't know this, right? But he tells the waiter, bring 2 checks at the end of the date. So you don't know, but the waiter comes and brings 2 checks. So the waiter goes, here's a check for you, and then obviously the waiter gives you a check.
That's happened to me before.
Now, in that situation... What do you do? Because he has the check in his hand, obviously, for his bill. Then are you gonna do that?
No, I wouldn't. Because if that was the case, the only time that's ever happened where they split the check when I'm with a man is because he went and told them. But typically, when a waiter comes to a table and they see a man and a woman, they're going to give the man the check. I've never, ever been at a table with a man and they've given me the check. It's always been the man.
But what would you do in that situation? Would you still be upset if the guy...
I would be highly upset, but I wouldn't show it. I would end the date pleasantly and respectfully. I'm going to pay it because it's not about the money. It's about... him as a person. I'm trying to get to know him as a person, and if he's that kind of person, I don't need a date. I don't need a second date from him. So yes, I would pay, and then I would never see him again.
They can sell
Even
you.
though it's kind of like, what if it was the waiter's fault?
Oh,
what if the waiter was just...
Then he would already snatch it immediately. There's no way he would even touch it.
That's true. But if that happened, that's happened before. Like one time, like the waiter, that did happen, and I just after the date or whatever, it was just kind of like a day out. I texted him and was like, oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay? Like, are you going through, a financial strain or something going on with you? Like, is everything okay? And immediately he's like, what do you mean? No, I'm good. And he's like, oh, okay. Cause I was like, I thought that you maybe didn't really have the money to cover dinner because I'm the one that, put my card down or whatever. He's like, oh no, he made an excuse like, oh, I just forgot my card in the car or whatever. And then he zells me the more than enough to cover both of our meals. And I think, again, it's out of pride. Like a man who likes a woman who takes her on a date, he doesn't want to be like, oh yeah, can you pay this for me? Cause I don't have enough money to date you or to take you on a date. Instead of that, they'd rather save their pride unless they are the type of brokey who's just like, no, I kind of like it when my woman pays for a date. I kind of like it. I think that's the difference.
Okay. Well, I have a couple questions. So obviously I think we agree the guy paying for the first date, that's kind of him being a gentleman, being traditional, right? I have a couple questions for you guys, and I think it sounds like all of you would prefer the guy, strongly prefer the guy to pay for the first date.
It's not even prefer, like that's the only answer.
That's the standard.
It has to.
If you don't pay for me, you didn't like me.
Will you take will you take his last name in marriage?
Of course, 1000%.
Quickly.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. That's traditional. Would you defer to his leadership?
Yes. If he's my man, I trust him, and yes.
Yes.
Can you just tilt the microphone down a little
sorry.
bit? It's fine.
Yes, I would. I think that for so long I've been independent and kind of called my own shot. So it might be an adjustment period. I'm not going to lie. It might be an adjustment to kind of learn to lean on his leadership. It might be a little bit more difficult for me in the beginning because I'm used to being an independent boss babe.
Huh. What about, this kind of relates to the last question. Would your husband have final say in household matters?
Yes.
Depends what they
Which
are.
household matters?
For example, let's say I'm paying all the bills. You're just doing what you do, I guess. I'm the man. I'm the man.
You're the man.
I say yes
unless
unless
I'm paying all the bills and I'm the breadwinner, blah blah blah. Let's say I don't want our children. I want our children homeschooled. I don't want to send them to public school.
I love it. I'm with it.
I prefer that.
Let's do that.
Well, okay. So in this scenario, you actually agree with that. But like, let's say maybe you're like, I don't know. Maybe I'd like to go have them in public school. But I was like, no, I'm very firm with this. I don't want them to go to public school.
If he had the money for a tutor, someone to homeschool the kids in case I didn't really want to or whatever, and we had the money to get help in that area, then yes.
I'm going to trust what he says. If I chose this man to be my husband, that means we already went through a vetting process that I'm going to trust whatever he's saying is right. If he's the type of man who's a breadwinner at the point that I'm expecting, then if he's saying, I think this, I'm going to already assume that he's already wagered either way, and I'm going to trust him because I'm already in the relationship with him. So I'm going to know that he's not just going to have no reason for it. There's going to be a valid reason, and I'm going to trust him for that. Would I appreciate a conversation? For sure. But ultimately, I married you, so I trusted you with my life and my body and who I am and my entire career. So I'm trusting him about other things shouldn't be a problem.
Sure.
I would hope that he also trusts me as his wife and his spouse to make good decisions, and he would value my opinion because I am a smart and intelligent woman. So I would hope that I married a man that does respect what I have to say and what I think. I would hope that.
Someone who's considerate of your thoughts.
Okay.
Working it out.
I think in general though, I do want a leader. It makes me feel better to multiply what you're giving me rather than having to get it myself.
Okay. Good times.
And then sometimes it feels great to say, you know what, I was right. You should have listened to me.
Yeah.
We have a chat here from FDG. Want to be my boyfriend?
Yeah.
Who are you asking?
You. He asked. She asked him when we were making those jokes. She's into you. Are you short and Asian and chubby, kinda?
She might be. No, I'm kidding.
That's cute.
I don't think she's any of the above.
This is kind of like a love connection for you.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could
I'm
be.
with it.
She's my.
I'm with it.
My sugar mama.
And no,
over here.
honestly, she's giving you what you want. She's paying more than half. She's paying for you to exist right now.
I think she wants a green card, to be honest.
I mean, hey, here's the deal. She might give you 10 grand for it too. Go for it.
Well, the Argentina peso. So, okay, we have a question here from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
I'm a 10.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
I'm a 10.
I think it depends on what city I'm in. Yeah, I think it depends on what city I'm in. A number still, like Boise, I'm easily a 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
If I'm judging it based on beauty standards, I am definitely a 3.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
An 8.
That was a very timid 8, but okay.
I think she's a 10 too.
I give myself a 6. 6, yeah, I'm a 6.
Compared to who? Who are you comparing these to? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like when
10.
I answer that question, I'm like, according to beauty standards. If you ask me if I feel like 10, I'll be 10.
Oh, I disregard European-centric, like Eurocentric beauty standards. I don't even follow because I'm a queen where I come from. So
you're a Queen.
I'm a queen.
Yeah, I guess if we're to like put everybody else's opinions into it, they might rate me like a 6 or a 7.
Oh,
I feel like
what,
a 10,
what would
but
you
a
say?
3.
Every region is different. Are we talking about?
Oh yeah, in Africa, I'm
you're right. In the Caribbean, I'm a
Just
queen.
here.
In
Yeah.
Africa, I'm
New
a
York,
queen.
I'm
Like
popping
I'm a
too.
10. So it depends on like
Atlanta.
what people group we're concerned for. Like I just, some places, I may not be as attractive as they would like, but in some places I'm top tier. So it really just depends.
So wait, 10 and 10. You two, 3? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
According to beauty standards,
I think in my group, in my genre, I'm a 10 in my group, in my genre. Like if you're attracted to women who are plus size, I think that I'm.
Well, just like overall though.
That's why I said like if you're talking about regular beauty standards as far as like Western society, I mean I'm already chubby, I'm black, like my hair is curly, like usually, it depends on what people prefer. Some people prefer curly hair, but our society doesn't necessarily.
Question, are all women 10s?
No.
Why not?
No.
Because I think some women don't take care of themselves. Some women look raggedy when they walk out. Some people look like the maid. Like, what are we doing?
Not her. Shut up.
Come on.
Like some people just don't know about upkeep. Like they're not doing anything. So I wouldn't call every woman a 10.
And also how you feel about yourself, I think, has to do a lot with it.
And I feel high about myself.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Gabby, you're beautiful on the inside, but come on. Nobody's a 10 at this table.
Thank you.
There's no 10s. There's no 10s at the table.
I will say this: the men that date me make me feel like I'm a 10. Like they're constantly telling me how gorgeous everything about me is. My curves, my face, my skin, like everything. So I feel like a 10 with the men that I date. So that makes me feel like a 10 everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Good. A man should make.
I posted
like
that too. I was like, I don't need to be pretty to everyone, but I want to be fine as fuck to him.
Yeah,
and that's fine for me. So I'm going to be someone's 10.
Exactly.
Are you judging us based on beauty standards, Brian?
You don't think we're 10s?
You are.
I think the 3. That seems like a reasonable self-assessment. I'd say that's fair. I'm not trying to be mean. I just don't think either of you are 10s. I don't think I'm a 10. I'm not sitting over here thinking.
Offended.
I don't think I'm
offended either.
I'm hot.
It's okay.
I mean, it's coming from someone who's
not paying for the date,
right.
baby. Like you can call me a 2. You ain't paying for the date, so I just I'm not offended.
And we
at
do
all.
that sometime. He looks good, but he's going half of the date.
We went out
he's
one
a 2.
time, and there was like this fine ass man. He was like an NBA player level, like fine. And me and her like shit talking, like he ain't paying for the date. He's going 50-50.
Which one?
Oh, I mean,
okay.
We go out. Like,
wait, let's get the tea. Who was
the tea? This guy looked like
we yeah. The characters.
LeBron?
We
Is
make
it LeBron?
Sorry.
Doesn't LeBron like have a wife and like 3 baby mamas?
Leave him alone, please.
I'm like, no. But I just mean like we just go out and like you would think that a really hot, attractive guy we would want to have some kind of interaction with, but immediately I just know it's going to be because he's so fine, he's used to women simping for him, and he's thinking like, I don't really have to put much effort in because I'm super tall, I'm super handsome, like I'm used to women even asking me out on dates and paying. So like a kind of guy like that, I feel like he's just he's not gonna give it as much, and like I'm not trying to like prejudge or anything. I just mean like from experience I've noticed that. And I am not interested in that. So I don't care how fine you are. You're not doing anything for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're not for everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone's not for everyone. You got to get in where you fit in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know who's a 10?
Who?
This doll right here.
The 3 of us.
Actually. She is...
Men love her because she doesn't say anything. She
Who's
just sits
considered
there.
a 10? I was just wondering what 10 looks like to you.
Like a woman 10?
Yeah.
A woman 10. It's a tough one. I like to say young Kristen Kruick.
Who's that?
Yeah.
I don't know if she's a 10, but she's very attractive, I think.
Who's
Beauty
a 10?
is in the
Give
eye
us
of the
a 10.
beholder.
What's a 10?
Like, I feel like you're almost afraid to call someone a 10. You're like reserving it for something.
I don't think, well, 10 is perfect, so I don't think anybody's perfect.
How are we not all perfect? We're all exactly how we're supposed to be. We don't question.
You're going to find your
all
one
perfect. There's
no perfect.
But doesn't that all make us perfect in that way though? Like, if you see a dog, you don't be like, oh, the tail's too short, the tail's too long, whatever. You just accept it as being a dog and it's perfect in that way. How are we not humans the same thing?
It's different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Disagree.
People have flaws. I mean,
So do
obviously
dogs.
we're talking about physical traits, but people have flaws, you know?
But so do everyone. How does that not make it, like, how is that not?
Like,
for me, I see that as beauty. I love the flaws. I love the things that make us unique and different.
Sure, but, you know.
When you find the one, she's going to be a 10.
Aww.
For you.
No,
she's going to be a heavy 6. She's going to pay half. And it's going to
be a 10 for you. I said 10 for you.
I think, no, but it's not like.
You'll be surprised.
No, because I have, there's a sort of almost an objective assessment that you can make of people's physical attractiveness. So me personally, I don't think that I view myself as like pretty average looking, average guy. Realistically, I'll probably get with a girl who's comparable looks wise, who's plus or minus a point looks wise.
Like a 5, a 6?
Between 5 and 7, I guess. I think that's within.
Okay.
So you rounded up.
What do you mean?
Well, you didn't. You said you think you're a what? A
6.
6. So instead of saying a 3 to 4, you rounded up to a 6 to 7, 5 to 7.
Well, I said. I mean, I feel like it's fair. You can probably go plus or minus in either direction. But I'm not going to land a girl who's a 10. I mean, unless she has daddy issues.
Your mindset, you're absolutely right. Anything you say is true.
You think it's a self-limiting mindset?
I do.
Do you think it's just a realistic, pragmatic mindset?
No, I do. Just I have my own experience from when I didn't love myself to when I did, and who I was attracting then and who I attract now.
Question for you: I'm 34 right now. Do you think that old man shit over here? I'm a boomer. Do you think if my mindset was strong enough, I could become a professional NBA player?
If your mindset was strong enough?
At 34, do you think I'd?
Hell no.
I'm just being realistic. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get a woman who's exceptionally.
I don't think those are the same
like
thing,
in the
though.
1 percentile.
Believe me, you're probably not going to like her
99.
inside and her personality.
But I honestly think you could, because in today's society, especially when you're thinking about girls we think are 10s, a lot of them, like even her, people consider her to be a 10, but she can rate herself a 6. And so a lot of those women who society deems really beautiful, they have, or 8, but a lot of them have low self-esteem. So they'll be looking at me wondering why I've got higher self-esteem than the girl who they consider to be prettier, which means you actually probably could pull someone who's better looking than what you think.
That's true. That's why I slide in DMs sometimes. You never know.
You never know.
I think typically women. I think typically women don't, unless the guy is bringing a lot of wealth or status. Women typically don't date down when it comes to physical.
So you
appearance.
acknowledge that you don't have wealth and status.
I have a YouTube channel, but like when I'm talking like a guy has to have quite a high level of status. Like if I tell a girl what I do, that's not going to elicit like a insanely strong attraction response to the same way that someone who's like a top tier musician or professional athlete or actor.
I'd prefer your job description over any of those other ones personally.
Yes.
But once you got to you want to go half, then you've lost me.
I like men that are good with numbers.
Darn. I was really I felt like a spark.
I was feeling it too. But now we just fucking.
And now it's just the whole not
gonna have to leave it where it's at. But I'll miss you.
I also don't eat pussy, so that's kind of a.
Yeah, so that was a no-go.
That was a no-go immediately. Is that a deal breaker for you guys if the guy doesn't eat pussy?
I've dated a guy who didn't before. It was tough.
He was sounds like
it was tough. It was tough.
Sounds like a cool dude.
I don't know. I feel like after a few years of marriage, you'll just be like, whatever.
No,
I'll be like, whatever.
If they don't like,
I feel like you'd go down. You'd eventually go down.
Eventually go down.
If I'm the only woman that you're sleeping with and being intimate with, you'll be like, I'm bored. Let's try something new.
You don't want to take, like, how do you not attracted? I feel like that's a manly thing to want to be attracted to that. Like, to be attracted to
I've never
face
met a
and
man
vagina,
that doesn't go down.
That seems manly to me. That's sexy.
I think if it wasn't if we weren't in this dating climate where people are dating and sleeping with a bunch of other people,
that's the issue.
And there's a high rate of infidelity. It makes me very hesitant to engage in that sort of behavior. And look, even with, I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons, but even with a girl who you've been dating, there's obviously, you'd never fucking know. There could be infidelity. Also, it's like, look, it's kind of like, look, if you're fucking a girl and you're coming inside her, right?
Ew, why are you not using a condom? What is happening?
Hello? Birth control? Hello?
No. Can you
Vasectomy? Hello?
Hello?
STDs? Hello? I don't.
Well, if she's your girlfriend, you know, but like, I don't want to go down on a girl after I've fucking.
Why not?
Do it before.
No. I'm not. I'm just saying. Like,
I like my
people
men
do
a little
before.
nasty that way.
Well, okay. What I'm saying is, for example, if we are having sex regularly throughout the week and nuts be busted.
Yeah.
Bustin'.
Yeah.
Nuts are getting busted, right? Jesus, I'm so fucking vulgar. Okay. Like the next day, it lingers.
Yeah, great.
It
Let's do it again.
It changes up the pH balance a little bit.
But if that's your continuous girlfriend, then you should be comfortable and familiar with that. Because you're right, it does. We also form to your size.
That shit
as well.
will drop out like a day later sometimes.
I mean, that's who you've
Kinda
been
lingers
dating.
a
I
bit.
don't necessarily deal with that issue.
Would you like kiss your girlfriend after she sucks your dick?
Nope.
Are you
kinda crazy.
Sexual. Wait,
I would be honest
Are
with
you
you.
like a germaphobe or
Hang-ups.
something?
I would
I have
kiss.
sexual
Yes, he is,
hang-ups.
yeah.
I would kiss a guy after he
no.
did that with me, and
Okay,
I'm not
yeah.
even gonna lie. To just go further and respectfully, this is probably a little too far, but I actually like. I'm not gonna.
Oh,
say it.
snowballing? What?
No, not snowballing.
What?
But if my man goes down on me and he kisses me, I like. The
that's
taste.
different.
It's
That's
like
different.
sealing it.
I like myself.
That's
I always
different.
make sure that I'm good.
Some girls like to taste themselves, you know? Like if you're fingering a girl and putting her What, huh? I didn't say that shit.
I didn't
But
argue.
Like, look. No, honestly, if a girl goes down on me, I don't want to.
Because your dick is so gross that you can't handle it in your mouth.
Yo, I shower every single day. I shower before my girl comes over. It's just like.
You don't like germs? Or
It's
something?
like.
It's
I
yours
wouldn't
germs.
suck my own dick, son. So it's
But
like
so you
almost
wouldn't if
the
you
same
could?
thing. Huh?
You wouldn't if you could?
No, I wouldn't suck
There
my own
are
dick.
men. Well, what's
What?
his name? What's that one singer
Oh,
who
Marilyn
like removed?
Manson.
Yes,
Okay,
removed you
that's-
so he could.
I think that's like a
That's the
urban.
epitome right
That's an
there.
urban legend. But
I
no,
mean-
look, it's like she just like if I came in her mouth, that's like for sure no. But even if there was no.
You showered. What's the problem? You showered.
Why did you come?
There's pre-cum. I don't know.
That's your own germs.
That's your stuff.
Yeah, but I don't want to taste my own
Did you know
cum,
that you
huh?
have taste buds
you
on your
dirty?
balls, by the way?
No, what? Huh?
You've got taste buds on your balls, and we have them in our vaginas too.
Huh?
Yeah. So like,
Taste
if you,
buds?
listen. If you
I
take
heard
your
that.
balls and dip them in soy sauce, you can
sauce.
taste the salt. Swear to God. Swear to God, I'm randomly smart.
I saw that. It was
Yeah.
like a trend.
It's a fucking
A lot
thing.
of guys were doing it.
And women have it too. We have it too.
If you.
We can taste like what like let's say like.
Ladies, do not put soy sauce in your pussy. First off, okay.
But if you did, you would taste
PS,
it.
PSA,
But if you did,
public
you would
service
taste it.
Wait,
announcement.
actually?
That shit
Yeah.
will fuck you
Holy
up
shit,
for
I didn't
months.
know that.
Yeah, you'll taste the salt or like something sweet. You can taste it in your mouth.
What?
I don't think I'm gonna try that. But
And vice versa. I mean, they're connected. Hello.
In any
That's
case, yeah,
crazy.
I don't want to kiss a girl after she went down on me.
Well, I don't want to kiss a guy unless he's put his balls in the soy sauce. So.
Word. Good times.
So we're both being ridiculous.
Good times. I don't know where. How did we get to this?
I don't even know.
We were talking. I don't know what the. Oh, I don't know what we were talking about. The deal breakers, right? Okay, yeah, that's right. Don't pay for the first date,
dude.
Don't go down on the girl.
Yo,
there's no chance.
I got neck problems too, so that makes it.
You look like you have neck
Oh.
problems.
Looks like
I got. Wow, I'm hurt. I'm a little hurt. It looks like. Never mind. Okay. Where was I going with this?
Clap back.
What does that even mean? It looks like you have neck.
It didn't
what
mean
did-
anything.
what does
Sometimes
that
I say
mean?
random stuff
Somebody,
like
it looks
this.
like you have a hand problem.
Yeah, or like sometimes I just say your mom.
Your mom.
Yeah, it's always your perception. You can be insulted.
Okay.
Or
No, I'm deeply hurt and offended. Wait, we have.
Sorry.
Shit, I'm trying to pull up my notes here. Frick.
You never told FDG whether you want to be her boyfriend or not. She's avoiding you. He's
What?
avoiding you. It's not.
I think it sounds like bullshit.
I had
It
my
sounds
boyfriend
like-
do it.
Have you tried
when I
it,
dated,
Nick?
when I had my last boyfriend, I asked him to do it, and he could taste it. He was surprised. Then he had his best friend do it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but couldn't you also say that he was like smelling?
No. So it's not that you taste specifically soy sauce. You'll just taste the salt. You know what I mean? Like you'll have the salty flavor in your mouth. Why don't you give it a try and like let me know how it goes.
I think this is just a ploy to get me to put my balls in soy sauce, and I'm gonna.
This is a ploy to see if you've got balls at all.
I'd rather just not put my balls in soy sauce. You know, just not. Doesn't seem like a great Wednesday afternoon to me.
Maybe it's a Tuesday activity.
I'm gonna pass on that. But you know what?
Think about it.
I'll
Consider it.
I'll think about
Maybe
the
if
soy
FDG pays
sauce.
you to do it.
Listen, I'm open-minded if that's her
I
kink.
love that. I love that.
Listen, if your girl, she's got a little something interesting that she likes to do.
Like get some head?
Huh?
Oh.
No, not that. Not that. But look, if my girl, if this girl that I love and care about, she's got a little something kinky that she wants to do. Maybe she's got. Now, obviously, there's just some
golden
boundaries.
showers.
What about pegging you and whipping you?
That's a no.
What about calling you her little bitch boy and stepping on with
That
heels?
is definitely a no.
What about peeing on you?
Nope.
Oh my goodness.
What about choking
I might
you?
be willing to pee on a woman though.
What about
if she
choking
wanted
you?
It. Nope.
Oh.
Do you
What
have
about
to
handcuffs?
Here's the thing, right? I don't think I could be. It would be like anything where I'm submissive. I don't think I would like that in the bedroom.
And yet you want to go half. Make it make sense. Jesus Christ.
And he wants her to
Get a zoom in on that. That's exactly what we need. Thank you. That was the most. I want you to go half and then something. I wish you would.
That's actually
the submission with the 50-50.
Zoom in. Give him the zoom in. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at the face right there who wants you to submit but wants you to pay also.
It's always different in the bed versus a date.
Listen.
Always different.
Let me 100% later. We're having a ball with you. This was so funny.
That was so funny.
Yeah. I mean, people are also laughing. People watching are also laughing.
Everyone online is laughing too. Yeah, they're laughing.
Look.
What? I'm not even making a face.
Exactly. Nothing to be said.
Here's the thing, right? You could actually argue that it's the most dominant thing you could do.
Oh, God.
Please.
That's some dominant shit. You pay for the date. You pay for the date.
Broke boy. I don't want no broke boy.
I don't want a broke boy.
That is like, it's findom.
Where's
findom?
Where do I feel
Findom is
that
when a
I can be
woman
submissive
does
to
it.
you? The reason why someone might submit is because they feel protected and they feel safe. How do I protect it if I feel protected or safe to be submissive to you?
Here's the thing, right? It's almost like, here's the social order, right? The social order is tradition, man should pay for the date. However, you view me in a way, you want me so fucking bad that you're going to pay for the date. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to this level
We
of
stopped
dominance.
dating those guys. I know I have. I'm pretty sure she has. We've stopped. I don't know. She's not been dating.
No,
probably.
but do you see what I'm talking about?
But we've stopped dating
But you
those
see what I'm
guys.
talking about?
There
though?
are men like that.
You want me so bad that you are willing to break your desire for this
And I've done
social
It never
order.
works out. It never works out because at the end of the day, that's the basis of our relationship. And now when I want to go out, can you afford it? Or you want to go half? Or I don't really want to go because you want to stay inside and play video games because you don't have money to go out
See,
to
but
brunch.
this
That's
is
not
this is
dominance.
almost
That's control.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Come on.
Ooh. For
doesn't
generation,
want
whatever they
Write
say.
that
I
in
love
the
her.
chat.
That's the man's problem.
Where's your
Quote
little
her
bump
in the
on that
chat.
message?
Come on, put the bomb. Put the bomb.
Message.
Put the bomb.
but
filter here.
the person who's dominant has control.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're
No,
saying it's
submissive has
very.
control.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, God, sorry. my
Like
bad.
I was. What did you just say about
Submissive has control.
No, she said me or her.
her? Yeah.
What?
What did you just say? Repeat what you just said.
I don't remember what I was just said.
I don't remember.
I
either.
like lost my thought,
lost
but it was
my-
like
We were talking about a
We're talking
man
like
who
Dawn
wants
said.
to have dominance but then wants you to go half. And I said, how can you feel safe or protected and want to be submissive in a place where a man's not making you feel like you're taken care of?
Yeah.
That's my point was. I don't know where we were going from there, but I liked what you had to say, but we lost it.
Well, you know what's interesting though is it's almost like, you know, if we're talking about dominance, submission, etc., it is women have a lot of soft power when it comes to relationships, and you kind of wish to hide the fact that women have a lot of soft power.
I don't want to hide it. I want to embrace it. I want to
Well,
use it for
no, but
good, not evil.
But the fact that men have to pay in this way, it is like a soft power that women have. You have a lot of control over men.
I mean, to be fair, you also came wearing your sweatpants and your button up to the date. Disrespectfully, men don't think about as much. We put it a lot into going on these dates.
Yeah.
Like I've already spent the $60 to show up.
Makeup.
60. I'm thinking a little
more than that. But I'm just
makeup
ranking,
is expensive.
It is, but not all women put all that much. But we end up putting up more because our brands require us to show more. But as a woman, I mean, we did our hair, our nails.
What if I brought my CCW?
Your what?
My concealed carry.
What does that have to? What?
Huh?
Then
what?
I don't
that
know.
shit costs money, son.
But what does that have to do with the date? You didn't need it for the date.
What?
What?
What do you mean?
You didn't need the gun.
As a traditional man, I need to protect
Traditional man does not have anything to do with a gun.
You. What?
You could have a steel cane. Get your little
steel cane.
Yeah. Get your what's his name from Annie? You can get your Daddy Warbucks on with the cane. You don't need to have a gun. Protect us with your pure brute strength.
Wait, I have a question for you guys. Do you guys for gun ownership? Kind of against? Where do you fall on that?
For.
I feel. Yeah.
For against?
I have never touched a gun. I'm a pacifist. I would prefer not to touch a gun, but I do feel like people in some scenarios should have the right to a gun. I personally wouldn't.
They should have more restrictions on them, but I think the reason why we originated having guns is so we could protect ourselves against the government. So in that case, I do, but I think there should be, just like with cops, they should have more regulations and they should do a mental test, etc. More heavy restrictions on having. But I shot one and it was cool.
So here's the scenario, right? So you're dating a guy, you're living with him, and your apartment that you're living at, your house you're living at, gets broken into by 3 men. Would you prefer your boyfriend in that scenario to have a firearm or to defend you in some other way with his
firearm
face or a steel cane?
I've dated guys with firearms, so
I want him to pop a cap in all of their asses.
Pop a cap in the asses.
I don't like violence, but I mean,
you broke into my house. What you doing in my house?
Shit.
You broke into the wrong house.
The guy that I'm dating probably doesn't live in a place that's easily accessible.
That's exactly like we don't.
Okay,
I'm not worried.
We have
about
one
that.
more video from Gabby, then we're gonna wrap up the show.
Yay!
Woohoo!
There's actually wait. Tinder match gone wrong.
Oh,
Do we do this? Is this a good one or a different one?
It's just a story. It's like a.
Let's go to the next one, Nick. If you can tab over.
Oh God, we love some dating.
You can keep the window.
Juice.
Dating men, Los Angeles loser. Oh, this is yours. Okay, sure. We'll play. We'll play a little bit of this.
I have been wasting no time on the dating apps with these LA player loose. I've been hitting them with this as my...
Annie is so beautiful, so smart. How come she can't find a man just like the rest of us? She makes very good points in like all of her videos. And for all the haters in my comments saying that I don't look good enough and I don't fit the European beauty standards or whatever, Annie sure does. She's a beautiful, skinny, thin white woman, blonde hair, blue eyes. I hope you don't mind that I'm describing Annie.
Pause it.
But she's...
Oh, actually, let it go for a little bit. Let me just hear the rest.
Like gorgeous, inside and out.
Pause it.
She has very...
Annie's pretty average looking.
You think she's average?
I think
she's pretty.
I think she's not ugly, but she's pretty average looking. I think she's an average looking girl.
I love that.
Well, you haven't shown me a 10, what a 10 looks like. Yeah. So I don't really know what
average.
I don't think he cares about what they look like. He just wants to make sure they can pay for half.
Well, I don't know what a 10 looks like. I think she would be considered Eurocentric beauty standards.
Yeah. I'll give you what I think is a 9.
Okay.
Nick, if you can find young Kristen Kruick.
Was she in a show or something?
Smallville.
Never seen it.
Let me see. There might be a photo of her in the Dropbox folder.
And you love her.
Well, you got to have it ready to go.
He's shooting his shot.
You got to have it ready to go.
Sorry, FDG, don't get jelly. Right. She is really pretty.
That's a 10 to you?
Hold
That's
up.
a 9.
I'm trying to find. Scroll down. Pretty. There's like
I disagree.
Young Kristen Kruick.
This is why types are so creepy.
That's
because I think she's pretty.
Thing. It's definitely a type thing. She's pretty, but she's not a 10 in my head when I'm thinking about
she's
10.
gorgeous.
Here, the one in the middle there. To the that one. Can you move us over? It's not.
She looks like she's 16.
He might be into that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, bro, dude. She's okay. 18-year-old Kristen Krug. How about that? 18 to 21-year-old Kristen Krug.
She looks like a child to me. I mean, I'm not.
There's
I'm
more
not trying to diss.
photos.
I'm not trying to diss.
Scroll down.
Yeah, she's really pretty.
She
Here.
is pretty.
Oh, the one actually. No. Back. Go back to click. The one
I
down.
assume she has like no makeup on.
Click.
Yeah.
Down a little bit. I give her a 9. I think she's a 9.
I think you're into that.
What would
type,
make her a
So it
10?
makes sense that you would give her a 9.
There is no 10. There is no
So
10.
that is your
ideal 9.
Yeah.
If I ask the next guy, he probably wouldn't
If
say
there
that
is
she's
no
a 9.
10, then your 9 is your 10. That's how a curve works. So that's what your answer.
She's not a 10.
She is if that's all you got is a 9.
I
is
give
the
her a
highest.
solid 9. I give her a 9.
I think,
But if there's
she's
no
your
10
type.
that exists, you can't. That's not logical. If
What do you
there's
mean?
if a 10 does not exist, then a 9's the highest. Then it's an out of 90. It's
Well,
not
nobody's
out of 100.
perfect, right? Nobody's perfect.
Do you think
But
she's like the
how-
closest woman to
But
perfect,
attractiveness
though?
is not about perfection.
I don't know if there's probably, I would say I could probably find other women who I think are probably more attractive than Kristen Krug. However, like, I think she's very attractive woman.
How about Megan Fox?
When she was younger, yes. I'd say she's very
She's a
attractive.
9?
You think she's less attractive because she's older?
Yeah, I mean, that's just reality.
No, I think
Well,
she
that's
still does the
correct.
same Botox, facials, all the things
She
that you
does
do
look
when you have
different,
money.
though.
I think
She was
looks
more
the same.
attractive. I don't know how old she is.
Oh, I don't know.
So the older you get, the lower in scale. And
That's
in
how
the
men
rate.
think. That's why they.
No,
that's
it's just,
why
it's
we
reality.
care about our time and they don't.
It's reality. Look, I think I mean, you can make the case that perhaps some men can age gracefully
I
and
got
look
better
more
with time.
attractive. I would argue that for both men and women, that as you get older, you become less physically attractive. It's just, that's reality.
I
got
think you
better.
become more of a woman, and I feel like the girls that you've like presented here, they look like they're 16. So yeah, if men are attracted to more prepubescent women,
Yeah.
I would say then that's like
Yeah.
not a grown woman. I'm not saying that like she's not grown, but I'm just saying that looks very, very young. It looks like my high school brother's friends.
Yeah,
Like,
they look very
she
young.
looks
They're very
young.
they're undeveloped, which is fine. But that is something that you're showing that you are attracted to.
This is why it's important to know that beauty
it's
fades.
just,
You need to worry about
there's a
other stuff, too.
biological basis for this. Men are attracted to youth and fertility.
I got better with time. Men would even say that. Like guys from high school and stuff, they think I look better.
Let me
now
ask
than
you a
I did.
question. Do you think you're going to be more physically attractive in 10 years or now?
It depends on what I do day to day. If I go hard in the gym, I think I'll probably be more attractive.
No, in 10 years, you're not going to be more attractive in 10 years than you are now.
Okay, that's a bet. I'll see you in 10 years.
Okay, deal. I think I'm not going to be more attractive in 10 years
That's
than
because
I
you are
am now.
respectfully a white male. I'm gonna get better.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
Look, it's just the reality. We age. Our skin.
but people age differently. They do.
You're
If
telling me
you-
there's like no woman that's 40 years old right now that you would not like be
No,
attracted to.
that's different though. Okay, so I'm not saying that you can't be attractive in your 30s or even your 40s.
Yeah.
I've dated women. I dated a 45-year-old.
Okay.
Granted, she
Wow.
didn't have children.
And
She
she
was
paid half.
an Asian woman. So, but what I'm trying to say is, for example, I think like in the vast majority of cases, probably all cases, you take a woman at 21, compare her to herself at 31, she was more attractive at 21. I'm not saying
I
she's
wasn't.
not attractive at 31. I'm just saying, like,
I
over
feel
the
like
course
part
of
of
10
the
years.
attraction
I
is that
agree.
the 20
It is.
you're gonna get away with more bullshit with the 21-year-old than you are with like a
Yeah.
31-year-old.
Yes.
So I feel like part of the attraction is the control that you would have on her because
Yeah.
she's young and
Naive,
inexperienced.
yeah.
So it's like that is more attractive to a man that wants that kind of control because she's gonna like let me get away with things that maybe a 31-year-old wouldn't.
No, it's not even that because I could even make this assessment with women I have no chance of dating. You could just show me a photo of
It's
a
just
woman
physical.
that's
I look
21
better.
versus
Okay.
a woman who's 31.
Well, I
and
see
I
a
have
lot
no
of-
there's no relationship dynamic. It's just purely looking at her physical attractiveness. I would almost always say that the 21-year-old is more attractive than the 31-year-old based purely on physical appearance.
Okay, but how much does that play into who you actually date and who you actually get? Because I see a lot of gorgeous 21-year-old women with not so gorgeous men. So like, you know what I mean? Obviously, they may be gorgeous, but they're not exactly dating someone who's just as gorgeous as them all the time. Like, how much does that play into what you actually date?
So you're
Very
you're
little.
saying-
To what
I-
your type is
yeah.
based on what you actually accept to date.
Because you just said you dated a 45-year-old. Well, if you are saying that like 21-year-olds are more attractive than that 45-year-old you dated, then why would you even give that 45-year-old a chance? Because she's not attractive to you. The younger they are, they're attractive. So like if she's 45 and she's older than you, why even date her? Like why even like pursue that?
No, but I already said that you obviously like if you're 30, 35, 40, 45, you can still be physically attractive, but just in terms of argumentation, since we're talking about it, a woman like 10 years later, I think across the board, you're just going to be more attractive at 21 versus 31.
I think that's
he's
fine.
not wrong. It's
I think that's fine.
It's not perception.
It is.
It's just
There's
biological
men who
reality.
like older women.
Let me ask you a question.
I agree.
How about 30 years?
Yeah.
In 30 years, are you more attractive now or in 30 years?
It depends what my idea of beauty is.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying, it has very little impact to dating and relationships and marriage, because you can see any random lady off the street who's 21 years old that's gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous and beautiful, but you end up marrying someone who's a complete opposite of that type that you deemed beautiful. So like just men thinking that women that are younger are beautiful does not lead to them in a marriage and a healthy relationship getting all the things that come with long term. You can admire eye candy for sure,
right?
But that doesn't have any impact on your relationship, marriage, dating life.
Oh, I'm not saying because I find women who are like 21 more attractive than 31-year-olds that necessarily means that I can get them or that they're going to be attracted to me.
Mm-hmm.
But just if we're purely having a conversation about it, then I would say yes, like I do think women are more physically attractive at 21 versus 31.
Okay.
Or at 25 versus 35.
Okay.
Yes, because it's just like
That's
biology. The
aging.
body starts, the skin, everything.
You get wrinkles.
Yeah.
I think
That's why I got
it's
that
a new
facial,
beauty.
so I wouldn't have to deal with
I think
that.
there's beauty in aging. I think that like women accepting and embracing their age as they grow older, I think that's beautiful, but also, you know, I don't know.
I'm not
We
saying.
were talking about that earlier.
I'm not
I was
saying,
like, I don't want to look older.
I'm not saying at 30 or 35 or 40 as a woman, there aren't men that men are going to find you attractive, but just from a purely conversational point of view, from a purely argument, like if we're having a debate on it, then
you want to hit the nail on the peak
I still
of
think that's
attraction.
you. I have conversations in the sauna like daily, and when I talk to men like that, like they don't express the same thing that you're expressing, that you prefer a woman to be younger or, like she said, a little prepubescent where they don't have any curves.
Well,
like a
okay,
woman.
you're saying, okay, hold on.
Because the women you're saying,
but prepubescent is a very
to
specific thing. We're talking about this conversation. The framework is adult women.
Right, but what makes someone an adult woman?
You're talking about like 12-year-olds.
But we're talking
That's
about
crazy.
the way they look. Like we've highlighted that for a while. Like when you think about, and obviously all women come in different shapes and sizes, but when you think about a woman, you think about curves. You think about the fact that their hips are that used to be a thing. Oh, her hips are childbirthing hips. It was
well, now you're shaming women who don't.
I'm not shaming. No.
But you're saying that a woman who doesn't fall in line with a particular curvature of her body, she's less of a woman.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is what you're attracted to is not necessarily the standard for a woman.
Well, I have a wide range of what I'm attracted to. A woman who's got big tits and a fat ass, that's great. But also like a woman who's a bit more petite, that's great too.
That's why I said it has no impact on who you date, who you marry, and what your lifestyle is. Yeah, you can
but you're trying to pathologize men who are attracted to women who, if a woman doesn't fall into big fucking titties, big ass, curvy body, that's somehow like he's like a pedo or something.
No,
that's
not at all. Not at all.
Like there are mature adult 25, 30, 35-year-old women, it doesn't matter what age they are, they don't have that body shape.
For sure. Yeah. But what I'm saying is your standard,
Wait,
you're not
but let me ask you a question.
everybody.
Let me ask you a question. So a guy who's attracted, who finds a 35-year-old woman attractive, who doesn't have a curvy body, is that problematic compared to a guy? Like there's some 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old women who are thick as fuck, who've got the womanly
men
curvy
too,
body.
it's confusing.
Right, but like these body types can at any age can be the case.
My only quarrel was that you saying that because they were younger that they're beauty.
Right.
But what you were basically saying
younger
is,
adult women.
All I'm saying is that you right now are deciding the staple of what is beauty and not beauty. And I come into contact with men daily who don't agree with you.
I mean, they're probably just telling you that because they want to fuck you.
They have nothing to do with me. It could be my brother. It could be my friend. This is just randoms in the sauna who've got wives.
But here's the thing, right? I can sit here and tell you I find women who are 35 or 40 or 30, I find them attractive. But it also happens to be the case that I find women who are 21 attractive.
For sure.
And comparatively speaking, I can sit here and say, generally speaking, I think women are more attractive at 21 than they will be at 31. It's just reality.
But I'm saying that's your opinion.
In the same way that I think a 31-year-old is more attractive than a 61-year-old. It's just aging.
I literally just
talked to a guy. I feel like a good example would be like Leonardo DiCaprio or I don't know why he came to my head, but a lot of women would think that he was a lot more attractive when he was younger than he is now. 100%.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying is it's just a preference, because I literally just yesterday had a conversation with this guy who was really cute from high school. Hi. He was like, wow, you're looking so fine. I was like, different from high school? He was like, yes. He's like, you've aged well. And so, and sure. This is something continuously from a lot of high school kids that I've known. And like, you would claim that I was probably better looking then, or even in college. They claim that I am better looking now. And most of it has to do with
you can show me a photo and I can give you an honest opinion.
I mean, I guess, but at the end of the day, I think it's really more how I carry myself.
I think Brian is talking about like the norm.
But what is the norm? He can't set the base.
They've done studies on this. They've done studies. Men are like across most age demographics. Like if you do an analysis of like, if you show men pictures of women at like various adult women, here we're talking about adult women across various ages, they typically say this is across men from 18 to I forgot exactly. They did a study on this. I think 40, 50 men. It's like 21, 22. That's the age range where men find women to be the most attractive.
Yeah, and that's the peak. That doesn't mean
that's not saying that you can't be attracted to a woman who's 30, 35, 40.
But the women who are 21, 22, they're still single. So what is it to say about that?
Oh, I don't know about that.
But that's what I mean. So it doesn't matter if she's really attractive at 21. She's not getting married at 21. So what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's true.
Word. Let's do the dating app reaction, then we're going to wrap up the show. We'll do the 2 dating apps, and then we'll... Maddie, can you read this really quick before Nick? Oh, actually, yeah.
I've enjoyed listening to you ladies, but you exhibit significant denial. BMI over 35 increases risk by 130% for heart failure, 60% for heart attack, 107% for diabetes, among other issues. Acceptance is fine, but please don't kid yourself about your health risks.
Another internet doctor. Thank you for your unsolicited opinion.
Actually, I hit the sauna daily, which lowers your heart attack risk of 80%.
Can you say that again?
If you're hitting the sauna daily, if you're hitting it for 15 minutes, I think it's like a certain amount per week. I try to hit it at least 30 a day, but hitting the sauna reduces your risk of heart attack 80%. Also increases your blood flow and circulation, which also decreases your chances of getting diabetes and other things. So I guess it just depends on what you do.
I know thin people that don't work out and they'll eat a whole box of Oreos and sit at home and watch Netflix all day, but nobody's telling them nothing.
Let's pull up the okay, so this is from your this is from your Bumble.
Nice ass.
Thank you.
It's meant to be if you make sure I eat and make me laugh?
Yes. Okay. I like to be fed and I like to jokes. I like to
laugh. Next. Oh, okay. Okay, this one. All right. I'm
a Scorpio. If you wanted to know.
I already got people loving.
Next.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, this is Misty's profile now. Next.
Hi, Misty. Ooh.
Okay. Next.
I have a video of my body so they're not confused when they go on the date with me.
Have a special skill or super knowledgeable on something. Show me. Life is an adventure. I'm here for the journey. Okay. Like, so super knowledgeable on something. So, do you play World of Warcraft at all? Because look, here's the thing, right? I like to think that I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
As somebody who had 4 level 60s in Classic, get this, right? 60 Rogue, 60 Warrior, 60 Warlock, 60 Mage, son.
Wow.
That's right.
World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft, Classic, you know, I'm very familiar with all the boss mechanics in Molten Core.
Yeah.
I know and we also, my guild, we not only did we do instance raids, but we did outdoor raids, so like the world bosses. So Lord Kazakh, Azardos, we had that shit on farm. And we were competing with other guilds for like tags on the world bosses and shit, but we were constantly we got the tags all the time. We were scouting like hardcore. We would, within a minute of the world boss spawning, we would get the tag. We would have 40 people in the Shara, 40 people in Blasted Lands, the Tainted Scar. We would get Kazakh, we would get Azargos. We're getting that crystal adorned crown. We're gonna get the fucking loot. We're gonna get Empyrean Demolisher from Kazakh. Even though we were Horde, maces aren't that great for Horde, like, cause human, like Alliance, it's usually like a little better for human warriors, right? Human warriors, human rogues, because they got the mace and the sword skill, right? Passive racials, of course. Now here's the thing, right? Here's what you gotta understand. Then Green Dragons comes out in like phase 4 or whatever. We were getting the 4 dragons too.
That's really impressive. I love that you're passionate.
Are you turned
about
on right
that.
now?
I'm not gonna lie, your passion and your knowledge and the words that you're using that I have to ask about what they mean. If you're my man, I'm so about it. Let's do World and Warcraft together. I'm about it. Here's the thing. You wouldn't get to the point to be able to talk about World and Warcraft because you already are asking for half on the first date. So it doesn't matter.
Oh. Period.
Respectfully.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like, I love that you got nerdy. Like, I've dated guys with anime.
What else
and
we
stuff.
got? We got travel.
I go crazy for travel,
honesty,
generosity, water.
Okay. Also, I'm in my 30s. Hello. Wait, next one. Also, I'm in my 30s, not 28, but I can't change it now.
Yeah, they won't let me change it.
You just
28 forever.
You just put it lower so that you could match with.
No, actually, I tried to change it, but they wouldn't allow me to because I don't want a man who doesn't want me.
You accidentally put your age in wrong. Is what
well,
you're
no,
saying.
Here's the thing: is I could change it before, and I wanted to show it to someone, and they wouldn't let me change it back. So that's just.
Wait,
what
you're
it
in
was.
your 30s. I thought you said you were 28.
28 forever, yeah.
Do you want to reveal? At the
You
want to
Google?
30,
Do you
34,
feel like
35?
I don't like people judge you if you say
in my
the
career
right age?
specifically,
Yeah,
health
gone through
something.
something.
I literally had an agent say, "Thank God you're not 30, otherwise I don't know if I'd be able to sign you."
Good times.
Meanwhile, that agency has been with me for 3 years, and we've booked at least 3 projects.
Yeah.
Big one. So, yeah, I'm definitely judging this industry, and I'm not gonna let my money slip because someone wants to know my age.
Yeah, I feel
So you're willing to like compromise and be like, I'm not
the
gonna
one
say
thing
my
I told
age,
myself, because I don't like lying.
Yeah.
The one thing I told myself when I moved to California is I moved out here for my career. I want to find these other things as well, but I'm gonna lie about one thing. I'm not a good liar. I don't like to keep track of lies. The one thing I'm gonna lie about is my age, and I'm gonna be honest with the fact that I'm lying about it. If you can't settle with that, then that's a you thing.
Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah.
There you have it, folks. Go to twitch.tv/whatever, guys. Before we wrap up the show, please go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the Primes. I do have to wrap up here, so thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. If you're on Twitch, I'm going to raid somebody. Let me get that going.
I got some haters too on my Instagram.
No, don't say that. They love you. They love you.
Stop shaming.
They
We'll
love
stop
me,
fat shaming. That's
and
what
they're
this guy
obsessed.
X-Famous said.
So guys, last call, please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me.
Yay.
I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to our chat mods. Let's see. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Any women who are considering getting a labia placed, my DMs are open. I will talk you out of it. BD_Alice. We'll see you again. We'll be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Let me see who I'm going to raid really quick on Twitch before I wrap up the show here.
What does that mean?
What does what mean?
Raid.
Oh, it's like you're hosting. Let me see who's live. We got Ampy. I don't know if she... Hold on. Let me just check what Ampy's up to. Do we do Ampy or do we do Bobka? I'm going to raid... It might be his girlfriend, though. I don't know who... One sec, guys. I'm going to see who else... Oh, shit! Hold on. Sorry, guys. Or do I do... I could raid Bobka. And let's do... we're going to raid Ampy. All right. So on Twitch, we're going to raid Ampy. He's the guild leader of Frontier, hardcore, classic hardcore. So I'm going to send the raid over on Twitch to Ampy. Tell him what's up. Tell him to come on the Whatever podcast. All right, guys. Raid sent. Okay, guys. Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Wait. Body count? Body count?
0.
0? Wait, really?
I mean, I just mean that I'm not like gonna
okay.
say it.
Okay. All right. I'll know. Okay. All right, guys. See you next time. Good night.